Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 2 of the CN DPC. We got 3 series ahead of us today, some Division 2 games, and then finally a Division 1 game. And those games are going to be IG versus YBB. We got the Aster Bowl coming up for their second series, Aster versus Aster Aries. And, of course, we don't have any biased casters here, but if we did, one would be very jealous that they don't get to cast the final series of PSG.LGD versus EHOME. Right, Dragon Drop?
You got me. I'm super biased against IG here. I don't know how you figured that out, honestly, but well, I'm glad at least B-Cub's impartial here, so we've got that covered.
Always impartial.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta support my boy FY. I still have to get his name put on this, but I'm always just. It's not IG that I'm supporting. It's FY that I'm supporting. Not biased at all. Just love the player. I'll do this all. The entire time.
Covering it up on your shirt.
Yeah,
hand on your heart.
Yeah, Pledge of Allegiance, sure.
There's nothing more understandable than loving FY, though. Like, it's super great that the god is back. A literal god, an F, worth remembering.
Very much.
Yeah, now I'll allow, our non-biased caster, Dragon Drop, to go off on a tangent, but why do you love FY so much, Dragon Drop? Make the people fall in love with him as well.
Do you need to explain? Like, he's a great captain. He's been a cornerstone of Chinese Dota for so long. Like, he's been working...
Handsome.
He's very handsome, exactly. Like, I long for the days when he gets his own fragrance, like SCCC. That'll be the next logical step in his career. Like, he's been a great player, and he's also been behind the scenes. Like, he's been coaching. He's been doing it all, Neff. Like, what's not to love,
Mm-hmm. Now we're going to get a more impartial opinion here. B-Cop, what do you like about FY or both these teams here?
Oh, well, what's not great about FY? Nothing. He's great at everything. He's the man on a mission to come back. We thought he wasn't going to come back, right? Medical, he doesn't come back season 1. Season 2, we're like, oh, man, maybe he can find a team. I was thinking maybe Dandelion. That would have been pretty cool. Doesn't come back, sticks with the medical. Then all of a sudden, season 3, the crazy announcement after IG failed to get to Division 1, FY is here. And, former LGD boy is a showstopper when he's in the game. There's nothing not to love about this guy. He's my favorite Chinese player, and hopefully we get to see him on something like Tusk, where he's got that bleak hallucination corrupted skin on the Tusk or on the Rubik. I think he might even have one on like an Abaddon. I don't know. Cosmetic game in China is pretty hype, so we'll be on the lookout. Hopefully some bleak hallucination. Fingers crossed. I'm pretty sure he changed his Rubik cosmetic away from the bleak hallucination, which is crazy because if I had a cosmetic that was worth $1,200 for just one piece of Dota cosmetic, I'd probably wear it all the time.
It's about the ice, not about the appearance to you, right?
You got to swag out.
Yeah. You know how much these pants are worth?
They look absolutely awful, but they cost a lot, so...
Oh, yeah. It's fresh.
Freaking status symbols, man.
Yeah,
very fresh. I want to go back to things costing a lot, though.
Sure.
IG, this is a team of superstars here. We were very surprised that they didn't manage to promote to... Ooh, okay. Let's hear these opinions here, Bika. Go ahead. Take the stage, my man.
Self-proclaimed superstar. That was the downfall. I'm sorry to say, guy who I won't name, saying you were a god in the mid lane, emo. But, when you call yourself a god, you got to live up to it. There's been a lot of discussion in the chat. I was there yesterday watching God King when everybody was like, well, if you're going to call yourself a god, you better back it up. Well, now you've got FY. Now there's no more excuses. You've got a team leader. You've got a guy who's going to show stop in the 4. Emo, you got to start winning your lanes. You got to start flaunting on these idiots. You got to start sticking it to the, the man. I don't really know where I was going with that one. But Emo, if you're going to call yourself a god of the mid lane, be a god of the mid lane. These guys are great players. But we're yet to really see that this season. Superstars, maybe. Just not this year.
What about you, Drag Drop? Has Emo lived up to that legend of the question mark in all chat? Or has it been lacking?
Well, the results would seem to suggest no. Like last season, I know we started it going in like, oh yeah, IG has got it. Like surely they're gonna make it to Division 1. They don't belong here. And like the only question that we had was what other team would make it. And now we were a little bit, a couple of question marks there. But we all believed in Dandelion because they were also looking extremely great. So they made it, and that was kind of our two answers, with a couple of question marks on Dandelion, perhaps, because there are also a couple of other competitive teams in last season's bracket. But then, IG lost to Dandelion. Okay, yeah, whatever. Dandelion's super good. But then the 2-1 loss against Aster Aries, that's kind of blew away everyone. Probably most of us as well. And the result is that they're actually staying in Division 2. And that's something that we did not expect. That's something that we...
Lizard was flabbergasted, man.
Exactly.
Lizard's heart was broken. He, lost the ability to love after I failed like
absolutely.
that.
And like the only consequence is that we have to say that, no, they did not live up to expectations. Not just ours, but probably themselves and their own fans too. So, yeah, if they do this again, if they don't get promoted again, I don't want to speculate what that means. But, they've got the F-Guard back. They've got FY at the helm looking to rescue the sinking ship, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's crazy that they're participating in Division 2, but this also means that if they want to make it to TI, they have to make it through these regional qualifiers for the international. And given that the China region hasn't been participating in the last major LAN, which was worth a lot of DPC points, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath qualifying for TI in the Chinese region. It is actually insane. B-Cop, I know you have a lot of thoughts about that one. You want me to give you the stage so you can go off, King?
I could a little bit. I'm kind of wondering, just because it's 30 teams, last chance qualifiers. So I'm kind of wrapping my head around that one. I'm not entirely sure how it's all going to work out. But we did have 5 Chinese teams at TI last time. I'm kind of hoping for 6 or 7 or 8. Maybe 9. All
confirmation, all Chinese team TI.
Make my own TI. But yeah, I don't know. I could see IG sneaking it in. I guess the question becomes, who from Division 1 are we going to see go to TI and right now it's it's LGD looking good. It's Aster, I believe, in the points. Maybe Extreme Gaming on the cusp with RNG. So if Extreme Gaming and RNG have decent seasons and they actually go to Arlington and they put up some points, then those 4 teams might qualify. I could still see IG sneaking it out over, say, Dandelion or Vici or something like that. I could see it happening. Dandelion's an interesting one, though.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to ask Dragon Drop first. Dragon Drop, your thoughts on Team Fusion? That's another giant in the region that is, kind of popped up here.
Yeah. So I've been watching them in the open qualifiers, and we're just cruising through. They've just been looking very good there, but they haven't really been challenged in that. But we saw them yesterday as well. I don't know. It might just be first day jitters. The first game, they kind of LBZS allowed them to play whatever they wanted, but then they failed to adjust in the second game, and they were still kind of playing that same sort of strategy, even though they didn't have the heroes for it. So there's certainly a few things that they need to figure out, and that they need to make sure they don't fall into against some more experienced teams that can punish them heavier, even with less obvious kind of mistakes in that direction. So I still think they have a lot of potential, like another one of those great Chinese stacks, that even Division 2 is still overflowing with them. I can certainly see them making it out, but I would not be incredibly surprised if we have another similar situation to last time around, where we're all expecting Team Fusion to make it, but then something happens and they get caught on with their pants down on a bad day.
I mean, maybe Team Fusion will do amazing, but they did end up, despite having amazing players, did have to go through the open qualifiers, and there are some pretty strong teams here in even the lower division in the Chinese region. I mean, YBB, we haven't talked too much about them. They saw a lot of success in the past, back before they had their hard carry stolen from them. We'll never forgive Extreme Gaming for that one. I'm sorry, B-Cop. I know that you're a big fan of Extreme Gaming, but they robbed YBB of their player.
They did. Lou came around, and now he's on the better YBB squad because I think they're sister squads. Extreme and YBB. I also actually found out that Dandelion is an actual like organization. I didn't know that. I thought it was just like a stack name because we've seen stack names like that. So it's very interesting. But YBB, I don't know if they're in the best spot. My predictions, not that anybody asked for them, has YBB in 7th. They're going to get bounced out. They didn't do well last season. Don't think they've had a couple roster changes this season. They've got Pelosin on their team. They've got IDC, who was on a couple of like tier 4 squads back in the past, who's now known as Sinful Soul. So like, I don't know. I think roster changes are going to affect them. I think YBB end up in 7th. That's just my opinion. And I don't know. I don't know how good my guesses are from rating from like, I guess, who's the greatest predictor in Dota? Because we have Kyle, and then we have the other side of it who predicts like everything right instead of flipping everything wrong. Who would be that person?
If I'm predicting everything wrong,
because I'm a genius, but
yeah, I mean, you already solved the game. That's unfair.
That's fair. You know? Okay, I'm like in the middle of that with my predictions.
Things though, like everyone's shitting on Kyle, but if you consistently predict everything incorrectly, that's just as impressive as predicting everything correctly. Like pure probability would dictate that he would be right some of the time, at least. But that's beside the point.
You saying it's intentional? I refuse to believe that. Don't ruin this.
Putting it out there, like statistically, it's the same thing. You know, it's just...
Absolutely not. Don't ruin this for everyone. Drag and drop. Everyone's having fun with it. You don't want to kill it.
You know, killing things like that and just sucking the fun out of it. That is my kind of fun as a German. So.
Right. We don't want you telling any jokes here on the panel.
No,
so,
never.
Match still hasn't gotten underway. I wrote an entire script for like the duration of this panel, but I thought it was Ricky on with us today instead of Drag and Drop, so I had to like throw out the script and just kind of wing it instead. I don't know why I read Ricky instead.
I've got glasses. We've all got glasses. The two of us have glasses like Ricky now. We could pretend.
Yeah,
I'm down.
That's true. Ricky only recently got glasses.
Yeah, so now we look he looks just like us now. So, like, what's the script? We can fill in. We got this.
Oh, I was going to go off about how it was ironic that the two of you would end up casting together, even though both of you are casting partners previously. And actually, it's still kind of the same way. Drag and Drop I used to cast with a lot back in the day. And same with B-Cop until, Ricky ended up stealing me from you.
I don't know why you allowed him to do that. Yeah. I'm still mad at Ricky for that. Never forgiving him. I make sure he loses all his Dota games.
Yeah, I believe you're on a game with him later this week. I'm sure that's going to go just lovely.
I hope he gets minus 30 MMR.
But people are done with us filling. They want to watch Dota. They want to see heroes. So we're going to pull up the draft now, as I do believe that we are already in game. Here we are. Boom. Look at that, everybody. Already one pick in. We got Pugna. Who's the bigger Pugna fan between the two of you?
Pugna's boring.
Oh,
Pugna is the most amazing hero in the game, second to Jakiro.
I
just feel like I need to inject spice in some ways into this broadcast, just so
you can go for it.
The opposite of everything B-Cup says.
I'm so down for this, actually. Oh my god.
I'm just putting it out there, just so you know what to expect.
Yeah. I'm so down for that.
Forget about synergy between casters. I'm here to sow Discord.
Brought to you by Discord.
Yeah, we are using Discord right now. You're absolutely right, Nev. Thanks for the shout out. Not actually sponsored, but maybe if they're watching, they could sponsor this broadcast. Who knows?
Yeah. All right. Let's talk a little bit about these picks. They open with the Death Prophet, despite the nerfs to it. I still think it's pretty strong. The Mars afterwards. B-Cop, you're a big fan of the JT Mars, or not at all?
One of his better heroes. I'm just interested to kind of hear, because you guys were paying attention probably more than I was yesterday about the Death Prophet. Was Death Prophet was more the 5, right, yesterday?
Mid laner. It actually saw a lot of success in the game that I was casting.
That doesn't scream
on different series.
That doesn't scream emo to me. That Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Like he's a showboaty player, but how many guys on this team? That's like the question, right? Like, how many guys on this team can you have showboat together? Like, Emo's showboaty, FY showboaty. When you get too flashy, you blind yourself. You know, that's why that iteration of Secret didn't work.
Yeah.
When they had all those stars and everybody was so bright.
That was so cool, though. Remember when they came with the sunglasses?
Remember when they were streaming on Panda TV?
I remember.
The good old days, yeah. But I mean, everyone can be flashy, but not all at the same time, not all in the same game.
Exactly.
Right? So they can kind of take turns, and that's where the good teams really lie, where you can point to games where this player is just incredible and he's just owning and carrying the entire team out of the 4 position or 5 position or whatever. But it's very hard to look at a game and then say everyone was just exceptional, in the sense that I mean, everyone can play extremely well. It's not what I mean. What I mean is that in order for someone to stand out, there has to be a difference in flashiness, perhaps.
Some people have to go for those steady heroes and whatnot, things that are pretty consistent, rather than picking up a spirit hero and popping off and being a cool cowboy. Yeah.
You know, the question mark.
Spirit hero is less likely to be picked up on the side of IG when you're playing against a puck, though. It does a pretty good job at shutting these heroes down. At the Pugna with it as well. I feel like you have an amazing way of setting up team fights and going for objectives at the beginning of your draft here on YBB. I'm curious how IG is going to respond to this one. Oh, okay. Shadow Shaman they go for
Shaman. Interesting. FY Shadow Shaman. I wanted the Tusk, I wanted the Rubik, but I can't have what I want. But, Shadow Shaman here, he's one of my favorite supports. I'll give you the stat pregame that I love saying every time a Shadow Shaman's picked. Second highest base damage in the game. I'm a big fan. Dawnbreaker, which is not the biggest China hero. Like, Dawnbreaker in general doesn't get picked up in China. Like, it found some games. Like, Dawnbreaker, we did not see it in China that much, right? Like, Lion here.
Now, hold on.
All right. I'm holding.
Hold on, because almost all these heroes were picked up yesterday.
But
Dawnbreaker included.
I'm just saying in general, throughout the year.
Yeah.
The year.
Mm-hmm. I'm just being a contrarian.
Stop being drag and drop and saying the opposite of everything I'm saying.
Yeah, that's my job. I claimed that for myself, and then you're just looping in.
You can't do that.
I will do it.
I'm just saying in general, but
I'm left. I do what I want.
You know, I'll change my tone soon. Eventually.
I'm sowing a little bit too much discord here. All right, the Dawnbreaker. You're not a massive fan of this one. Yesterday, we ended up seeing this one picked up as a position 3. It was incredibly tanky. They ended up rushing a BKB on the hero. It was able to get in team fights fairly easily. They went several strength items as well. It was just impossible to gank. The enemy team ended up wasting a lot of resources trying to find kills on Dawnbreaker in the early game. And of course, you have that global presence to disengage or reset a team fight when you come in with your ultimate. So I do feel like it is an interesting pick.
I don't want to cut you off, but there's our boy. There he is.
Oh,
he's there. He's playing professional Dota again. Yes. All right, I'm done.
You need a minute? Okay.
I'm done.
He's tearing up a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say about Dawnbreaker. Like, on paper, it does seem like she would tick a lot of the boxes that you would expect out of an offlaner these days. You know, you have some sort of stun, you have that global presence that you mentioned. So, I don't know, maybe if she... if teams figure out that she is in fact balanced or unbalanced, depending on how you look at it, might see might see a little bit more of her. So, on IG though, Shadow Shaman, very standard. Dragon Knight as well, very stable pick here in China. Also very flexible. Probably not going to see it in the offlane this time around. But then again, Mars also not unheard of to see him in mid in the right circumstances.
Mm-hmm. Just yesterday, we ended up seeing Mars swapped over to the mid lane as well. Yeah. So, you've got potential to kind of flex this one around. B-Cop, I'm curious of where you think these heroes are going to go. Theory craft this one for us a little bit.
Well, the last day of Season 2, I fucking nailed the prediction. So I'm still on a high right now. I held that high throughout the entire break. Let me tell you.
It's been like a month or so now. Let's go.
Let me tell you, I hold on to things very dearly for a long time. But Dragon Knight is going to be mid, Death Prophet 5, Mars 3, Shadow Shaman 4. Right now, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
All I know is, for the love of God, IG, if you pick Morphling right now, I am going to lose my absolute cool. I know it's a joke, and I know if Wi-Fi Morph is a meme, I want to say I contributed it to the meme a little bit. Just saying, like I kind of say it every time he gets picked, and I'm just like, oh my god, Wi-Fi Morphling. But I don't think it's gonna be picked here. I don't know. I have a feeling. I have a hunch. Also, I don't know. I like the DK against the puck a little bit early on. Like, I don't think you're gonna get harassed out of that lane too much. You throw an early Dragon Tail, you stop him from kind of getting control mid too early. I don't think that's bad.
Yes.
And like it's kind of that it can be flashy. Like it can do a couple of flashy things here and there. It looks like they're maybe setting up for a safe lane TA, safe lane Faceless Void. So they're thinking fly, not going to be on the DK or the Mars. But right now, like I said, mid DK, off lane Mars, 4 Shadow Shaman, 5 Death Prophet. That's what I'm saying for IG at the moment. And hopefully no more flame.
Yeah. That seems to be the most stable way to run it right now for IG.
And I do like these kind of picks against the puck, especially Puck, Pugna, Dawnbreaker. These instant disables from Dragon Tail and the Hex and Shadow Shaman, great at controlling these heroes up that usually are able to outplay you in the team fight. They get the Razor. They pick up a Juggernaut. Okay, all right. What makes you like the Juggernaut so much? You're a big fan of the Katana. Is that what it is, B-Cup?
It has a couple of my favorite sets in the game, but no, I just think with the control, Juggernaut can kind of go ham. They have instant hex, they have some lockdown with it. The Lion Stun with Dawnbreaker coming in and IDC or Sinful Soul doing his thing on Jug could be pretty nice. So it'll be JT Death Prophet and FY Mars, and he's got a decked out Mars. I'm a little interested in this offlane JT Death Prophet. When Mars is such a JT hero, I'm a bit surprised. And I think I've had this conversation with a couple of people that I've obviously, us included, all three of us, the conversation about Mars. We've seen a lot of offlaners kind of struggle with hitting the spear. I don't know what it is, but we've seen in China, like offlane Mars players just struggle to hit the spear. This is a big test for FY to come back into the pro scene and play Mars. Like, I feel like Mars can look really bad if you miss a spear or something like that, or you miss that God's Rebuke in that first like 10 minutes or so, right?
Especially when you're playing it on a support position, right? Because when you're playing on support, it's that much more important to land the spears, and you're further away from the enemy, so a lot of the time they're more difficult to land. You're not setting up with the God's Rebuke first. You're standing further back and then coming into the team fight, which can make things a little bit difficult. But I cut you off, Dragon Drop. I'm sure you had excellent points to make.
Not really. I mean, B-Cup said it all. Like it's it's a bit surprising to see the switch up, you know. And
sorry,
with it's not like Death Prophet has much of a setup for that spear, so it's gonna be interesting to see how this one works out. But like if once you get past the laning stage, I think you've got a situation where you have a Mars that doesn't necessarily have a quick blink or anything like that, but it's still synergizes well with the idea of, hey, let's just group up and push down towers, which is something that both the DK and the Death Prophet give you. So that's like a huge, big, sturdy front line with like 3 or 4 heroes, even if Flyfly gets ready to go in eventually. And then even the Shadow Shaman, right? That's another hero that just pushes down towers. And if you look at the response from that from YBP, like they're gonna have to fight them all the time. Like they have the Puck Coil with the Dawnbreaker ult coming in, but if they get jumped on first, like if they get jumped on the Puck now, the line, these squishy targets in the front and the back line here, if they get jumped on, they might not have enough resources to face what IG has, or even have the damage to cut through IG's health pool. You know, that's what I'm worried about right now.
Yeah. Well, there's one thing to be excited and not worried about. It is FY's return to Dota. And, you know, I know you two are excited about it. I know the viewers are excited about it. We'll see if we can hop into game here because, my God, I am super excited to be able to witness this one. He has been a longtime favorite of me. His Rubik, one of my favorite heroes, is something he's absolutely incredible on.
I'm excited.
Just had a quick pause, but looks like we're now ready to go here.
Looks like we're ready in the game, looking good, but I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see what FY brings to the table and what this team is ready to do.
Well, as much as I'm jealous of you two, I unfortunately don't get to join you. Be Cop, Drag and Drop, have fun, and let's see what FY is able to do. Take it away, you two.
All right, taking it away.
You could always join us. I mean, I'm always down. The more the merrier if you wanted to stay. But, you know what, Neff, get out of here. Get out of here. Forget it. You didn't sound like a big FY fan. Oh, he's Rubik. That's what everybody says. He's Rubik.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's not on the hype train as much as we are. So, yeah,
you got to know his 17th hero or his 18th hero. Calling yourself an FY fan.
There's a million FY fans on the planet. I'm one of them.
I will
10 FY fans. I'm one of them.
Yeah, what that copy pasta is on. That's good. That's a good one. I do like that.
Yeah.
I actually agree with what you were saying before. With like, I don't know if YBB has the response time, because Jug kind of needs a little bit, right? Like that could be tough for them, especially they have Shadow Shaman on IG. That means potentially early Roche. Early Roche means more towers. They've got pushing potential with JT on the Death Prophet or the Serpent Words from Ali. It is a 5-position Shadow Shaman, so it's probably going to be a little bit of a later 6. That might even line up with what they want to do. A second Exorcism, maybe at that point. Who knows? Yep. Like I think IG could set themselves up for some decent times. I'm a little interested at this bottom lane for FY and JT, just because there is no setup for the spear, right? Like you kind of have to sit on the side of the lane, hope maybe you get something across, maybe just harass up as much as you can.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a matter of trying to bully out the puck now, so you can't bully JT, and then it's just a matter of trading farm. I don't know how they can reasonably threaten a Juggernaut here if you can always fall back on a spin. So it should just be the game of farming and trying to control the creep equilibrium. Because it's, as you said, like Juggernaut takes a while to get online. I don't think it's a great concern for them to shut him down right now.
That's really interesting that they went to the Healing Ward level 1 for Sinful Soul.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure if I've really seen that much. If ever, I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid, but my God, I don't know if I've ever seen that at all. It certainly gives it so he doesn't have Blade Fury to get out.
Yeah. I think I might have seen it once, but that was a very desperate circumstance, if I recall correctly. It's very hazy in my memory. But
it's like something that God King would do, and everybody would just be like, "No, it's just God King being God King. It's okay." Yeah. But that's Sinful Soul, not God King, the artist formerly known as IDC, who used to play for I Am Point Club back in the days of like DPL and all that stuff.
I guess with FY having shown that he has got God's Rebuke, there's nothing too much it is to worry about. If he now's... Yeah, he did skill the Blade Fury now. If he went right into the passive, then I would have been concerned for his sanity, but he's doing just fine.
And now has a potential layout. We'll see how Fly does on this Monkey King. This is another one of those, like, Chinese region. The hard carries seem to really enjoy playing the Monkey King, especially Ame, Fly. Those two, I think we see them a lot on this Monkey King. So it'll be interesting to see what Fly can get done. I'm not really too accustomed to this offlane Dawnbreaker. It's not something that I see that all too often. Obviously, like you guys said, it was played yesterday, but I'm still interested to see how this kind of plays out against a team like IG.
Yeah. So far, Aiden seems to be doing quite well, like slightly ahead in terms of last hit here up against Fly. Even though, as a male hero, you'd think that she would struggle a bit against the Monkey King. That might change as he's finishing up Absorb of Corrosion, so a little bit of extra pressure potential, but you always have the line fall back on the Contortion stun. Just to interrupt. But if you were to ask me where the first blood was going to happen, I'd probably still look at the top lane here. It's because it's got the line on one side and Shadow Shaman on the other. Both of them are kind of squishy. So they could get gone on here if they overextend just a little bit too much. We can see Ollie playing very defensively here so it doesn't get caught up by a stun into a Starbreaker or something like that.
Ooh, Big Fury bottom. JT getting chased all the way back. Not where I thought maybe first blood would come, but they don't get the first blood. JT's still able to survive, and there's the spear that should be your first blood. And JT actually getting chased back, but then the setup is there from FY, and that was the big question about this lane, right? Like, is FY going to be able to set something up for JT, which is big. And you can see he's got Falcon Blade lined up or queued up, and then he's going into the full wand as well. So I'm interested to see this off lane Death Prophet build, because this is not a hero we saw too much of the major either.
Like I said, first blood in the bottom lane, just as I predicted, is up top. Fly is actually in a lot of trouble here, but enough interruption. And now, there it is! Lion actually gets clicked down. What are we talking about? Shadow Shaman, second highest base damage in the game.
Yeah, don't do my boy Trina like that. But yeah, Shadow Shaman, second highest base damage, always hitting hard. That is a hero that, if you could find the proper positioning to just be a nuisance in, like, just throw these right clicks out there, like, you can frustrate people in the lower ranking brackets, guys. If you're a support who's dealing with MMR problems, just pick Shadow Shaman and continue to right click people, and they'll be like, how is this guy hurting so early at minute 1? This sucks. I hate this.
Just right click them low.
And then ether shock them.
Easy as that, yeah.
Oh, it's right in the zone. Ollie, the instant payoff.
The bottom again, so though, JT. This time it's been almost enough for the verified. Does keep him standing. So quite dangerous indeed. Ollie made his way mid to help out. Of course, he did get that D ward very nicely.
Right when the ward was placed, too. It's the best feeling in the world, and that's going to help him get into an early pair of boots. He's been sized up. He's gone to Foot Locker. He's got his boots, and now he's working on Blink. So, like, that's all you need is a 5-position Shadow Shaman, right? Like, that and your skills, positioning, that's all you really want. Positioning there, maybe not so great. Taking a lot of damage very quickly, but does have the Hex. Now into the Dragon Tail, Ether Shock, Shackle, all the control onto D-Stones. But he's got the phase shift and the Illusory Orb to get the kill into Ollie, but he will, well, get traded by Emo, which I think Emo enjoys because now he's got the solo experience as he's all by himself.
Hashtag worth.
Meanwhile, JT died bottom.
He got bullied super hard in this lane, like constantly being spun on. Poloson was chasing him all the way under the tier 1 tower, I believe, there to finally bring him down, which maybe is a bit surprising. Normally you look at Death Prophets as a very stable laner, someone who can really keep herself alive just with a Spirit Siphon, but obviously it's not that effective when a lot of the damage is coming from a Juggernaut just spinning in your face. So, certainly a decent start down bottom, not the worst one up top either, as our unit continues to last it properly, but yeah, especially with that kill in mid, Emo just at the top of the charts right now. 70 denies too, which is impressive.
And that is a lot of denying here, and that goes with what we were saying during the draft, right? Early Dragon Tail, you stun him for a little bit, get a deny here or there, and Emo's controlling the lane, and this is something that we said he needs to do after calling himself the self-proclaimed god. So we'll see if he can get it done. And D-Stone's, he's not he's not a joke or anything mid or anything like that, and he's gonna go after Emo. We've got 4 heroes here to go for this Dragon Knight, and it's still not easy.
Yep. 4 heroes and a DD rune.
Yeah, and that was not easy at all to make that happen. But, back to what I was saying, like, D-Stones is one of those guys, he got pretty popular with his pub stomping with the Invoker, and then he found his way on a couple of teams, and now, well, still with that double damage towards the end, Ollie takes a lot of damage, Earth Spike on the edge, and D-Stones gets another kill. That's a pretty big buff up after dying to Emo just a moment ago.
Yeah, maybe not expecting them to stick around for that long, but Yeah, I mean, they were just looking to secure the rune here, waiting for, or at least trying to deny it from a puck. Obviously, Shadow Shaman, a very easy, very nice target to go on like that. All the mobility and all the control that they do have on the side of YBB, so D-Stone certainly the benefactor of that, gets an extra kill, and the region rune now rotating bottom here, where we might see something here. Both supports making their way through. 928 hexed up, and JT walks up with the exorcism, but well, Stick keeps him alive. D-Stone's not connects, and that's a Shadow Shaman who might end up dying first. Ollie, a couple more right clicks will do it. Ionet GPing in to make that happen as finally they get the puck actually instead. JT in trouble though. Starbreaker connects, and the double kill for Ionet. FY, well, more like dead Y right now as another hero joins in. Sinful Soul reconnects as well. Bit of a disaster there for IG. Down bottom, once again, being surprised or caught off guard by the movements.
It's all 5 heroes that make the rotation over bottom from YBB. It does leave open space for Fly, who of course you're trying to get into the Battle Fury Ags, if that's going to still be the build here for the safe lane Monkey Kings that we've seen. Like I said, Ame build. It does leave Emo up to farm as he's trying to go into Blink Dagger, but that was first exorcism. That was 3 kills going the way of YBB. It gives them a little bit of a net worth lead and kind of proving, at least in concept, that like the damage is a little bit lacking from IG. And the damage is certainly there, especially when Ionid is kind of being left unchecked throughout the fight and landing Starbreaker after Starbreaker, throwing out the Celestial Hammer. So we'll see how it goes, but D-Stone's unable to save Pelosin as Zemo gets a kill, and they drop the Dream Coil, so the control is no longer there from mid. But again, 4 heroes around mid, and they just lost one. So YBB kind of playing this weird group up, and eventually that's going to catch up to them, right? Like, everybody's splitting experience, and you've got IG who've got Fly being pretty much unchecked at the moment. And it finally goes back up there.
Yeah. I mean, as fast as they are with just grouping up for these kills, they're also pretty fast at separating themselves again as much as they can, but you're absolutely right. Like, Fly has had completely uncontested farm, so he's getting close. And Emo's still top in the charts, just not getting too much damage done here with this Dragonite form, this other Dragon form here, while the action was happening bottom, but might be able to put on a little bit more now. They also have the Catapult coming in, another Dragon form in another 5 seconds. And Oli, he's got the rewards as well. Not the best usage here. A couple of them will be right-clicked down very quickly. Doing that, Dragon Form and a Catapult. Okay, Omni Slasher right on top of him, bouncing over to the creeps. Excellently played. D-Stones though with another coil. They'll seal his fate for sure. Breaker coming into the arena of FY though. Starbreaker controlling up Emo, but he's very tanky indeed. And now the Monkey King says, I want to join in. Wukong's command secures the kill. Nice jump on the high ground from Iron.
Now that was a lot used by both teams. Initially by YBB with the Omni Slash not getting the kill on a 5-position Shadow Shaman, and then the Dream Coil being forced out. Those are 2 big things that once those are gone, you're kind of in a struggle if you're going up against IG, right? Like, they just don't have the damage afterwards. They didn't have the Lion after a while, who's that level 6, so he's looking to get the burst damage out. But this time, IG moved their heroes over that way, and they might be able to get the kill on a D-Stones. Primal Spring down onto the low ground, but they've got the silence from the Waning Rift. D-Stone's able to leave, and I think Pelosin's looking for the right positioning, and maybe 928 too is thinking about throwing a finger out there, but never gets it done.
Blink Dagger just revealed that he was not ready for Emo to get right on top of him, but only a little bit too late for the follow-up. Shaman actually interesting build. 3 points up into the Hex. Something that you always see, but with all the control over on the side of YBB, it's a lot more reliable than leveling up the Shackles. And, might see them coming in right now. D-Stone's hexed up, there it is. That's what they were looking for earlier.
D-Stone's very up and down on this so far. Has had some great moments and had some kind of meh moments, and you could see net worth wise, like 3 heroes at the top for IG, and not by a slim margin either. Like, they're kind of breaking away here by a bit. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, they got bottom, they got mid now as well. They've been kind of getting the better end of these skirmishes because they were trading evenly, but they still were farming on their cores. But even when Fly rotated in, he was part of a successful team fight.
G-Stones. Oh my. FY does not have a blink. He's actually going Yules first, so I thought maybe he'd have like some sort of gold there to make a jump, but it's actually not even close.
Well, I guess that's the answer for his for the question about whether he can hit his spears reliably, right? Just Yules into the spear.
Help himself out. Make himself look good on the return game, I guess. There's the blink. There's the Dragon Tail. It'll bring the Dawnbreaker in. But do you really want to dive that far? Two-man Dream Coil, but there's the arena from FY, and it sets up okay. Serpent Wards are down. Ali eating a lot of this Blade Fury, but the rest of the team seems to be retreating at the moment. It did pop Exorcism on the retreat, though. Oh, yeah. Okay. And Serpent Wards are going to be farmed again. Interesting.
I mean, 9 to 8 was right there, but he only used his finger. Everyone else was kind of far away, so it's maybe a bit of a panic exo. Not strictly necessary, but maybe they would have chased further if that didn't come out. So they only lose the Shadow Shaman there, right? Yeah. They also keep the pack alive, so it's also very important to make sure that these stones doesn't start falling behind. Like, he's still the highest net worth on his team. Certainly, there's a bit of a gap between him and the other cores on the side of IG. All three cores, in fact, is Bolosum. Alright, he is going to be punished here, even though the spear doesn't connect on a wall, because, fun fact, Roshan does not have walls. Some new age paper wall
technology
design choice or something, I don't know.
Yeah, paper walls. It's what New York City allows apartments to put up to call it a bedroom.
Amazing.
It's a flex.
Oh, these stones again.
Now a strike. Well done. That was well put together, too. Just the 1, 2, 3 on that. And you can see Emo's also got the shard, so he's got the fireball. His farm's going to excel. And he's topping the net worth. Like, he's having a really great time. You've got the Battle Fury on Monkey King, Jug going Maelstrom, so both have a farming item, but I guess the question is who's going to get further with it, and at the moment it should be Monkey King, considering they control more of the map, or have been controlling more of the map. That being said, Sinful Soul is just allowed to stay up top at the moment, and he's farming the Dire Jungle too.
Yeah, he's not doing too badly, but I'm starting to get a bit concerned about Steve Stones. Like, he's constantly being gone on, and about half the time it's working out. He's 4, 4, and 3. Like, for now, he can still... he's still on path to Splink, I guess. It's not the end of the world right now, but if they keep this up, App might just be widening, and then it'll just be the Juggernaut who is like farmed enough to actually be able to fight and do damage as the game goes on. And yeah, that's one thing that we flagged out earlier, like the lack of damage, or the potential lack of damage from YBB up against all of this tankiness on the side of IG.
I'm definitely wondering what IG's next move is. They got the bottom tier 2, they took over the outpost. Maybe they clear up their own jungle, get a pick off, head towards Roche with Serpent Wards. If that's the direction they want to go, maybe they wait for Monkey King to get what is presumed to be a BKB, starting with the Ogre Axe, but of course that does leave an opening for it to be a multitude of things, if he wants it to be. And mid again, Pelosin this time dying to FY having no problems landing the spears so far, and well, he's top of the net worth in support land, so he's doing well.
BKB also just completed on JT, so the smoke up. Kind of under an observer wall. I'm not sure if they got spotted by YBB. They certainly seem to know what's going on, so... Oh no!
Oh, D-Stones! D-Stones! Oh, dear! And then
what?
A unit commits. Oh, boy.
It's fine, you're not gonna be the only one feeding. I'll cover for you. That's what that was.
The papers will write about us both, not just you. And then there it is. Like, that's exactly what I just said. They'll go through the jungle. get a kill. They got 2, and then you just go to Roche.
2 core kills as well, and they'll add another. Okay, that was an illusion. Never mind. I just saw them go, and it's like, what?
We have the all-being knowledge.
Yeah.
You still got God. It happens.
Well, they sure killed the hell out of that illusion, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that illusion's 0-1.
It's a statement, you know. But yeah, I mean, that was once again D-Stone's being called out because he did not want to spend the extra time going into the trees, and that's just questionable. Yeah, it's very greedy. Just perhaps a bit of a misread, thinking he had a little bit more time to finish up the TP before they actually connected. But yeah, he got punished for it super hard. Dawnbreaker also adds her own body to the chaos. Now they need to get something done here, but if the only prize is a dire tier 1 offlane, exactly ideal. They do establish some vision in the triangle as well. Certainly playing from behind right now. Like IG, what's to stop them from getting all the rest of the towers now?
Yeah, with the Aegis on Fly, he's going into the BKB. Once he has that timing, and that timing shouldn't be too far away, he should still have about 1.5 minutes on the Aegis by the time he gets there, I would say, especially grabbing the gold from this tower, grabbing all these creeps. Like, you have 1.5 minutes, theoretically, to then make a massive move from IG, and I don't really think you have to be too fearful of what's going to come next. And he actually TP's towards bottom, maybe almost expecting them to make a jump on him because they threw FY in the trees on that TP.
Yeah, maybe daring them. Like, I'm not sure if they really want to run at Monkey King now. Like, they can maybe burst him down once, but then they would have to leave, and there's always the threat of like a Blink Dragon Knight just catching you out afterwards. But there was also big old creep wave down bottom, so Fly did finish up that BKB in a record time almost.
BKBs are going to come out in pretty much unison because now you've got Monkey King and DK that both have their BKBs. You've got the Blink Dagger finish for the Shadow Shaman. Like, there's a big timing here that's coming in because you've got triple BKB for IG. Truthfully, I think they're at their peak. Their peak can get higher and they can have multiple peaks, but this is one where they truly just outmark YBB all over. And I think they can finish the game on this, truthfully. You get one big fight, you don't lose the Aegis, or maybe you do, but you still have Exorcism to push these towers. I think the game could just end. It's a little bit tough for YBB.
The only thing they're missing is kind of the Blink Dagger on Mars, but they don't really need it. Like, again, they have the one on Nemo, they have the one on Ollie even. And FY can just, he's perfectly fine just to counter initiate, drop the arena whenever Dawnbreaker wants to jump in with her ultimate, so doesn't need a Blink Dagger for that. And yeah, if they win a good team fight here, they certainly have the pushing power to do an incredible amount of damage very safely, very easily.
No Exorcism used yet either.
Surely YBB need to fight this though, like, they need to give it a shot.
Sinful Soul just wants the tier 2 top, but tier 2 for a set around. Oh, the balance on the 2! There's the arena to follow it up. The Wukong's is there. Aenid in some trouble. The Blade Fury out from Sinful Soul. Aenid will go down first. Does have buyback, but I think you just commit to losing the racks at this point. They've used Wukong's. They have Exorcism out. They've got the Serpent Wards there. Just give up the racks and try and hope to live another day.
Yeah.
Everything was used by IG.
Objective-based gaming. Just press all your buttons, commit for the racks. Be safe enough here. Get a kill when you can, you know, when they overextend at you, when they try to stop you, when they dare to make you have second thoughts about going for that kind of a play. But
good time to fight for YBB. I understand this. You know, all the BKBs are down, all the big ults are down. You need to find a way to get something out of this timing. But look at Ollie. Look at his positioning. He's in the perfect spot. Oh, Sinful Soul, smoke broken.
Oh, yeah, this old Blink Dagger just delivered, but it was coming out of the backpack, so he couldn't Okay, that could be good here, taking down the Mars. One big team fighting down, but JT comes in, stunned up at Starbreaker, but they found the pack! D-Stones is dead on the side! And the buyback from Mars, they found the control of Juggernaut, the Hex to follow. You need a little bit more, just like a spin actually, he's so dead! Double kill for Fly, and they're hunting for more. Polison not long for the world here, trying to TP out, but there is a stun. And the cool guy still looking at explosions. Just dropped a fireball on his head.
And his illusion got the kill. There it is. Like we said, it could just end, and that was where YBB had to fight. Truthfully, it was there or never, and they knew that. They made that play, and yeah, they lose FY on IG, but they played the back end of that perfectly. That was, I almost applaud the decision making there from YBB, understanding, because that's a lot of things that tier 2 teams they kind of struggle with, right? Is understanding the moment. IG, of course, get the victory. They have the better showing. They looked really good in that game, but I think that's one thing. That's like one big thing to take away, that YBB understand the situation of the game, and there's a lot of things that Div 2 teams that might struggle with that. But well done to IG. They get the victory in the first game, and a pretty quick one considering YBB games in the last season lasted about 1,000 days. So
65 minutes is what you were saying before we got started. You thought these games were going to be incredibly long. He's like, I don't know about this one, you guys. Going to be here pretty late tonight, but just a couple minutes for this one, B-Cup. You ended up being very wrong about this one. Your prediction was Kyle level even.
That's where I want to be. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, but big return there by FY. It's like you mentioned, they did understand where they were at YBB, and they tried to make that last smoke out of their base at the end. But all these positioning, like you said, it was just too good up on the hill. He didn't even end up dying for that one when he scared out the smoke on every hero when they were leaving the base. It was incredible stuff. IG, they're back in the form that we'd expect a team of this caliber to be at, right?
Yeah. I don't want to jump the gun yet. There's a good amount of competition in this division right now. I think you guys are saying it with Team Fusion, and I do believe Team Fusion, I have them number 1. I actually think that they are a squad that could take down IG, and if they do, they end up number 1, in my opinion. I would like to see IG get tested more. I don't think YBB is the biggest test, as I will probably be eating those words when they lose game 2. IG, that is, but we'll see. I don't know. I think IG, level-wise, especially with the addition of FY, completely outrank what YBB is bringing with their new roster, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think one of the issues that we had, I wanted to ask you about this one, Dragon Drop. Yeah, no bias. I would ask you about this one, Dragon Drop. One of the issues that we had last time when we saw IG is it felt like they had no in-game leader in the previous season. This time around, it was completely different. We saw, despite their kills being relatively even, IG had complete map control. At like 15, 16 minutes in the game, they started invading the enemy team's jungle. They had complete control over the map. What do you think enabled them to do all this?
I think they had a clear strategy going in, like starting with the drafts of saying, hey, yeah, we're going to have these stable lanes, which are very hard to kill. If they're going to get ganked, like we're going to fight them, then we're going to give as much as we're getting. And then, look at this already. 11 minutes in, Ollie just got his level 6 at that point, and they're already starting to threaten, forcing these reactions from YBB. And they get a lot of spells being committed in there, even the Monkey King coming in. Like, this is not something that every carry would do. But call for Fly to join to make sure that they're not being bodied in this kind of a skirmish.
Yeah. Oh, this was this fight was a real tragedy, man. Just about 18 minutes. They lose 2 of their cores. The Dawnbreaker ends up coming up just to go down as well, and this ends up setting up Roshan for them.
Yeah, I mean, these kind of situations certainly also helped, but the core was, hey, we're gonna go in, we're gonna just play very aggressive very early, and we're actually gonna use our heroes. We're gonna use the pushing power that we have, and the team fight prowess that we have. Before YBB can get to the point on their course to really do anything about it. Like, Juggernaut was a non-factor in this game just because he's taken so long to get online and really feel comfortable in team fights and have the ability to both stay alive and do damage. It doesn't help if he gets chain stunned, of course. But But yeah, and they realized that, we can kind of ignore the Juggernaut. It's not going to be a big problem with the kind of timeline that we're looking at. So instead, we're just focusing all of our efforts on these stones. Like every time he showed, he was just being gone on. And the moment one stun comes out, well, there's no escaping anymore for him. And all of that worked together brilliantly for IG to close this game out very fast.
Yep. And MVP goes out to Emo this game. He's got the Dragon Ball Z blaster pose going on there, B-Cup. Your thoughts on this one?
I don't want to, you say the blast there, but that is definitely the hand gesture of Krillin as he gets cut by his own Destructo Disc, a la Frieza Saga. So let's just hope that, he keeps everything pre-Krillin hair days, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that. But
when Krillin was still relevant, right?
Yeah, exactly. When Krillin was cool.
Can I actually quit this broadcast right now? Is that possible?
Not an option. You sign on for this entire series, Dragon Drop. I'm afraid you have to sit down and continue to join us for this conversation. But relatively even game as far as kills go, but still very fast. I really liked how quickly IG played this one. It kind of what a lot of people predicted, especially with FY coming back in the fray. Was impressed that he got himself his first blood. I already mentioned that one, though. That's a hell of a way to end up returning, though.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if it was him making the shot calls. I can only assume so. But maybe I'll ask someone about that as time goes by. I'll send a message over and try and get a little. I'll get a pigeon out there to fly over and then get the information and fly back. But I would assume so, right? Like he's the guy here, I would say, with the most experience. He's the guy who's maybe making the calls, and I guess. Game one wise, you can kind of see the difference in terms of like him and Fade. So it's interesting to see. And I think FY is a lot more consistent when it comes to playing the position. Like I love Fade, don't get me wrong. I think he's a great player, but FY has always shown consistency. And that is something that you're really looking for when you're a rebounding team.
Yep. But that is going to wrap up our first game of the night. We're going to give our casters and the viewers a short break. Everyone get yourself some water and get ready for this next game. So we'll come back with game number 2 very shortly, everybody. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the CNDPC Summer Tour. We got my sidekicks, B-Cop and Drag and Drop. Sidekick number 1, B-Cop, how are you?
Am I not the main character in this anime? What the hell happened? I'm in the middle.
I can't believe you're first sidekick. Like, what the fuck, Neff?
Yeah,
thought we were friends.
Short break. I'm like, is that a height joke? Is it because I'm 5'8"? Like, Neff's way taller than I am, and he totally knows it. So, like, I don't know.
It was really fun when we put you on the box when we were standing next to each other.
That is true. Season. We did do that.
Yeah, but we had to get the show on the road. We have a draft already underway. We ended up stepping away to get ourselves hydrated. So let's get the show on the road, everyone. Look at that. Already 2 picks on the side of YBB. Last time we pushed a IG narrative. This time we're going to push a YBB narrative, despite the fact that Drag and Drop and B-Cop are madly in love with FY. What do YBB need to do to win this game? We'll start with you, B-Cop.
Sure. They need to probably play a faster paced game. YBB, it's a different roster. I'm not going to assume that they're playing the same style. Maybe they might be with coaches. I have no idea. Their game kind of needs to be faster and not like they were setting 5 heroes to lanes early on. You're going to fall behind naturally when you're getting 1 kill and having 5 heroes there. I want to say they need a more fleshed out game plan. Their lanes need to go a little bit better. I like the DK. I like the Grimstroke. You cannot be going to like lanes is 5 at 11 minutes in and only getting 1 kill out of it. They need to be a lot more decisive with their decision making.
Yeah,
there we go.
Slightly more effective as well, right? Because that's exactly the problem that you pointed out. Like they got 1 kill, sure, but they also maybe died on one of their heroes, and then they didn't get anything else done. Like this tier 1 towers, the tier 1 in mid and even bottom, that was standing for so long for IG. And all of that added up to a point where they were falling behind in net worth. They didn't really have the heroes to slow down this insane push from IG, so they couldn't get the time for the draft to actually do something, So I think that's what they have to address. They need to either go for a strategy where they have like 1 super carry and enough heroes to just buy the time for the carry to be farmed up, or they need to go a different route and just make sure that they can fight IG head on and actually take these advantages themselves.
Mm-hmm. It looks to me like they're solving one of those problems right away. They pick up the Dragonite, someone who is, relatively tanky, can't get things done when he makes a rotation, and could pressure that mid tower at the beginning of the game, which is something that they didn't do. You mentioned that they rotated 5 heroes places. They only got like 1 kill. They didn't get nearly enough. When you're making that 5-man rotation, I think that's something YBB didn't do in the previous game, was set up control of the area and take the buildings, right?
Yeah, they really didn't take proper control of anything, right? Like, and it also felt like D-Stones was getting picked off too much. He is normally a little bit more comfortable on heroes like that, but of course you're going up against probably the best mid in the division, the god of the division, if you will. No, I think I don't know. I think truthfully, I think that D-Stones kind of also dropped the ball in that game as well. I don't want to put it solely on one purpose, but he got back into that game. Remember, he died early. Then they got 2 or 3 kills or something like that over mid, and he was back. And then he gave it away, and he made a couple of poor decisions. Like, I don't know if somebody needs to protect D-Stones or his decision making to be that far away from his team needs to be checked out. I don't know. I think
the lack of game plan it goes back to that you were talking about earlier. Yeah.
It needs to be there for sure.
Yeah, well, IG, they had no problems with their previous game plan themselves. They go right back for the Shadow Shaman again. It makes sense why this hero has been so popular. It gives you so much. Huge base damage. You like a ranged Treant Protector. You guys are talking about that one. Amazing control over heroes. Serpent Ward is great at taking Roshan and towers. It is super annoying to fight into. So I think what did YBB need to pick up here? Something that could jump that Shadow Shaman on the backline, take him out of these fights before he can have that big of an impact. So we'll see if they go for a Spirit Hero or something here in the mid lane. What would you like to see Drag and Drop as a counter out to the Shadow Shaman?
Anything that can jump him and blow him up, Spirit Heroes would be great, as you said. Like, could just go straight for the Ember, something that's very mobile. It can kind of go in and burn him down, and also build a BKB to protect him. Like the downside is, of course, until he gets a BKB, whoever they end up picking is always going to be vulnerable to that instant hex counter initiation. So if you overplay your hand, you might get punished very roughly. But that's I think that's a risk that you're going to have to take. Maybe add the Grimstroke on top, like the Inkswell on top, to give it that extra bit of security, extra bit of control. And that should be fine in the end.
Yeah, but we're going to move back around to our prediction king, B-Cop here. You see these two tanky frontline heroes banned out, the Brewmaster and the Kunkka. What does that mean for YBB? What do they plan on picking up as their next pick after this Keeper of the Light? You can't say Keeper of the Light now. That would be cheating.
Keeper of the Light. I'm wondering what they want to do in terms of Grimstroke, right? Like, do they want to go to the Doom? Do they want to do the double Doom in the off lane? Doom Grimstroke with a Kato 5. Do they want to go Kato mid? We saw a couple Kato mids in China in season 2 and like season 1 or something like that. And it felt like it was like 1 or 2 did good. And then all the other Kato mids kind of just were.
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. And I was talking to Black about this one yesterday. We were talking about how China very rarely copies things from the West. And the Keeper of the Light was one of the few things that, came over from Europe into China. Mm-hmm. And it just didn't feel as impactful as it was in Europe.
Yeah.
That was something that wasn't as good.
That's one of the things that kind of disappoints me about the major, right? Like, we don't get that Western-Eastern mix, that hot pot of just ingredients coming in. Like, I love
Visa Dota hot pot.
Honestly, it's the best part of like all these international lands. Like, that is quite literally the best part. And they end up going to the Bat Rider. So, like...
There's your hot pot. This is a South America special right now. I feel like picked up more in that region than anything else. You don't sound impressed though, B-Cup.
Nobody in China.
Why is your heart broken?
Come on. I don't know. I just don't think that Bat Rider is the pick. I guess Blink, Inkswell, like you could make that work with the DK and the Bat Rider. It's not set in stone that this Kato is going to go mid or anything like that, because they can still go like DK5 if they really wanted to. Like, that was kind of a thing for a split second. Or if they want to go like there was a split second of DK safe lane even. Like, I think this YBB lineup does too little and wants to do too much.
Whoa. Okay. We were trying to build a positive narrative for YBB this time, B-Cup.
Yeah.
It's turn this one
around. Can do that. I can do that.
I got like
Dragon, go ahead.
Okay. Look at the synergy. Like, Bat Rider absolutely owns Templar Assassin. That's one thing. You're gonna have the double lasso on top of what you already have with the double Dragon Knight stun or with the Grimstroke Soulbind. So there's some synergy there. Keep off the lights, like great counter push to slow down Invictus Gaming's attempts. Like, even with the way the draft shaped up, they only really have Shadow Shaman right now that can really offer that pushing power in and of itself. So like there are a lot of better ways to just start off a team fight on the right foot with that initiation that's going to come in from the Bat Rider. And they also have a lot more stable lanes if they can find the right matchups. All right, that's a qualifier that I have to add, because Invictus Gaming, they're flexible enough with their heroes that they could be looking to try and dodge this Bat Rider matchup with TA in lane. I think that's going to be the plan. And then maybe try and find the Mars instead against them, because you can always just spear him away.
All right. Well, B-Cop, Mr. YBB Naysayer, what does IG have to do in order to address this Bat Rider problem right now? Because I feel like Bat Rider is pretty good against all these heroes at the moment.
Stay pretty flexible. I mean, this is a team that does that, right? Like, Emo and Fly, I think since I've had them together, they've been one of those core duos that kind of flexes mid and safe lane a lot. Like, they can do it if they needed to, or they could throw the mid hero in the safe lane and have Emo carry the game. Like, that's what made them such a good team. Back when IG was kind of killing it, was like how flexible they were and how knowing of what each other needed. So I'm interested to see what they want to go for. I almost, oh man, I was
Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Well, if it's going to be a 4 Mars and a 5 Shadow Shaman, off lane Razor, go to never mind. I don't know, man. Disruptor.
You were thinking of Electric Hero. You meant to say Disruptor, but you said Razor by mistake, right?
No, I was talking about Razor being in a different lane, and I was wondering what they wanted to do, but I guess it's just going to be a 4 Shadow Shaman, 5 Disruptor, or something like that. Or they just go core Disruptor and they shock the world with something different. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Disrupt the world if you would.
No.
Go ahead, Dragon Drop. Thank you for once again killing our fun.
I spoke a lot of nothing there.
You did. It was impressive. You're like a young politician.
Yeah, I just had to shut it down as the cool Commonwealth collected analyst right now. So it's not going to be Core Disruptor as much as we will all love to see it, but it's going to be Electricity on 2 heroes on the side of IGs. They've got.
We're not that channel.
We're not that channel.
We don't play that song here.
I don't get it.
It still has to be in your hearts if you're a Dota player. Come on, man. Yeah, Disruptor, not a hero that we see a whole lot these days, but it adds more circles, a lot of extra team fight. And it's the Abba and the Oracle were banned out, some of the better straight-up counters to the Bat Rider Lasso. Disruptor is kind of the next best thing by saying, all right, you might be able to come and lasso us, but you're not going to be able to run away. Because I'm going to just cast Kinetic Field Stag, so I'm just going to fight you head on. Chasing power from the glimpse cannot be underestimated just in general. And this last pick, PA, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I
feel amazing. We talked about this when Dragon Drop. We said Spirit Heroes would be great here. We need something that's able to jump the Shadow Shaman on the back line. Decided to go with the Phantom Assassin to solve that problem. They are geniuses on the side of YBB. There is no way that IG stands a chance, but I'm going to need predictions from each of you. B-Cop, we'll start with you.
Man, you really you swayed me so much that I am going to say IG.
I wouldn't have been a good used tire salesman. It would have been my next choice of career. Dragon Drop, how about you?
Used tires.
Maybe next time. We're pointing out there's some things that YBB is going to go for them in their draft. Most of them last game, I would say, but I'm just not convinced about PA as a hero in this kind of a fast-paced game. This Invictus Gaming is probably still looking at, because PA, another one of those carries that needs a lot of time to get online. Yes, she can jump the back line, but if she doesn't have a BKB, if she doesn't have a Desolator, she's not going to get a quick kill, and she's going to get killed herself very rapidly. So, yeah, I still want to give it to IG in this one.
Two YBB naysayers. Me, myself, I am looking to D-Stones popping off on the bat right here. I think they have no amazing counters to it. So we'll see if they're able to put out a fight. But so far, it has been a pretty impressive return for FY. IG impressed the hell out of us in the previous game, even though it killed pretty even. And they look much more coherent, like a real team, kind of like how they used to look before, the curse ended up hitting them. I'm sure you remember that one, B-Cop. Yep. It's real.
You RNG better hold on to Kaka as tight as they can, because that is a curse that is real. I believe in curses, and they do exist. That's a real one.
I think we were speculating on that yesterday. Like, if one thing is strong enough to break the Kaka curse, it might be the FY in the team. So work out and get number one. We'll see if that continues to hold true.
We'll see. Well, hopefully they don't end up like the other teams that disbanded and left and aren't here anymore, like Newbie.
Yeah. We don't talk about Newbie.
That is going to be it for me. Everyone is tired of hearing from me. They want to hear you two cast. B-Cop, we got a fight on our hands. Go ahead.
Stifling Dagger goes out on JT.
I'm out.
It pushed him away from the bounty rune. There it is.
Great job carrying the hype. It's a wonderful transition.
What a caster's curse. Big fight, and then Stifling Dagger is all we get.
Wow, he presses Q! Oh my god!
Hey, he might be using legacy keys. Who knows, you know? This is where I think D-Stones might struggle, is if Emo gets a little bit of a lead, and all of a sudden D-Stones gets disrupted a little bit, and gets static linked, like level 3, you know? When Emo just starts chasing down D-Stones. I do expect both these supports to rotate mid. These feel like, Disruptor and Shadow Shaman feel like supports that come mid to help Emo kind of accelerate his lane a little bit.
I can definitely see that, you know, especially if they time it right, and if they kind of can goad the Batrider into overextending. That's something that they do like to do sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, I've got 4 or 5 stacks. I want to be diving with Firefly. But if the support's already in position, that just spells doom for you more often than not. Especially when you've already fueled up the stick as well, like up to 12 charges on the Razor. It's something worth keeping an eye on for sure. As up top actually, JT did not get a self-cancel, but was very close. But it's
actually
bottom first, I guess. Like that's Disruptor bullying 928 already.
Where are you going? Oh, you're the keeper of the light? Well, I have electricity, so deal with that. I will say, by the way, the Razor went to the wand straight up.
Yep.
That's nuts. And then what? He's getting boots falling out here. Boots, then bottle. So, like, I don't know if Batrider's exactly going to have the easiest time going after Emo. And again, now he's got level 2 in the static link. D-Stones is going to struggle to throw out these right clicks when you're just drained of everything. Not fun. Not fun at all.
I guess if you have 6-7 stacks of stick napalm, it kind of offsets that static link damage in some ways, right?
It does sort of, but it keeps Emo in the lane, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It makes sure that he can still farm. He can still kind of get the CS. And again, here come those supports. Glimpse? Does he have the range? Does he have Glimpse? Yes, he does.
He skilled it up, but it didn't get the range. He didn't want to commit for it.
It hurts.
I think he could have gotten in on that, but didn't want to overcommit there. Even though it could have been a kill. I mean, stick powder's turned around. It's exactly what you want.
Oh, Paulson.
Yeah.
This has happened so many times.
He done goofed.
Oh, yeah. He has done goofed. He has given up first blood again. And it was a split, I guess, a shared bounty.
It's been unfortunate because we don't get this big first blood announcer, you know? Makes it a little less fancy and a little bit less interesting.
I got you. Hold on. Give me a second. First blood.
Very nice. I can die content now.
No, stay here. We need you. Please. Don't go.
If you insist. But yeah, I gotta say though, as the resident Cottle hater, I do like him being bullied out of lane by Disruptor. Oh, what?
D-Sun's still dead though.
Yep.
Not great for Emo, but also not great for D-Stones. Like, that definitely feels better if you're able to escape that.
Yeah, it's kind of the interesting thing about Batrider as Bullison up top. Being gone on again, takes a bunch of damage. God's Rebuke still available, and one more click will do it. There it is. Now FY. Oh, almost one-shots the courier, but he's gonna trade his own life to Sinful Soul. But yeah, that's kind of double-edged sword on the Batrider, right? Or perhaps walking the tightrope is a better analogy, where you have a lot of damage potential, but it's very easy to overextend just slightly because you have to, especially on early on with low levels, there's very narrow margins.
Right.
He's gonna try again, and this time FY is there. It'll be enough to keep Emo safe.
Right now, IG already have a 1k lead. Like, this is certainly lining up to continue to be okay.
How do you like it when it's done to you, FY? Got his ward denied immediately in mid. Down bottom below Init. Ooh, they still have the glimpse. They do. Bring him right back. Couple more extra right clicks. There's another W. Oh, he misses the melt strike. Normal right clicks there on Init, but he can survive those. Oh man. He should be fine.
Right now, this is kind of working out, though. If you were the side of IG, especially when you're getting a kill on Simple Soul and Pelosi without losing JT. Oh, gosh.
Calculated.
You cannot be losing Simple Soul there, and JT's just going to, all right, off himself to the tower.
Oh, mid lane. Whoops, that's a haste room. Yeah, there's no escaping from that.
That's the kill they need, though, because they really need this Batrider to kind of get it going on early, or at least early enough to maybe open up some space for the Phantom Assassin, right? Like, Phantom Assassin, from what they've got queued up on Sinful Soul, wants the Battle Fury, but if your top lane gets shoved in, if your map shrinks, then you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Like Battle Fury. Oh, that's
gosh.
Annoying. That is
just
really annoying.
Not get easier.
Nah, excuse me. But you kind of want to have that Ring of Health lane sustain. It's not great to have that denied for a couple of minutes. So perhaps an extra chance here for IG to threaten her again if she ever leaves the safety, or the relative safety of a tower. The smoke rotation now. Oli and Emo down bottom. Know that these stacks are happening.
Great
Got a bit of experience from it. Did not stop the actual farm.
Really well done by Dire to get that scan and get D-Stones out, because that's, of course, like if this is last game, that's probably where D-Stone suffers. But 928, I guess survives. Just yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Pulls in, he'll die, and that's unfortunate. But they also do spot. They really haven't been stacking the jungle on that end. There's one stack over there for D-Stones, but I believe it wasn't stacked really at all.
Yeah. And the focus on the triangle stacks, right? One of them has just been farmed. He's making extra stacks for himself. That's also catches an Invis rune. Very nice indeed. As,
good flame break.
Yeah, D-Stone's taking a lot of damage and able to keep them away from FY too. Couple of both supports rotating in mid to help D-Stones out. But IG, you know, it's also a lot of forces from Demi in this mid lane. I'm kind of hoping for more, I suppose, but no level 6 yet on Shadow Shaman.
Is FY?
Oh, Ionit's in trouble, perhaps?
No, he's in a good spot. I was going to say FY experience-wise. And it might be in some trouble. They've got the kinetic field. They have the shackles. They've got more than enough damage coming in with Fly. Question is, do they have the control to get this kill? They need one more meld strike. And yeah, there's the glimpse just in case that shot wasn't enough. So again, that's opening up Fly's lane. This is something that IG did really well in game 1 as well. That was just perfect for Fly to accelerate with the space that he was given.
Yep. Second time's a charm here. Couldn't kill Dragon Knight last time around, but this time they make it work. The Fly top of the net worth chart here after that kill, and it's not even before that, just lasting very well indeed. And as much as we're talking about the Batrider, he comes back to the tower. As much as we're talking about the Batrider being kind of a momentum-based hero, right? And he needs to have a good start to make sure that they can leverage this power that he brings to the table. TA very similar, but she has generally just as easy of a time to farm up jungle and farm up the lane.
This is troublesome. They're allowing this tower to go down, and I get that tier 1 towers aren't exactly the best things to protect. If you're throwing bodies there and losing bodies, you're just paying more for a whatever tower, right?
Yeah.
But that being said, like we talked about, Sinful Soul needs a lot of space to get to this Battle Fury, and I'm a little worried that it isn't going well. And it won't go well if you continue to get collapsed on. This is a team, at least from IG, that Razor early can just kind of run you down. They've got Glimpse. They have the kinetic field. They'll have the Hex. Like, the control is there to kill the Phantom Assassin again and again and again and again and again. So I worry that just allowing that to happen is a bit of an issue, especially because I think they knew that JT had wasted that arena just previously, so he doesn't have that kind of control. Maybe you could have made a move up there to save that. The response is good though. Get the bottom tier 1.
Yep.
They need to save this mid tier 1. This is a has to save. Like, if they pressure and push in on it, the rotations have to be there.
Not gonna do it just yet, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Like this trade on the tier 1, they did get that in event uncontested down bottom, but Sinful Soul, like right now, is sitting up top. It's been kind of trying to farm the jungle, but it's painfully slow if you don't have that Battle Fury already. And this jungle is not necessarily as safe as you wanted to be. Bolison died there earlier, and he might die again, just revealing himself up against the smoke. Controlled up.
They've come in with a lot of numbers.
Oh yeah, wow, it's everybody. Fly trying to TP out, and actually will be doing so successfully. Have gone indeed.
Exactly what YBB needed to do. They can't allow IG to just press down on them like that. But that being said, again, that brings everybody towards top. What's IG doing? Letting Fly farm bottom. Again, that's exactly what you want. Emo's going to the BKB. His timing's going to be pretty good on this. And with that, TA also has the Dragon Lance, has 1,500 gold, top of the net worth by a massive margin. If YBB can get to this Battle Fury on Sinful Soul down 4 or 5k, I think that's okay. That's not.
Yeah,
I don't think it's all lost.
It's not the best timing that I've ever seen, but it's not the worst one either right now if this keeps going. But the problem is the actual timing. Right now, you look how much of a struggle it is for her to just kill a single creep camp. You compare that to Temple Assassin with these natural steroids, farming steroids in the side lanes. Fly is gonna hit her money and her timings with that money much earlier, because Battle Fury is just a farming item, whereas Temple Assassin's gonna get the Desolator at perhaps roughly the same time, if not earlier, than the Battle Fury comes out. But for the TA, that means she can join in and do tons and tons of damage. And even before that, right now, the smoking up as 5. Actually, TA just breaks it immediately. It's like, yeah, you guys go ahead. You don't need me right now. They have another set of Serpent Wards. They can look to gank the tier 1 mid. Look like they'll find anyone else, as there's a counter smoke from YBB into their own jungle. I have to be a bit careful to account for that and make sure the Fly isn't left alone here in the front lines.
He's kind of away enough where maybe they make something happen, but that being said, they found the Bat Rider. That's the big control that they really need to make something happen in these fights. But Fly getting chased at the same time. D-Stones goes down, the tower is out, and now the game gets way harder for the Phantom Assassin, whether or not they lose Aeonid, and it looks like they will lose Aeonid. And coming in from JT is on the money with that Blink Dagger. They've got the ulti coming down from this Disruptor. That's going to be 3 for the side of IG. Make it a 4th. There's nowhere for the Grimstroke to go. He's dead on his screen already. Polos and falls. The only one that survives is the Phantom Assassin, and that is just perfect from IG. Oh, words we haven't spoken in a long time about this team.
Certainly not a lot in the last season, but that was impressive. It feels like they knew exactly where YBB was at, and even though YBB had kind of the exact same information, because they mirrored the movements, right? Just going into the enemy jungle, and then just setting up the high ground and collapsing towards mid. But YBB, they were very indecisive. That the Bat Rider TPing in, I believe, on the tower, or in this little tree area. It was right on top of IG, unbeknownst to them, so he gets picked off immediately before he can do anything in that fight. And then it was just a Dragon Knight going on the Templar Assassin, just cutting through refraction very quickly, Fly was dropping low, but there was no follow-up whatsoever. No one else from YBB had the ability or the willingness to jump in and commit for that kill. So as a result, Fly just walks away. They finish up the kill on Batrider, and then the rest is history. Mars with the blink, I believe it was the first time we saw that. Maybe not. But it was certainly very effective.
Yeah. Either way, it was like you said, it was very effective.
Yeah. 4 years down, tower as well, no casualties. Yeah, absolutely, and even find PA down bottom just a bit of a tap, and just saying, hey, you can't be here. Go find somewhere else to farm.
And that is, putting water on a rock type with that fight.
Oh, Ollie. That's in a bit of trouble here, and so is FY. Oh no, he's just... okay, not this time.
Both of them just going for the very strategic plan of just TP out.
Yep. Old boxy school of escaping teamfights. Just TP out. FY. He did get crit though, unfortunately, so did end up going down. What's the response for YBB? Like they've got their own link on the Dragon Knights. Battle Fury, a bit delayed, just because Sinful Soul, he did not die in that last fight, I believe. The only one who survived. But it was all time spent not farming up that Battle Fury, right? So that's still been delayed. And again, just having a Battle Fury doesn't mean that you can be useful in a team fight. Like, you still need a damage item, and you still need a BKB to protect yourself. Speaking of BKBs, so one fresh for Emo. Fly. Yeah, they've got the Desolators. We're gonna get Roshan. That will be uncontested.
So fast. This is just, again, pointing in bad directions.
Ionics? Alright. Was slowed heavily here by a trap. But yeah, just serving to make them run away from this tier 1, which is still standing and very healthy once again for the side of IG, long after the excuse me, tier 1 on a Dire has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
928 might get pinched. Better hope.
Get the glimpse.
Get
Oh, no.
No, the glimpse. Ollie, what have you done?
You did not get glimpse.
It's fine. They've got more than enough damage. JT getting another kill there. That's fine.
They got the kill, but I feel it still deserves a tip from one person to another. No.
I would agree.
It's Ollie to JT or the other way around, either way. Not seeing that though, which is quite unfortunate. But yeah, kill's a kill. It's also the one that makes it very annoying to push down these buildings, as that's exactly what they're looking at right here. Oh, TP in. Right on top of Ollie though.
Doesn't want to say goodbye with a glimpse.
Alright, just gonna walk away. You should see the creep of disappearing bottom, so Sinful Soul, his presence potentially known down there. But it's not not the area that they want to play in right now. They're happy to let Sinful Soul farm up a little bit. If they can deny the jungle, if they can start bringing down some tier 2s with this Aegis.
IGU, I almost want to say they're kind of setting up here for like some sort of death push.
Yeah. I get with these stances would be a big kill here, but JT doesn't quite connect properly here, and now the lasso, double lasso coming out here. Yeah, Dragon Knight's still dead, and it's only triggered the Aegis, even protected by the BKB. Looking for target, his Sinful Soul goes in, finishes up one, but now hexed up, blink away to safety. Poloson dies, so does the Cardinal. 3-4-2 exchange if we want to count the Aegis, but That's the first time we saw that combo. A little bit underwhelming, perhaps, but it's only because of that Aegis, right? Fly does not have the BKB just yet to protect him from all of this magic bursts. Ooh, Sinful Soul stunned up. But once again, JT kind of alone. This is... I don't know what that is. Team not quite on the same page.
Kind of off on his own. Very odd that he's just doing his own thing, right?
Yeah. Ooh, FY.
Bottom lane. Now they're going to go for D-Stones. Do they have anybody to follow this up? It's a long duration shackle. Emo's trying to get there, out and around. Oh, God. You can feel the damage if they just had one more second.
One more, two more clicks would have done it for sure.
That fight top, though, definitely screams to me from IG that they want to put a check mark in this game, because a fight up top there, if they just sweep, they go through top, they take a set of racks at least.
Yep.
Like they push very quickly.
Well, YBB is still getting a bit of a lease on life, but I do not believe that IG will keep it slow for long, even though they are vulnerable now on Fly at the moment, so you might want to finish up as BKB, but after that they're going to go again. Like, really leverage this early power with the Templar Assassin. Way on top of the net worth chart here is going to be 12.5k. 10k on Sinful Soul is the Battlefield starting to kick in, but the BKB is still a little bit away. And again, even with the BKB, it means that you can probably kill the supports because they're kind of squishy and you have the crits. But it doesn't mean that you can man-fight the carries.
It definitely feels like you're just relying on the coup de grace to, like, get your kills, though, right?
Yeah.
With the BKB, Battle Fury. And if that doesn't work out, you're kind of left in this awkward spot of, I didn't have the damage, and now I'm in trouble.
Pretty much. It's also Glimmer Cape on Ollie, so there's some defense if there's no detection.
Soon to be a Blink Dagger on FY where he can just... right now, he doesn't even need to be that close to the fights anyway, because he's got himself an Aether Lens and a Keen Optic. Like, that's perfect to get himself that range and not be too heavily included.
Alright, BKB completed now. Get the outpost. Probably going to be looking at mid. YBB, they gotta find a way to slow this down. It's just gonna have to be the Coddle spam, right? I mean, what else is there? Coddle spam and hope that you can find another good fight there, but okay, that's the arena, but the BKB comes out from both of these. Batroid is out of there.
I guess more so surprising that JT pops the BKB going in solo on that Bat Rider, knowing that he's got the rest of his team there. Because I think Arena for BKB definitely feels like a decent trade, because I think he could still fight without the Arena, but with the BKB, and now it doesn't really feel as 1-2 like that.
Yep. Totally feels like JT is a little bit jittery. That's the right word. Like he's blinking in aggressively forward. He's just committing all of these spells on items very quickly, without his team necessarily being ready to back him up or follow up. But well, not really being punished for it just yet. They have the awards committed. Wait out the glyph, a new creep coming in, so this tier 2 is going to fall. YBB not slowing this down all that much. There's no glyph for high ground even if they wanted to go in for that, but...
Certainly feels like they're giving the YBB avenues to make their way back into the game. And I think for IG, where, of course, we've criticized them the last 2 seasons because of where they're at, like, that's not something you want to give to YBB.
Yeah, I mean, the longer this game goes on, more chance Phantom Assassin has to get to the point where oh god, Ollie once again, perfect position for him. There's detection, so he will still die here, but he's breaking the smoke of the entire team.
And that puts IDC, Sinful Soul on a dominating spree. Like, Yeah, he's only got the Battle Fury. He's got the BKB. Now he's going into the Basher, but slowly and surely he is starting to catch up. And, well, his name's not Shirley. Like, they need to be careful.
Okay, Emo. Oh, he's triggering here a bit slow on everybody, though. And looking to make this into something here. JT finds the arena on absolutely everybody, but now the lasso there on the Razor, kind of dragging him away. Still very healthy, but now finally his luck has ran out. Fly taken over. A couple more right clicks, one more on Beast Stunt, another slow to secure the kill. Get a 3-for-1 trade, one buyback, and once again, Olsen slowed down, so he has the simple Solar Spear. Misses out, stun control over on Fly. He is low, but he's not there just yet. Pops his own BKB, turns around, does so much damage. I understand, and so is everybody else. Ultra kill for Fly.
It is corruption.
They keep chasing, they keep fighting these trap slows and everybody. The BKB just in the nick of time. What the hell is happening?
Yeah, JT, I mean, you're throwing a spear literally into a forest of heroes surrounded by trees. Like, you just had to pinch someone with the spear and they would have been latched onto something. And somehow he missed it. And that's what makes that dicey, because they land the spear, they hit that on the Phantom Assassin. I almost want to say the fight doesn't go as well because the other two heroes probably bail.
Well, maybe he meant to miss, you know? Maybe there was the big brand play where you say, oh, ha, he missed the spear. Fly's exposed, we can actually fight this. And then they couldn't.
Yeah. It's a bait.
Yeah, that's what I would say in an interview if there was one after this game. Just saying, yeah, absolutely, it was all planned. Nothing is going wrong. JT is playing a perfect game of Mars right now.
Now these traps become so much stronger, and the problem is, like, now that the traps have this shard where it silences as well, and the silence duration could be 3.5 seconds. Like, now the trap in itself is one of those abilities that, one, it's cheap, and it's going to be one of those abilities that makes you think about popping your BKB.
Yeah.
And potentially makes you pop the BKB earlier in these exchanges, and we've seen that. Without the BKBs, YBB feel very vulnerable.
Yeah. At least some of them have a BKB. The supports do not have the luxury, like they have no defense if they get caught out by a trap like that. 928, Apolloson. They get trapped if EA is anywhere near there. That's a blink and 2 right clicks on top of that, and they're just gone. If it even takes 2 right clicks, right? It's might be generous at this point. Yeah, TA fully online. Kept talking about the Phantom Assassin, and yeah, again, she can be a very powerful carry, given enough farm, but still ways away on that, even if you do finish up the Basher soon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're waiting on the ult for the Razor, but I don't think they really need to back off of this potential high ground siege. Maybe they want to wait for the refresher. I don't think it's 100% necessary. They've got themselves an Aegis to work with. Like, IG feel like they're in a good enough spot to just make things happen. Although,
maybe they
want to fight, they can certainly make things happen very quickly. 2-shotting the Grimstroke, now going for Sinful Soul. But a BKB TP out, and again, they could just push off that and they'll know there's no BKB on the Phantom Assassin, who does not want to get involved without a BKB.
Yeah. Now Fly also got the MKB instead. That means that Blur is not gonna be offering much protection anymore. It's very scary indeed. And this is it. It's a refresh on Mars, actually. It's coming on the courier. That is crazy as well. Does he actually have the yeah, he barely has 500. Yeah, he barely has enough mana for 2 arenas, but not 2 spears, I believe. I guess with the soldering, it'll work out. He's gonna try. That is misses first spear. All right, that's why you've got a refresher, right? That is spear again. Not even to the side though. It doesn't matter. Too much damage coming in from Fly. Another arena.
He did it. Clap.
Refresher not for the arena, but to make sure that you can hit the second spear.
He still has the second arena. It was just for the spear.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. As it comes
Okay.
through, Aegis gonna be dropped.
There's the arena. Guys, help your team. Help Fly.
Okay.
Team.
That was a bit awkward here. They could have definitely taken that fight with a bit of extra protection here.
There's no tower there. Where's? Oh my! If I'm Fly, I'm pissed. But hey, turning around and get a kill on the Phantom Assassin, maybe I'm not too upset.
Simple stall, glimpse back, jumps up to the high ground though, so he's fine. D-Stones also able to walk away. Heinit though, caught on the front lines. Bit too tanky here, perhaps to make it a quick kill, but it should be a kill. Regardless, that being said, what the hell is FY doing? He's up on the high ground, controlling up the Phantom Assassin. JT with another spear over to the side. They get the kill after all. FY, F-God, once again proving that he is who he is. I would not have gotten
like,
that same idea. Just blink up to the high ground. It's fine.
Yeah, when you say things like, what is he doing? Sometimes you're gonna get that.
He kept taking that fight without the main damage dealer, and he still got DK on the dieback and Sinful Soul. It's a great salvage operation for sure. Did not get the Rex.
18k lead now. Yeah, but
Radiant are scanning.
I don't know. I guess they got the Phantom Assassin again. The Phantom Assassin's down 6k to this TA, but Wi-Fi still needs to be careful. Like the lasso control is certainly there.
Yep. Certainly, without the protection of the Aegis, you gotta be twice as careful. Maybe you can solicit a Lincoln Sphere from the Razor, but yeah, it's Polison dying. Aye.
Very dying.
Flyby from Flyfly. Okay. JT is not having a great time right now, but FY certainly has been up control. Nice Lotus Orb here to cancel the shackles. And that'll be a bit too much. Well,
Yeah, sometimes you say, what is he doing? And he's doing great. And you say, what is he doing? And he's dying like that.
He's certainly still feeling it, but this time he felt a little bit too much.
Are scanning.
Do you figure they're just going to wait for the next Roshan now, just because there is that much of a threat for TA?
I guess they could, but at the same time, again, it's giving the PA another item. Do you really want to do that? You do have the MKB already, but like Phantom Assassin gets into the Scotty, it's still pretty scary. I guess, I mean, it doesn't look like that's the case, right? Like,
Yeah. Let's see. Gonna have the refresher coming in for the Razor now, so it's another big upgrade. Double BKB Lincolns even. Be that frontliner.
TA going Lincolns to survive. So Lincoln's BKB
Okay.
for the defensive ambitions. 5-man smoke. This is risky for YBB. I think with IG being content and just farming, I think YBB might have wanted to do the same.
Yeah. I think they realized that if they lose the next Roche, though, they're gonna lose the game for sure. So they're making this early smoke to rotate into that. The courier will not scout them. Stay their hand, but I do know that something's going on. Blink stun over on Temple Assassin though. Needs some help. Still stunned up, but there's some damage coming in now. And they burn her down. Buying back into the fight though. The sports stuff in the back. It dies to the arena. As well as the Static Storm. Everyone else controlled up. They're all just dead. I can't even TP out because of the glimpse. And it's a full 5-man YB cup.
Oh my god. That PA got lit up. GG! Now they have a buyback on Phantom Assassin. They don't even want to fight it. Okay.
There was a fight
guess-
without
yeah.
TA, essentially. I mean, she soaked up a lot. I guess that's the impact, but damn, yeah, wow. That was a statement.
Yeah, a hell of a statement.
I guess, right? Yeah, so, oof.
Water chug. I'll do that in some solidarity. I got you.
Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, solid 2-0 performance here. I don't know what to say to that. YBB looked slightly better, perhaps, than game number 1, but maybe it's just that IG maybe did some weaknesses. Like this was, even though JT's goal line is looking pretty good, 8-1 and 17, didn't really feel like his game, but it was still enough. Neff, what did you think?
I have many thoughts on that one. The first one is being disappointed with how much I gassed up YBB before that game happened. I'm sure that you and the viewers are making fun of me for that one, but it is a solid return to the top for IG, or at least the beginning of it. We see FY. He has some amazing games on, opening games here. And they look much more cohesive than they did previously. They were kind of scattered in the previous 2 seasons even. Big Copy got the opportunity to cast a lot of their game both in studio and remotely in the last season. They look much better in these 2 series that we just watched. Am I incorrect here? Other than maybe diving the tier 4 tower, the Templar Assassin, a little bit iffy. The team didn't follow up on that one, but I want to hear your thoughts as the unbiased caster.
Well, first of all, Fly was forced into that position. He didn't dive tier 4s on purpose. He was lassoed into diving the tier 4s. But no, I thought it looked good. It looked pretty on brand for IG. I think that, again, it's not a series that I'm going to put a lot of stock in because this is a series I expect them to win. I expect them to get the 2-0. I expect them to blow IBB out of the water. Like, that's just how it should be. There were a couple things that I think that maybe were a little bit you could take away and shaky, and like you watch the tape and you go back and you say we can't be doing this. Maybe you don't give JT Mars. I don't know. He seemed a little like he did go 8-1 and 17, but like he was missing a lot of spears.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
Missing spears.
Like up on Spear Watch.
I'm on Spear Watch, and I'm making sure that IG are Division 1 ready, because that is what everybody I think wants from them, and that's definitely their expectations, right? Like, if not only set yourself up, have a good solid crew to go into TI qualifiers, but even go into next year in Division 1. That's what you want.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna go on Spear Watch right now as we watch a couple of these replays here. Yeah, I'm liking the music. Yeah. Production's on point today. Let's go. But let's break down what happened in a couple of these team fights. I mean, this was the 14-minute one. They end up taking the tower, and YB stick around thinking that they're somehow able to take a fight, but they end up just losing 4 heroes here. Extending a little bit too far forward. We saw the Dragon Knight try to jump the Templar Assassin, but this is before he managed to finish that many items on the DK, so there's just no follow-up for damage. And then this one, of course, you finally get that double lasso combination off that we see. But, Emo's BK beat for it, so he's not taking too much damage. Then you get back up with that Aegis, obviously. So
it's happened a few times. Yeah, where YBB was trying to take a fight, but then IG just run at them and make it a disaster. Like, even this one was like, oh yeah, Emo, we force the BKB, let's get out. But they can't because it gets slowed, and JT's there with the Blink Arena. Emo will end up dying here, but then Fly just gets all the time in the world to do so much damage here. Once again, another trap. Excellent Psionic trap.
This is Fly going a little bit too far forward. Yeah, Spear Watch.
There it is.
Spear Watch. But yeah, chain stunned up, but just barely managed to survive. Pops the BKB afterwards. It's like, all right, it's just magic jam with DK3. I mean, I can turn this one around. Yeah. Gets her refraction off, and manages to clean up a couple kills on purpose. Missing the spear, right?
Spear Watch.
There we go. Yeah. Missed the additional spear. Yeah. But again, that's why you got the refresh. That's
we're on Spear Watch. Spear Watch.
Spear Watch. Was it? He's not even casting it. Like, he realized. There we go. He finds it.
He hit it.
Yeah, he was self-conscious
tier
about
4s
that there. He was holding onto it for a while, but yeah.
I don't know why they didn't follow up on this or try to help him out. I feel like everything was used by YBB at that point. But so was, I guess, I don't know. You had Static Storm. Maybe you could have done something. Spear Watch.
Yeah.
I still worked out for them.
This is crazy.
This is the one that FY makes the psychopath play, right?
Where is FY even? Like,
he's right. He's even
look at left.
The backside of the trees there.
This is a play
Emo
that's
just
either 2K or
I'm here,
12K.
we're trying to kill Ionit, but FY blinks straight across. Like, no, I'm controlling up Sinful Soul, who's still hanging around.
And he didn't even just do that. He threw the Ether Shock over the DK before he even got that shackle to make sure that kill was quicker. Like that. That plays either 2K or 12K because he did the same thing top in like one of the next fights and he died.
Yeah, the man doesn't know fear. He was like right in front of the rest of his team on his support here. I absolutely love seeing these Alliance and Shadow Shamans played like that. It is a real treat. But they end up getting themselves a very quick 2-0 IG over YBB. The expected results for you guys, BCOP was saying that we might see some 65-minute games, and we're a lot faster than that for sure because this puts us more than an hour ahead of schedule, man.
Yeah, 65 minutes of games together, I think, roundabout.
Yeah. 30. See, I told you, 65 minutes.
Yeah.
I was right.
Man ended up being right. That's why you're on Spear Watch. He's got the keen eye. Excellent awareness of
my keen optics.
Oh, this guy's good.
It's crazy. I can't believe you just said that. This is so cool.
Yeah.
That's an item in the game. I get it. That was great.
With your keen optics, are there any plays this series or players you want to highlight, B-Cup?
Well, apparently FY is a very good player, and how can you not highlight FY? First series back, gets the 2-0, looked really good. I thought he did a great job. Played a hero that it's not too FY of him in a Mars in game 1. Goes back to a Shadow Shaman, a little bit more his style, but apparently FY is still a good player, and that's all I have time for, I guess. I don't know. I could go on. They all look good. They were great.
You've got an hour. You've got time for anything you want. Production is telling us that we can do anything.
Anything?
Maybe not anything. Let's.
I don't like that look. I don't like that look.
That look dangerous.
Anything?
I'm finally freed. That's what the thought behind that and everything that follows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Drag and Drop, you covered a lot of the Division 2 games in the last seed as well. Do you think this is a full change here from IG? They understand the game much better. They're much more cohesive, or do you think it's too early to tell?
Well, it is against one of the weaker teams, but they certainly ticked all the boxes, right? If they play like this, and if they show up some of their insecurities, get into the groove a little bit more. You could certainly tell the difference. There was a lot more shot calling happening. Sometimes, though, again, the jitteriness, especially when JT, was very apparent. Arena's very quick BKBs as well from him at times. Emo too, perhaps unnecessarily so. And those kind of things can be punished against stronger teams, where they say, "Hey, he forces BKB, now we can take a fight and we can blow him up." So you got to be a bit careful about that. But if they can address this against the stronger teams, then they're looking as good as we would expect them to be, as good as we would have expected them in last season. And so, yeah, I'm feeling good for now. But gonna have to wait and see how they fare against teams like Fusion and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Now, speaking of the stronger teams here, we can talk very quickly about these next two series we have coming up here. Give the viewers a little sneak peek. We got the Aster Bowl coming up first, which is Aster versus Aster Ares, and then PSG.LGD versus EHOME coming up after that. B-Cop, how do you think this first one is going to go? You think the Academy team stands no chance, or?
If Aster Ares wasn't an Aster brand team, I would say yes. We all know what happens when you play the A team. You're just the scrimmage partner, and Aster's going to win. Now, am I going to eat these words in about 3 hours? Maybe. But I don't think so. Every time, it seems like, unless you've got really close team skill-wise, like when LFY was really good and you had LGD that was really good and all that, I don't know. I think it probably goes 3 games because they might use it as a heavy duty scrimmage. We'll see. I think so. And then totally non-biased opinion about the series after that, LGD is going to slam down the hammer on EHOME.
What?
Let me tell you.
Dragon Drop is upset.
EHOME, Ricky's probably upset too. And maybe you, Neff. I don't know. You guys are big EHOME fans over there. But Echo is not going to stand a chance against Nothing to Say, and they are thank you. It's 2-0. 2-0 City. Unless LGD are coming out, everybody's like, oh, LGD have nothing to play for. You think Zhao Wei is going to step into that room and be like, all right, guys, we already qualified for TI. Take it easy. No, he's going to step into the drafter seat and he's going to pick them the most meta picks because nobody's having fun in that room. I mean, they're all having fun. But yeah, they're going to go ultra try hard. They all are Kaioken times 1,000,000 and they are going to beat up these players on EHOME. End of rant.
Yeah. At the end, LGD, I've expended all my energy in down EHOME. Dragon Drop, your thoughts on this one? Do you have a more positive outlook on this one than Be A Copy's built a pretty one-sided narrative here?
No,
the narratives I build.
He's been pretty right so far. My heart says EHOME, but my brain says, it's gonna be more like what Beacom just laid out.
Gotta get that heart checked.
It's gonna. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, you're giving him too much power, man.
I'm the main character, not a sidekick.
So, bottom line is PSG.LGD. They're a team that have there's a lot of high expectations on them, but the most expectations, like the strongest judges, are themselves, I believe. So they're not going to come into the season taking it light or taking it easy, no matter how many DPC points they have. So I think they're going to show their quality, and they're going to probably beat EHOME.
Definitely.
I'm very confident in that. I'm also confident to say that Astra's going to win, so it's a very easy prediction.
All right. Unfortunately, we don't have any brave panelists here. Everyone seems to think this one is pretty cut and dry, just like the series that we just
brave or stupid.
We have no stupid panelists here. Everyone here, 200 IQ. Yeah.
This bit has been going on for 3 seasons, being brave by saying the most controversial thing. Like, Neff was doing it in studios. He's like, such a brave prediction. I'm just sitting there like, nah, I feel like it's the right prediction. I'm just trying to score points here.
Mm-hmm. Man's in it to win it, man. He wants to be the prediction king, but that is going to be it. Those are the series that you guys have to look forward to coming up here. Amazing first showing here by IG with their new roster and FY. I hope everyone enjoyed that match. We got about an hour break before the next series coming up, which is Asta versus Asta Aries. So stay tuned for that one, everybody. You're going to have Nomad, Lizard, and Black. We did the double play-by-play caster. We're going to do the double analyst, mix thing up a little bit. Hopefully you guys are in for a real treat there. But get yourself something to eat, something to drink, and come back in an hour. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Hydrate.
Hello and welcome to the China DPC, where we are now into our Division 1 games. Oh yes, it is time to rock and roll. And we're starting things up with a very interesting, very close-up series. It is Asta versus Asta, and joining me, we got Lizard and Black. Nice and nice close-up there, Lizard. Thank you very much for that. How's it going, bud?
It's going great, Nomad. How are you? How's your close-up going? All good?
Yeah, very good, but nice and close and personal. Black, it's been a while. You excited to be back for more China DPC?
Yeah, well, I've been back yesterday, but I'll be back again today with you guys. So I'm excited once more.
Good. Glad you can be
very excited as you can
over again.
Hear from my voice.
Yeah, I do want to ask quickly before we get into this one. Obviously, it is the Division 1 China. How much did you guys miss the Chinese teams at the major?
I missed your face more than anything else. Look at that. You took talking heads quite personally, quite literally. I missed China, man. Like we didn't have it at the major, obviously, right? As all three of us would probably guess, they would rank quite highly there. They were sorely missed, but they're back. Yesterday I was here already, casting Division 2. Today we're here with the Division 1, with the same organization even. Yeah. What do you think, Black? Is it going to be hype?
It's A versus A. It makes me wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm usually not that guy, but I will be that guy for now. Isn't there something in the rules against two teams from the same organization? Was that removed a while ago? Or
look, we're not going to go. Look, Valve, like Valve, Steam, and all those guys, Gaben, they're my boss.
Yeah,
So
true. They're my boss too. I apologize for bringing up hard-hitting questions. To answer your question, though, I do think Asta Aries is probably a big underdog in this one. There's a reason they're the academy team, and Asta's probably going to make short work of them. Are they training partners is my real question, though. Maybe they are, and they know each other in and out. If they are, Aries actually stands a chance.
Black said that they'd know them very well and they'd have played against them a lot.
No, yeah, he's not sure, right? Like maybe they do scream each other a lot, maybe they do not.
Yeah.
They're from the same organization, so you'd assume that perhaps they do. And because of that, like Black said, I agree completely. If you are showing someone your strats all the time, perhaps that gives you a little bit of a disadvantage. But then again, man, it's Aster. Like they have a ton of those. They have quite a few of those strategies. They can afford themselves to throw a dog a bone, and just show them a few and then show up with something else and just still have an easy game. So we'll see.
But at the same time, it's a good chance for Asta Aries to, really show the organization what they got. If they can take down the big boy team, then maybe you get yourself a promotion up to the main squad. But that does seem unlikely.
Give me your salary.
Yeah. Maybe that's it. Some incentives from the company. But we should talk about these two teams' history and how they got here. Of course, Asta Aries, they've come up from Division 2. How do they look in that Division 2, Black?
They looked pretty good, not like unbeatable. Like Dandelion was still quite far ahead of them, I would say. But obviously, they beat IG in that spot for the top 2, so they're definitely good. It's just, will they be able to repeat this performance, or rather, did they get even better? Because if they just stagnated at where they were in Division 2, I don't think they have a big chance here to get to the top 4. But if they improve, which I think there's a very good possibility that they did, especially if they did scrim a lot with Aster, then we could be in for a surprise.
Absolutely. Then on the side of the foot, of course, we have Team Aster, who, we're expecting to do well. They were second place last season, but the regional finals, it was a rocky road for them, wasn't it, Lizard?
It was, but whenever you have these top dogs clashing, like in regional finals, when it comes to the Chinese region, it can literally go in any single direction. Like, how many times did we see Aster play against, I don't know, like someone like RNG, beat them, then play against them the next day in a best of 3, lose horribly 2-0. So for me, when it comes to the top tier teams, they can have a rocky day, and that can happen, definitely, like you said.
Absolutely. All righty. Well, I do believe we have a draft underway, so I'm hoping we can jump straight into it and get into this first game of Aster versus Aster. Aries. I just like saying it. It's just fun to say Aster versus Aster.
Can you do like what Snare does, the big WWE showdown boxing match, like Aster
Team Aster versus Team Aster.
Nice.
I'm ready for that. All right, we got some picks, we got some heroes, we got some games coming up, and Aster are going to go with the Enigma and the Clockwork. Meanwhile, Aster Aries are going to grab themselves a Shaman and a Conquer. Anything catching guys off guard here?
I'm just happy that Enigma is being picked by Chinese teams, because we have seen also at the major how strong this hero really is. Like OG made it really popular, even Team TSM as well. They played it a lot. And it's just such a strong hero again that we haven't really seen ever since the Eidolons got nerfed, really. And now people are finally bringing it back. And also, why I'm very happy is because usually Chinese teams don't like to take heroes or strategies from the West, but they've done it with the Coddle. And now they're also doing it with the Enigma. So they're not lacking behind when it comes to figuring out what's really strong.
Yeah, yesterday, even in Division 2, Enigma was picked quite successfully as well. The good old, I'm going to build a Raid Pact and just AFK forever, and then show up.
I hate that item.
You know what I hate the most? I hate, like, giving a little bit of my time, my soul, my life into destroying it, and then getting a 20 for it, 20 gold for it. It's like, nice.
That is the worst part, isn't it? That is the
Should be 200.
It should be 200. How annoying it is. Yeah.
I do love how it looks, though.
Strong.
It's just like a skull with bat wings, and it just kind of floats around menacingly. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, it's also Vladimir's big brother.
Yeah, it is.
The icon looks so menacing. It looks so cool.
How important is it for every team to have one?
It's
way too important.
Yeah. I think almost
this item is so busted that you get the free Vlad's aura for it for your entire team, plus the damage reduction, plus it cancels blink daggers. It's ridiculous.
And look at this on Aster. You already have it, right? Like, you have a ton of damage mitigation with the Underlord, with most likely what's going to be a Raid Pact on either Clockwork or Enigma. I suppose Enigma. It's just, like Black said, it's important. I think whatever the go-to position 4 item was before, it's changed into Raid Pact now. And you just buy that. That's it. That's your job. You don't have to think about items.
Do you guys think they stole the Underlord away? Because we've seen LGD open with this Shadow Shaman Kunkka, and then they went into the Underlord after. And they had this massive reduction strat. Because Underlord doesn't seem to fit super well into the draft of Aster.
Yeah, that can definitely be the case, right? But then again, Kunkka has a boat. With Underlord, it would be massive. On the other side, you have this Enigma that's going to build a Raid Pact plus Underlord. It's still going to be solid, nothing great. But and he's going to be laning into most likely the Razor, right? Like, you put the Razor safe lane.
Oh,
wow.
That's a strong pick. It's a very strong pick. Razor hates playing against Chaos Knight, and they don't really have much AoE whatsoever. So these illusions right now, they're going to be really strong.
You have to itemize for it, I guess, on Kunkka a little bit, right? That's something.
Maybe you can go Water Park later on too.
Always fun.
Let me ask you two though, okay? Do you like this damage reduction / tank meta right now?
I mean, I kind of do. To be honest with you, I don't dislike it because it often means that if you want to have the advantage in team fights, then you have to stack team fight abilities really heavily, which is kind of what Astra is showing here, right? They have the Underlord, they have the Enigma. You know, this is overwhelming amounts of AoE damage. It's not something which, you know, a Wraith Pact is going to actually solve. It won't do enough against this team. So I think when it comes to team fighting right now, Asta look great, and they've hit this on the head. Meanwhile, Asta Ares are going more for the single target. You know, they are going to be kind of playing a different kind of game.
Well, enjoy it, Nomad, because it's not going to last.
Yep. One more
When's
day.
the patch coming?
What,
Tomorrow?
2 days or tomorrow, something
I
like
think
that.
it's
Days. Okay, in the middle of a DPC season, always nice to shake things up.
Yeah, keep them on their toes.
Stuff.
Test the innovation of the teams.
Honestly, Asta's draft looks so scary with the 2% damage abilities as well.
Yeah.
They have the CK to counter out the Razor. Like the last pick for Ares will have to do a lot of magic, and that last pick can still get countered too. Like Asta really drafted themselves something very nice here.
One thing that I don't like is when I see an Enigma picked up this early on, and then you still don't have anything to pierce through BKB.
0 counters?
Yeah. or at least a counter, right? Like
Dawnbreaker? Okay. Interesting.
Dawnbreaker coming out for Asta Ares. Yes, that is interesting indeed. You know, that global save potential against a black hole, I suppose, is what they're going for here. But yeah, I mean, what does this hero actually do?
Well, she what she does is probably like some hamstring and thigh exercises overall.
Yeah, lots of them.
That's
Lots of them.
for sure.
Yeah. Like some deep lunges and farmer walks.
Yeah, you know how there's like a lot of chickens at the gym? Like Dawnbreaker is the opposite, super massive lower body, but her upper body, like actually her upper body is also pretty
It's also
sick.
good.
I take that back. Yeah, I take that back. She's a proper gym goer.
Gym rat.
Gym rat, yeah.
And they
Definitely,
round it up with Lina. Like this Lina will have a decent time versus any lane. There is nothing really to jump on top of her. With X marks the spot, perhaps can be a problem. But once you get those travels, BKB, you're free to roam around. A Razor cannot lane into her. Overall, Team Astra's draft is like something straightforward, something that we come to expect, right? Like it's good. Meanwhile, Team Astra Ares. Dawnbreaker, please. Black, tell me. Besides the gym rat thing.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Dawnbreaker. I really am, usually. It's just, I don't feel like it really addressed any of the problems they've had. Like, Enigma's still going to have a free game. It doesn't add a ton of damage. And you picked it against the CK. CK is one of the best heroes you actually sustain against a strong laner like the Dawnbreaker. So I do have to give the draft advantage quite heavily to Asta, I think, in this game.
Fair enough, Lizard. What are you thinking about this one?
There's one draft that I completely understand, and the other that took a curveball with the Dawnbreaker, which I don't.
Well, she's breaking dawns.
Yeah, like she looks cool though. The set is really nice. You guys will see in the game as well.
But what is that
Very excited.
ball mace thing? Yeah.
It's massive. I love it. I just don't get the IO plus Razor in the second stage. Kind of threw me off because you already had this Enigma problem that you didn't deal with. In my opinion, it should be much easier for Astra to take this game.
So you're saying it was kind of greedy drafting from Asta Ares, that they kind of drafted for their own game and not really answering what Astra were putting on the table?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it greedy. I would just call it like they have their own plan, their own strategy. Maybe they'll execute really well and take it, but I don't see it.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm excited to see it. Let's see how the Dawnbreaker does in this first game. It is Big Brother versus Little Brother Asta versus Asta Ares here at the DPC China Division 1. Let's get into it and find out exactly how this one is going to go. Ori on his trademark Lina as well. It has to be respected, and more than that, I'd say it has to be feared as well. This is such a comfort pick.
Yeah,
it is.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Lizard. I'll give you the spotlight.
Team Esther versus
He's doing it, boys!
Team Esther.
So cool.
Ah!
Yeah, very excited.
Okay.
I'm very excited. Oh, is it Asta Bowl, I guess?
Aster Ball?
Yeah,
Bowl.
it is
You know, like when the
Aster Bowl.
Hassans play, it's Hassan Bowl. This is Aster Bowl.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
pasta bowl,
I
but
get it. Sorry,
minus the P.
I'm a bit slow today. It's already late in Singapore, 3 p.m. Usually I'm in bed by now. I'm a boomer.
really are a boom. It's time for your mid-afternoon nap. All right.
It should just be.
Begins.
Well, I say it should just be Rune Trade. Who has the faster fingers? Ooh, XXS.
Wow.
Lightning fingers. That's why you do finger curls.
Damn,
why you
Aster,
do it.
you can go for bounty runes.
Yeah.
Very quick.
That being said, though, I feel like one team addressed the meta very well, and the other team kind of didn't. Like, Asta has a lot of tank breakers. Where are Ares' is tank breakers?
Do you think it's right to put the Razor on mid lane the way they did?
Oh, no. That's, Lina loves that matchup.
That's what I'm thinking as well. Like, the moment I saw Razor picked up into Underlord, and okay, so at least they'll have that lane, but nope. They lane Razor into Lina. We'll see how it goes.
At least Underlord is pretty weak early levels, so he can get bullied quite a lot by Kunkka. But yeah, as the levels go higher, it might get a little difficult.
Yeah, that's a very interesting decision. Well, I guess they really didn't want to play the Kunkka into Lina, but yeah, not sure about that one.
Everyone's afraid of Ori, that's why. It's respect right there. And they should respect his Lina. One of his best heroes. Is it the best Lina in China? It's fair to say it is, right?
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair to say. It's such an Ori hero, isn't it? Like,
Didn't we have a couple of rampages, and didn't we have someone that would have
You mean
something to
Somnus?
say, exactly something to say against that?
Okay, true. Somnus is pretty good,
Yeah.
but he wasn't second last season, so.
It's also true. You can be the best on your hero and still suck as a team, you know, not do that well.
As you know, with me and Anti-Mage.
Yeah, of course.
this is not mincing words today. Well, I want to see this. I want to see this Dawnbreaker IO lane. Actually, I want to see how that one goes down as they fight at bottom, and yeah, it's a lot of damage. But how does this lane? It should be good, right? It makes sense. This Dawnbreaker IO.
I don't. Yeah, it should be. It's very passive from the side of Aster, right? Like Volca will only be denying the range creeps and farming. So
Yeah.
basically, what you're doing is you're playing with the equilibrium, getting CK's lane under the tower. He's farming there, and that's it. He's like Black mentioned before. He's very sustainable. He can heal up with Chaos Strike. He has those bracers, so he shouldn't die. And we shouldn't see anything way too exciting here.
Yeah, but also because of what you said is why I don't like this lane up here against the CK. Just because it is one of the most sustainable heroes in the entire game. Usually IO Dawnbreaker would be a nightmare for most carry heroes, but CK doesn't really care. Especially with the Enigma just denying creeps.
Maybe if there's a huge wave pushing under the tower, they could perhaps dive him like they're doing right now. Dish out a bit of damage.
Gotta be careful though, he's a chunky boy.
Yeah, 8 armor under that tower. He is he is not really caring about those right clicks.
Why do you think Enigma actually came back into the meta suddenly? He didn't really get buffed, the Eidolons didn't really get buffed, the cooldown didn't get buffed. Like, what is it?
Saberlight performing at the major.
Saberlight pulling out a major, yeah. And I guess Taiga as well had a massive performance on it multiple times.
Yeah, he had some awesome games. He really did.
Yeah, it's just like so weird, right? Like how a hero can be so forgotten and suddenly a team just picks it and like, oh yeah, the hero's still good.
It's the item builds as well, right? Like the raid pack definitely played a role in it. Sometimes the hero comes back because of the item builds too.
True. Especially a hero like Enigma, where just your presence is so scary. Like, you don't even need to itemize Blink Dagger.
Exactly, right?
You
Like,
just stand there, walk in, and it's like, oh no, he's coming.
usually, how many games did you have in which there's an Enigma and it gets countered by something like, I don't know, Silence or Rubik? And then, long time ago, he would just go Greaves, Vlads, and, you know, just be that utility and still do more than what a normal support would do.
Yeah, that's very right. Once the Enigma gameplay evolved, it definitely became a very different hero. But we still got to see amazing black holes, because at some point, it's like, yeah, we don't really care so much. Oh, we still got black hole. Damn it. Heroes like Enigma are very scary to play against, especially in big tournaments where there's so much at stake.
Yeah, you just forgot Dawnbreaker top. He should be fine, right? Like Celestial Hammer, Io is there.
10 armor.
But like you talked about that Enigma, it's always so much pressure to play against. That one black hole can always change everything.
Yeah, and you know, late game, you're most likely going to lose against an Enigma too. Just because he gets this refresher BKB.
Right?
Yeah, and you're like, okay, damn it. He's just black holing me every fight.
We've all had that conversation. We've got the late game this game. And then, there we go, where they will be able to bring him down with the rotation from the Razor. He will grab himself a kill onto a Clockwork.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
By the way,
Cleared out the mid wave 2 before he went.
Can you guys remind me? Can you stand in a Division 2 team if you're playing in Division 1?
Stand in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can. I mean, last season it was okay, so
Yeah, it happened.
should be okay this season too.
Can you
Redfish literally played for a Div 2 team while also playing for a Div 1 team.
can you do that exactly? Like, can you play for both teams? You can, right? I believe Flyby did
Yeah, I
that,
think that's
right?
fine.
Yeah.
Fishman also did that.
That's Flyby.
Oh, that is oh, you're true.
Lane. Dawnbreaker. Oh my god. TK actually
He gets
coming
away.
in.
It's just way too tanky with the Io under the tower. Sorry, I can't keep up with all these name changes all the time.
I'm even a little bit angry about it, and usually whenever I see someone change nicknames, I'm just gonna call him by the screen nickname, and that's it. Like, if I can pronounce it, if I can read
luck.
it, I'm gonna call it by that.
It's like Summer. Shylock didn't want to be Shylock anymore, so now he's Summer.
Yeah, but they're much more superstitious in the China region, though, generally speaking. So it is usually like a luck thing. It's like a, you know,
New name, new luck.
Yeah, new name, new me. Hashtag, you know, my new self.
Radiant are scanning.
Right.
I have this one nickname that I was rank 1 with. I still only pull it out for very special occasions, you know.
Ooh.
It's,
You mean your underwear? Your lucky underwear.
exactly same.
Top
Yeah.
lane again. They're really just.
Lina is here though.
Can see. Oh, the Dragon Slayer's gonna catch him out, and I think this Iron might be in some trouble as well. Yeah, just the Laguna Blade, but actually, Red Panda comes in and the tether away. TK will be nice and safe.
This is a problem though. Like you pick a super aggro lane, and the CK is just completely out farming you and dominating the lane. Now this early game power of Dawnbreaker has been absolutely nullified already, which is what the hero excels at.
It's what you want the hero to do, right? Like that's the when you're thinking about Dawnbreaker, you aren't thinking about this one massive item that she's going to build and then completely change the game. You're thinking about her dominating early on and then just being one of those heroes that just pressures you earlier.
I mean, Kunkka didn't get pressured super much, at least, you know, but Underlord is also free farming, is not really what you want. Once he gets his fast Atos, the game's gonna get hard. Clockwork. Just TP out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, they don't really have many stuns other than Shaman. I guess they have Kunkka too,
Kunkka.
but a carry Kunkka won't really be there many times.
And Dawnbreaker
What's he gonna
with,
build, by the way?
Starbreaker and
Would it carry
Soulguard.
Kunkka?
Yeah. Well, now I see BKB into Silver Edge. Nothing special, nothing crazy.
Surprised we don't see the armlet. Usually safe and Kunkka is always armlet. So much damage.
Instead, double bracer with phase boots instantly. Like we've seen so many times. Even he's rotating top.
Movement in.
CK is pretty tanky though, so they might need to bring a third or maybe even a fourth hero.
They are.
And Razor's also making his way up.
But
Now debated.
Yeah,
this
CK
is one
is
of
already
those.
deep in the jungle.
Yeah, this is one of those moments, right, Nomad, in which as a carry you're like, screw this, I'm out of the lane. Like, I don't see anyone. That's what he's doing.
Oh.
When he's
I've
And
hit the
Bilboga, and I'm out.
Bye!
Alright, they really gotta start bringing someone else with the IO. Like the combo Razor IO is good, but you need some
Lane.
stuns. Ooh, that was close. On the clock.
Trying to go in. Does look like PQ
TP
might
out.
be in some
Cooldown.
trouble. He doesn't have a
He would have TP'd out if it wasn't cooldown.
he has sticks, 15 charges.
He's
But
got
he
it
can
1
still
second.
TP out. Stick TP?
Yeah,
He
go on.
has cogs. He should be fine even. right?
He's going to use this opportunity to make
the
some space.
Kunkka.
Dire's top tower is
Oh, he's gonna dodge the torrent, then he's gonna make the Kunkka chase him for like 10 minutes.
Yep. PQ.
Oh, he doesn't even want a torrent, he just hits him.
Well, he's gonna regret it. Oh man, he had cogs there.
Yeah, the range on that last hit, though, was pretty damn far. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, Red Panda getting jumped under the tower, and Astor will be able to take him down, and now unleashing onto that tier 1 in the bottom lane.
Yeah. But that's a consequence, too, from chasing the clockwork, right? They knew exactly where 3 of the heroes are, so they know bottom's pretty free. But as I say that, Chaos Knight might be dead.
Yep, the full combo coming down onto him. Solar Guardian coming down as well, and in comes a Starbreaker. The damage is there, and Monet is dead. They could not save him. No 6 on the Enigma.
Oh, no way!
By the
TP
way,
in 3?
he's 9 XP from getting the black hole. I think that's what he wants in here.
He's
but-
staying!
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage onto Yi. He's fallen. TK as well. It's going to go down. Look at the damage coming out now from Aster. They're trying to turn this one around, but they are going to lose PQ to the Dawnbreaker. X marks out once again here, but I don't think they've got enough damage to follow up onto XXS. Ares are going to let the dust settle here.
XSS's damage output in that fight is ridiculous. Firestorm did so much damage.
All right, lads, hit the showers. Back we go.
Go refill,
Radiant's bottom
get everything,
Okay.
come back into the lane. Yeah, Lina enjoyed that fight as well. It's not only did he finish off 2 of them, he got all the Serpent Wards.
Radiant's
So,
bottom
ton
tower
of gold.
is under attack.
Yeah, his BKB is almost done already, just needs like 1,000 gold for it.
What do you think about the fact that he went for BKB first and not travels? Like usually it's 90% of the time I see travels and
Yeah, I think it's just for this game, because he recognized that Ares needs to be super aggressive early on to even stand a chance in the mid game. So he just wants to be really like ready to fight early on, would be my guess.
he's very, very careful how he goes about that.
Yeah. Or they have a black hole too. Is he gonna use it?
That's right.
Take her and her delicious thighs down. That's exactly what you want to be doing.
Under attack.
No hesitation from Baboka there. I mean, there's so many cancels this early on in the game that the solo black holes are more than okay, especially when it's under the enemy tier 2.
It's kind of like Lizard though. Like you wouldn't want to fight him 1v1, like 3-4 people. Oh, drag him into a black hole. He's like, let me out.
That usually happens, man. Come on. Don't bring back bad memories.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. That last black hole incident is still haunting you, huh?
The last time I got black hole, let me tell you now.
Oh,
XSS is pretty tanky.
Yeah, they're going for it though. With
But
the
not tanky enough.
Starbreaker coming down here as well, should give them the lockdown they need to finish him up. It's taking some time, but they will bring him down. Jesus.
5 years is
Structures are
clapping him from every side. He's like,
Wailing on him.
I absorb.
Radiant structures.
Damage received already like 10k.
Okay.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, they've stabbed up Lulu here, but hook shot off the mark. Is that going to allow Lulu to survive? It absolutely is, and TK's just going to come in and make sure he is absolutely fine. And he actually using Static Link here, somewhat questionably onto the clockwork. Looks like this is just going to reset.
And they defended
This is where, as a casters, we have to say, Lizard, how practice is he on clockwork? Is it a hero they should really pick again after this game? It happens. It's so easy to miss a hook shot.
It isn't really. It's really not.
It isn't.
Yeah,
Especially on a stun target, but, you know.
It's perhaps easy to miss a pudge hook, but clockworks, it's like every time you miss it, you just feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, by the way he moved after the hook shot, I could tell he felt really bad. He kind of started wiggling.
He can redeem himself here, though. Razor is around 2 seconds for the hook.
Hook in
A
one.
lot of creeps in the way.
No, he's got this.
Redemption.
I
Oh, beautiful. Swings around the back, gets the angle. Exemplary hook shot here from PQ. Anyone doubting him right now certainly looks like quite the fool.
Yeah. Twitch should be looking at you.
I mean, just swinging around the back there to get the angle. You can't teach it. You really can't.
That one guy that was spamming so bait. Where are you at now?
Oh, that was me on my ult. Sorry.
No problem. I'll unban you real quick.
We have an
Thanks, man.
Athos now as well completed on the Uber Lords, so some
Almost
some
a
more
vessel
cash.
too. So they're building even more tank breakers. But no Wraith Pack just yet.
So Enigma building vessel first. Okay. You are playing versus IO. A lot of tanky heroes on Ares side as well, right? Like you said, tanks. Nice.
Let me ask you guys a question. Does Tank Buster sound nicer or Tank Breaker?
Tank Breaker, 100%. Tank Buster
Breaker?
sounds like the Nerf gun you'd sell to a small kid.
Oh, Yulu might be about to get broken here.
But yeah, he's taking that heavy percentage space damage, but the IO is there with the save. TK gets him out of there. And they're going to TP themselves over. Nah, Ares don't seem to be bothered about their IO. Pretty sad.
Okay, CKO2. Oh, X-Mark. Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah, good old.
The
good old.
combos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you save me, I save you, buddy.
I forgot about it completely. Like
Same.
And then you see it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as I was like, ah.
That spell
Good old times
exists.
when you would use the recall as well on Chen or now Kotl. Also an option.
Yeah, if you time it perfectly, way harder though.
Yeah.
I know there have been a lot of Dota nerds out there that are like, okay, when it starts blinking here, okay. Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I was just wondering if you had the lift talent on Rubik and you lifted IO, but 100% he just gets relocated back. And
Yeah, it doesn't work, unfortunately, with Rubik lift.
Yeah.
But with Punch Hook it works though.
Yeah.
If you do like the last second thing.
Hook him across the
I
map.
still don't know why you get teleported when you get Punch Hooked at the last second.
It's an odd one.
Olo?
I always like it when I get imprisoned. When you see someone get prisoned, Astra imprisoned inside a Pudge Hook, and then like you just like, where are they going to end up? Who knows? I don't know. Let's find out. When they come out the other side, whoa! We got a fight going on. Zulu pops a BKB, just unleashing onto PQ here.
Roshan's
take
really
down.
low.
And now they look over towards the Boker. He's just going to drop the Black Hole straight away, but it's not going to do anything at all. Roshan sitting very low in his pit, and Asta down to 3 heroes. They'll buy back and make it 4. Monet having to go in here as she inside the pit at the moment. But he's just trying to finish off Roche by himself. Shanksy,
This is
he's
really
going for
awkward.
it with TK buffing him up from the sidelines as well. I don't think they know this is happening. And Dawnbreaker is going to be able to pick up the Aegis. Now BKB TP out. He is gone. All they really lose for it is the Shaman. Nice little robbery here, pulled off by Ares. A nice little heist. Yes.
Yes. Ocean's 5. I mean, they do have a lot of area control, so I can understand why they wanted to force a Roche fight. But if Roche is that low, like you really can't afford to make any mistakes. And then Clockwork just... I don't know if they didn't know that Kunkka had BKB, but I don't think they were aware of it. Hooks him, just dies for free. Yeah. And thank you. Yeah. Already down Ulu again. He can't BKB TP out against Clockwork, of course. Oh. Ah, here you go. Oh, Andal's giving it away. Oh, now you can TP.
Yeah, I think there's...
No, no.
Oh, the bow.
Oh.
All right.
I don't know why you hookshot it. That was the only way out for him. Huh. Curious. No. Now that one guy in Twitch chat again. I would have done that better. Oh, TK and Razor up there. Razor also has BKB. I think Asta still has to really respect the BKB timings of Arius. It's so hard to say Asta and then Arius. Because I want to say Asta again. True, true. That's my go-to when I don't know the players' names. I just say, Lina is going in.
Yeah, that's the old default.
Oh, sorry. I'm a bad boy today. I mean, tower damage is still very lacking. It's just the shaman wards. If they can bring those down,
Ooh,
well,
Shanxi
that looks like
gonna lose the Aegis in the bottom lane, and
does have
looking
BKB
like
though.
Life 2's probably gonna disappear
Wait,
pretty quickly.
he did BKB?
as well,
Was it a
yeah.
frame perfect stun?
It didn't look like it, I'll be honest, but it was pretty quick. But yeah, could have BKB'd, I think.
Okay.
Meanwhile, on the top
Boca.
lane, they're gonna lose for Boca. Kitty.
Yeah. And they don't really have the tower push. XSS says, hello, I'm here. He might need to pop BKB.
Yeah, I think he has to. The stuns, the roots are way too much with that that Atos combo.
Yet. Yeah. He also has the Philosopher's Stone though, so if somehow this game goes at minute 40 or beyond, I'm sure we'll still get to see some Enigma action. But yeah, we shouldn't be seeing any good black holes this game.
Sadly.
Sadly, yeah. Why are you playing to win and not for your internet fame, sir? Boboka, hello?
Playing for the win or playing for Reddit? That's the question.
Yeah. And the answer's so obvious. I don't know why he's choosing to play to win.
Yeah, wins are temporary,
Exactly.
but karma is eternal. You gotta post it yourself on the ult as well, is it not?
Why you got pushed down?
Oh.
Did you see that? The Wildcat was like going to the smoke, bro.
Go die. If he died there, that would have been one of my favorite Dota moments ever.
Dude, what is happening to the neutral creep sometimes? He's just going absolutely bonkers. And why did he push him in that direction?
Literally pushed him like down the hill into 5 heroes. The CK's like, alright, bro. Jesus. I mean, I guess he was murdering
Relax,
him and his
man.
family, so it's kind of understandable.
Yeah, the big one does that, right?
Yeah. 4-stop one.
Clear as clean water.
It's Vector.
It's vector targeted, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know why the neutral keep chose this vector. Bye.
Let the gods
It's like a
decide your
scabbed
fate.
tusk.
Ulu jumping
Oh,
onto
well, he has a
XXS
BKB
down the bottom side of the map, but he's got a BKB, so
he's turning
gonna be able
around.
to trot himself away from this one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
BKB is a great item, guys, for you divine and below players. Build more BKBs, you will win more games.
Oh, thanks, Black.
True, even like top 100 immortal, I don't need BKB. True. Yeah, 6 slotted, no BKB, that's the real chat build. No blink on CK, that's a curious one. It's usually a core item, but you went Mage Slayer instead. Is there any mages to be slain in this game? Not really.
It's just the build-up, though, from the Echo Saber earlier on. They did this
Yeah.
a lot in Tour 2, and obviously, same patch, you know, different day. PQ, once again, being the breaker of smokes, should definitely be his title. But, well, here comes Red Panda in the backlines, actually ward trapping the Enigma, but giving his life for it. The boat comes through as well. They've freed Baboka, though, and he's going to run himself away. Not really worth it from the Shaman there, has to be said.
Lina, Underlord. Yeah, very tanky. And there's always the danger of a black hole still.
Bountiful.
Like, late game is a definitive advantage for Dire, right? Yeah. The caught Enigma again. Ryuke coming in too. Are you gone, my friend?
Wow, he's getting absolutely crushed. Goodness gracious.
Wow, Ulu, wow, you got a BKB, man. Whoa.
Jesus, so much damage. Does pull out the BKB eventually. You know what? Yi just sitting in the middle of a fight, but TK's the one in trouble as he gets taken down by the CK as well. He will be able to take down the Clockwork in response, but it is Shang-Chi who's in trouble in the back here. The Shard going to buy him a little bit of time, but not nearly enough to get away. And that is going to be another kill. This one going to XXS.
Bah. CK's damage is so ridiculous. Like, every time I see it, I'm just like, wow. Okay. 3 Desolator.
Right.
300% damage, and Ulu got picked off farming Ancients too. Oh no.
Yeah, just the Lina absolutely unleashing onto him, being a little bit greedy with his farming there, and not realizing that they had that ward down on the high ground. Unfortunate, and now Asta, they'll start hammering away at this middle tier 2 tower, whilst the Boca defends top.
Yeah.
Wow.
They don't really have to
Razor, Refresher.
This is extremely aggressive here. I mean, the Lina is uncontrolled. Finally, Red Panda has to give his life just to stop Ori from just blasting through his Razor. Really, really aggressive move there from Yi, trying to do something.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, Asta doesn't really have to force anything, because they have the late game secure pretty much, but they're giving up more freebies. You can really feel that they feel the pressure on the area side.
Yeah,
But this game is snowballing out of control. If you look at Baboka, he has a Blink Dagger in 20 gold as well. So now you have an additional problem to worry about. Obviously, no BKB yet on Enigma, but still, that Blink Dagger just changes things too.
Yeah.
So what happened
he also
with
chose
that
to not go Wave Pact.
Razor fight, by the way, just to highlight, the Dawnbreaker was respawning, but she didn't have ultimate. So they thought that when she respawned, she'll be able to jump in with a Solar Guardian, but unfortunately, she wasn't just on cooldown. So that's why it looked a little bit weird. Lack of communication from Master Ares.
The cooldown is actually quite long on the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, it is.
2 minutes.
Inside the Roche
Look
pit.
at that abundance of physical damage.
Has to go.
It's always like this with Lina, right? Like, you have a carry, and you have a mid Lina, but mid Lina is the true damage dealer. Kunkka will run in. There's no sentry on the cliff though.
Don't see him. Oh my god, the hookshot actually coming through onto the Kunkka there, looking for someone else, but Kunkka does block it, but the black hole comes through. That is very nice indeed. Catching out too, the damage is there. The Dawnbreaker basically is going to fall on the sidelines as an afterthought more than anything, as Monet ripping through this fight right now. Ares are getting torn apart by Team Asta here, and that just looks so damn convincing. When you land black holes like that, it always will.
Look at these 5 thirsty boys.
Yeah, 1 is usually enough to kill him, but you know, they all want to partake in the feast.
Yeah, they want a sweet kill, like KDA.
But, this is really a great example though of why the meta is the meta, right? Like, you can just see how hard it is for Ares to do anything.
Like, don't you think at the same time, yeah, it's the meta, but Enigma has to be answered, right? Like, as a hero.
That's the thing though. Like, they have 3 super tanky heroes, and then they have Enigma too, and they have an answer to none of them.
And you're playing with those tanky heroes into Firestorm, into Midnight Pulse. It's like, it's like there is meta, but there's also picking heroes that are bad against the meta. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, for sure, yeah. Like, Asta countered the meta while also picking the meta. They're like 5-heading everything. Yeah. As we know with Lanham. What? You want to pick tanky heroes? Well, we preemptively counter them because you're going to pick them anyway. And right he was.
And then you're going to realize it as the game is over. Hopefully not do it again. Yeah.
Next time we'll pick something else. Oh, CK now has a heart as well. 4k health on him.
Goodness gracious. He's a big boy, sitting on the front lines, absorbing all that harass.
Yeah. The lowest HP here on Dire is Enigma with 1700. It's kind of ridiculous.
Or he could be. No, they're going for the main side of the fight actually. They're going for this Clockwork. PQ will be the first to fall here, I would guess. as they do finish him off. But Monet just unleashing onto the Razor, going through the BKB with that Razi Rift as they turn around, take down Red Panda. Razor trying to get himself away, but also trying to actually stick in the fight, which he does very nicely. They kill off Ori. The best fight you could probably ask for here on Asta Ares. They're actually buying back on the Shaman. They want to see if they can get anything more here, but that seems unlikely. X marks out onto XXS, but they can't really approach this too easily until they deal with that vision. And now they'll run around the back. Actually, they are on top of XXS here with the Dawnbreaker. That Dawnbreaker is just going to get torn apart by Monet, but finally they get on top of XXS.
And look at the damage!
The damage is there. They need to finish him off. He's just not dying. The slug that lived. Ulu finally finishes the job here, but no one's dealing with Monet, who is just doing whatever the hell he wants in this fight. Relocate comes out from TK. He's going to get his Kunkka to safety, but meanwhile, Red Panda just gets eaten up by Baboka on the side.
Yeah.
You even buy back there on the Shadow Shaman, and you still try to go for the high ground, right? To finish off the fight, to kill off Money, perhaps take his Aegis. It just don't have enough. Like Razor,
It's just never gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's too tanky.
Like Razor, it's cool. You have this refresher orb, but you don't have double ulti. Like you use it in two different circumstances, right? Like two different times of the fight. So you don't have the damage.
Yeah, Razor's really the only damage, but he's so hard countered by Monet. Like you saw, once he started unleashing on him, half health in like a second. He really needs that first armor item, but he can't get to the secret shop. They sniped his courier there too.
Yep. It's a tricky situation as Ares going to be losing their second lane of barracks here. The machine gun of Ori just blasting away in the back lines here.
Yeah, Ori actually didn't have any fiery soul stacks in the last team fight, and they're pretty hard to get now in a team fight without creeps. Just because you need to get 7 of them rather than 3. But yeah, they're not too concerned with anything going on really. Like, Monet at this point can probably just kill everything by himself.
Keep in mind that last fight, Baboka was just a Midnight Pulse. Like he didn't have a Black Hole. A couple of Malefices, obviously, but he didn't have that Black Hole to work with at all. It was still on cooldown.
Wait, he has something on the courier. Oh yeah, just a BKB.
Just a full BKB.
Oh, cool.
And also a headband for more cast range, very nice.
And an old talisman. Just
Yeah, he threw it out now too, yeah.
He actually
It's
just
pretty
buy
value.
Plasma.
Yeah, like...
I don't think he'll ever run out of mana, but, you know, better be safe than sorry.
I forgot the slots, I'm gonna use it. Meanwhile,
Ooh,
the
what a
Kunkka,
demo.
oh my goodness, he just gets absolutely shredded. The illusions surround him and pull him apart. Hung, drawn, and quartered. Ares now, they have to somehow defend this high ground, but there just doesn't seem to be a way to do it. Look at the damage coming out. One round of the illusions. Oh my goodness, nearly just finished off Shanxi just like that.
Razor.
And now, he's jumping in as well. What can he really do? Sitting inside that ultimate, but he comes a black hole from Baboka, and that's going to put an end to this game, I reckon. That is 3 heroes down, and the GGs are called. What a way to end it. Asta, they do it in style as they take down their little brother team in this first game.
that's just bullying your little bro. Not fair.
Yeah. Hey bro, you wanna see a magic trick? I'll make you lose the game.
Not the start which Ares were looking for, but it's the one they're going to get in this series as Asta, they prove why they're the big brother in this relationship, and business as usual for them in the Asta offices here. They're looking very chill, very calm and collected.
Yeah, directly on the phone. They already knew it was over. It's just like, oh, any WhatsApp messages? Nah, okay. Back to the game.
Just hit up your Tinder
But
dates. Hey babe, just won a game. No big deal. Just
Yeah, here's a screeny. Yeah, 10-0.
check out my KDA. Want to go out for dinner tonight? We can't. We're still in permanent lockdown. But anyway, that was game 1 going the way to Team Asta there as they take them down. I mean, yeah, Asta Ares just didn't seem to have the right number. I mean, looking at this draft, is this something you'd expect from this patch?
From Asta Ares?
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad. Like, it's just that they got countered completely. Maybe versus something different, it would work, but not against the Enigma and the Underlord. It's definitely weird, right? Like this last pick, Dawnbreaker. But you had an Io, you had the Kunkka, you had those damage mitigations and some heals and sustain that's currently in the meta. It just wasn't really as strong as a Midnight Pulse plus Firestorm, plus having nothing to break even TPs. Like they just had such a limited amount of stuns. That was the mistake, I believe, or a problem at least, not a mistake.
Do you agree, Black?
Yeah. I mean, I would say, as I said, like the draft wasn't good in this particular instance, just because, like okay, let me put it this way: this draft that they drafted is really not good against the meta. So if you draft this one in a meta like this, like you can't expect good results. Like they were countered on pretty much every lane, which also reflected in net worth because they did lose 3 lanes ultimately. And your last pick, Surprise, got completely shut down as well. Like, it's I gotta go back, figure out what you really want to pick, because Asta, I think their strongest point for a long, long time has been their drafts and the finesse behind their drafts. If you can't break their drafting pattern or have a good answer for it, it's so hard to beat this team.
Definitely. And that was a great example of that. What do you guys think about the Dawnbreaker, though? Because I thought it did more than I was expecting it to. When she was dropping down those team fights, she was looking pretty damn brutal.
She did more than you expected her to, and at the same time, she didn't have nearly as strong of an impact early on as she usually does.
Yeah.
Like the laning stage, she wasn't crushing. She was farming, but it wasn't that complete domination into having a Dawnbreaker that's actually strong in the mid game. This was just a Dawnbreaker, and she still did a lot. So perhaps in a different game, this Dawnbreaker would really work out for Aster Ares. That's why they last picked her. So I have faith, but perhaps versus a different sort of a carry. Black was talking about it. Someone that you can bully, right?
Yeah. Imagine if there's like a PA instead of the CK. PA is like you can't do anything. Like Dawnbreaker will just get all the creeps, PA will get nothing. And yeah, suddenly you have this unkillable Dawnbreaker that will just cause super many teamfight problems. But for me, Dawnbreaker is really hit or miss depending on how the laning phase goes. You are supposed to crush the laning phase with that hero. It's built for that. Like literally all of his abilities are lane crushers.
Oh, that's true. But yeah, that ultimate kind of like acting as an answer to the black hole. I mean, we really didn't see it so much, the ultimate on top of the black hole to save people, mostly because, Ares played around this, that you could tell they've played this hero a lot, right? Like, whenever that ultimate was up from Dawnbreaker, the Solar Guardian, they would just run headlong into Asta, just like this. Unfortunately, this time it was to their detriment as the black hole comes down and cashes them both out, but it's clearly something they've worked with plenty in the past.
Yeah, definitely. Because otherwise you wouldn't be like last picking it like that, right?
Yeah.
But even other Chinese teams now also, they're really big fans of Dawnbreaker. And I love the hero as well. I think it's criminally underpicked. It's so strong.
The shard is really nice as well. Just getting that free BKB for the duration.
And the free movement too suddenly.
Yeah. It's pretty damn good. I like it.
Yeah. And her damage output is no joke either, right? Like it doesn't look like much, perhaps, at the beginning, but you can spam out your spells so much because the cooldown is very low that the damage that you accumulate in a team fight is very, very big.
And the global presence, obviously, right? Like early on, suddenly you have an Aegis Prophet in some of those fights. You can jump in, help out your teammate.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's,
I do think it's
I would just love the West to pick it more. Like China is starting now, but like the West now has to pick it up as well. Because Dawnbreaker is, as I say, criminally underpicked.
Yeah, definitely. I do think it's worth reiterating as well, what is on the line this season for these Chinese teams as well, because, this is extremely important, especially for Asta. These guys need to win every single game pretty much. That they don't want to drop a game here because this could be their last chance when it comes to making it to TI. They either need to come first in the regionals, if that's going to be the case again, or in the major, they need to place well to earn the points they need. Because of the way the China region's worked, only LGD has really secured their ticket to TI at the moment. It's a very tough position for them. So you're not going to see any experimentation, and you're not going to see anybody going for, some meme strats or, like this is every single game is going to be taken 100% seriously by every single team in this in this tour.
Yeah, I also hope that perhaps down the line there might be some adjustments that will be made, because China as a region did potentially lose, like, let's just say they like placed top 4, all of them. They potentially lost up to like 2,000 DPC points or something like that. So I hope it doesn't impact them too badly down the line, because for me, China is just always the very dominant region at all TIs. They don't always win, but they always place really highly in all of them.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it'll be a shame that we're already going to get a reduction in numbers, I guess, just due to the unfortunate circumstance we've had this time around. But it is what it is, and we'll just see what happens this time for the major. Hopefully, we get out there. But it's so important for every single one of these teams to do their best and make it, because this is the most critical DPC season for them by an absolute landslide. Getting the points for them has already been tricky. I think it's just worth reiterating that.
It's time for LGD to be bros, right, Lizard? Like, yeah, we already secured TI. Like, yeah, you guys can all get it. But knowing LGD, they don't give a crap. They're like, yeah, we're gonna go first again.
Knowing LGD, they're not gonna drop a single series once again. Clean sheet. Maybe Lord Gaben blesses us with some extra slots at TI. You never know. Maybe something like that happens.
You want more slots at TI? Why are there only 30 slots at TI? What is this?
Why not make it a World Cup kind of a thing, like in football?
Mm-hmm.
8 groups of 4 or something.
You have to play the qualifiers for the qualifiers to then get to the qualifier.
Yeah.
What are your patch predictions, by the way, guys? I want to know, like, what do you think? What do you think is getting? We all know what's getting nerfed, right? Like, everyone knows that already. But what do you think is getting buffed?
Meepo.
All right, you.
That hero, I think we're gonna have to wait for a year or two before he gets. The only way I see Meepo getting back into the meta is if they like unintentionally buff some items that are good on him. I don't see them ever buffing the hero, per se, like to make him a viable one.
I mean, you got like a mini stats buff, and in some games, some teams last pick it and do super well with it. But there's just so many heroes and items like on the verge, like they're not great right now, but if you just buff it a little bit, suddenly they're mega broken.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of people want breaks to be nerfed, so heroes like Bristleback can come back into the meta again. But if you do that, suddenly the hero could just dominate everything, Like, you have to be so careful with every little change that you make. It's very hard to predict. Like, even a hero like Naga that sees almost no play, you buff one thing, suddenly, okay, every pick. Like, I picked every game. And you're like, oh my god, what do we do?
There are just some effects that happen that you aren't expecting, right? Like, you buff some stupid Dragonlance that's for ranged heroes. You buff the stats on it. Suddenly, there's some stupid Meepo player buying 4 Dragonlances, destroying every single game. It's just you intend it for one, and then people find a way to abuse it in a completely different way that you didn't even imagine.
Yeah. Let me take that back, though. I think Venomancer's gonna get buffed. That hero is so bad.
Really?
Like, even if you last pick it, if you don't completely dominate the lane, like 50-0, like, you just do nothing.
Yeah, that's true. Like, it has to be like some absolute counter versus a Void or an Ursa or something like that.
Yeah.
I do think
then you can still fall flat on your face.
One of the interesting things this patch has been the difference between pub win rates and competitive win rates, because a lot of heroes which are like super dominant in pubs or super bad in pubs have not really seen the same correlation of success inside the competitive games. Lion, for example, has a terrible win rate in pub games, yet we still see him relatively often inside the competitive games at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's a sort of a hero that's picked for a mission, right? He has a job and you pick him for it, like a Shadow Shaman. There's a puck, there's someone elusive, you pick a Lion just to have that control, and most of the time these Lion players are goddamn amazing. in the pro scene, right? So it's a bit different than your casual mid lane black lion that buys travels and E-Blade.
I like to call these heroes punishers, though, right? Like they're punishers.
He's punishing his own team. Like this guy is probably one of the main reasons why the hero has low win rate.
I'm sorry, I'm just experimenting.
Why did we lose the game? I went 20-3. What happened? Who knows?
He has a 60 damage talent. It's meant to be a core.
Can't argue. Can't argue. Alrighty, we do have a draft coming up for game number 2, so let's jump into it and see exactly how this one is going to go. It is Aster Bowl here. Aster versus Aster. Ares battling it out in a best of 3 for those all-important league points and hopefully qualification to hopefully a major they can actually attend. Who knows? It's a long way in the future, but it is a question we'll be asking and revisiting many times throughout this DPC. Let's get into it. And Aster Ares, they are going to respect the Enigma ban.
I think you have to after last game. Let's see what Boboka plays now. His hero pool, of course, very wide, very deep. Maybe he'll be on a Shadow Shaman this time around. But yeah, Aster, I'm surprised they don't pick the Brewmaster up more. Or they go back for the first pick Shaman again.
Yep.
Yeah, but like Red Panda loves his Brewmaster, and so does TK. I'm very surprised they're not picking up more.
And it would have been amazing versus the CK, right? But
yeah. Oh, there you go.
Quick, hold on, guys. Quick update. I believe XXS is eating an apple here, which is very good.
Oh my god,
news.
too healthy. I think I'm gonna have to report him to the police.
I couldn't quite see, but he's enjoying it, whatever it is. So I'm feeling good about Aster's chances for this game. We know all the best players. They eat loads of food during the draft, always.
Yeah, and healthy food too.
Well,
sometimes cheese sticks.
Hey, depending on what cheese it is, it's pretty protein heavy, right? It's not bad.
It's good anyway, I think. Healthy little fats in that fatty little cheese. I don't mind.
Yeah, just like tiny, healthy, and little.
Yeah, but he has potential. He can grow. So
yeah, he'll get fat.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a 4 tiny then?
It's picked quite early on, but even if he's what, you don't like the core tiny? I don't mind it.
I mean, I do. It's just I've seen more and more people being very hesitant to play this core tiny just because your power spike is delayed by 5 levels now.
Are we?
It's still strong, but strong much later, right? Once you reach that stage, it's still the same hero, of course. It's just there's so much of a gap now.
And what about Visage? We're probably expecting that to be a support as well, right?
Yeah, or offlane. We've seen a ton of offlane Visage, like Visage Tiny. Yeah. That combo can be very deadly.
Yeah, XXS is a really good Visage player as well.
Yeah, you take that Soul Assumption, level 1. Good luck trading hits.
Yeah. If you ever get tossed back, think about your next life.
Another nice thing about Visage here is that you literally can destroy Serpent Wards in a second. You just shift-click all of them.
Now, question is then, are we going to see a little combo-wombo, like the Luna Aura for the Visage Birds, something like that? Always something I love. They suddenly just become the hard carry.
Yeah. When's the last time you saw that, by the way, that combo?
Fnatic did it. Was it at the Major? Or was it at the DPC? I don't remember. But they did it, and the Visage Birds took the base tower in like probably 3 seconds before. It's ridiculous how much damage they deal with that Luna Blessing.
Yeah, because they don't really, they have massive attack speed, but the damage isn't truly there, right? And when you give them some damage, it becomes a bit ridiculous.
Yeah. It's kind of weird how this aura even works on the birds. I don't know if it's a feature or... I mean, everything is a feature.
I think it's a feature, yeah. It's 100% a feature.
Have you guys seen the Penitence Witch Doctor Award? Like when the Witch Doctor Ward attacks a penitenced target, it goes super ham. It shoots like 10 times per second or something. Because it gets the attack speed buff.
Wait,
you're not a believer. Okay.
I mean, I'll trust you. I didn't see it. I didn't experience it.
Okay.
I'll lobby it.
I'm sad now.
I'll lobby it for you. I'll bask in the glory of the penitence death ward.
Thank you. Crystal Maiden? Where did that hero come from?
So one of these has to be a core, Tiny or Visage. I would
Or Crystal
suppose
Maiden.
it's a Tiny. Or
You
Crystal
see
Maiden.
mid is so legit.
Of course she is. Of course she is. I mean, yeah.
She has an attack speed talent, right? I mean, gotta be.
Yeah.
Everyone knows
be a
that Crystal
core.
Maiden mid counters Queen of Pain, right? So yeah.
Yeah. Like she walks up to Shadow Strike, you just frostbite her and you're like, ha!
Yeah.
Okay, so just let's go through my professional predictions here. It's
Okay.
going to be CM5, Tiny 4, Visage 3, and I'm going to pick an anti-mage. Or Luna.
Okay. All right. It's a bold prediction.
I think, I think you're a bit wrong.
All right, very professional. Thank you, guys.
This could
Nature's
be,
Prophet, though.
yeah, this could be
Yeah.
some safe lane or off lane profit. Doesn't really matter. I wouldn't mind seeing a safe lane position 1, and then
Yeah,
you
I
just
think it's
have
possible.
this. Yeah, and you just have this.
Garking did that yesterday, right?
Yeah, he did. He owned with it, but he was AFK for 20 minutes, and then he showed.
I saw that. He didn't do anything. No
Lit-
tower pushes, no nothing.
Literally just AFK in the jungle, came out with Mjolnir BKB and started destroying people.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter what you do
Nature's
on that
Prophet
hero, man.
experience.
The shard is just so ridiculous. Like the shard on that hero is the most
Yeah,
busted shard in
I
the
don't know.
game.
I don't know what's up with these super jack trees. Like 1700 health, 118 damage or something. It's ridiculous.
You know, my favorite thing is when you're playing like a support and your team's like, "Oh, just go back and defend from profit," and then one of those trees turns up and you're just like, "What do I do?" Like,
One.
it's got more health than me.
Yeah, try 2 of them.
Yeah, and then his mate comes on. You're just like, "Well, fuck this."
It is kind of ridiculous that health they have for no reason.
You shouldn't destroy nature in the first place, Nomad. That's
true.
That's what's wrong.
It's actually
But Prophet is kind of destroying it
powerful,
himself. He's kind of like a hyper.
He's
what's the-
bringing
what's
it
the
to life.
word?
He's not truly destroying it. It's
But he's also destroying trees, though.
and temporary life as well. His treants don't last forever.
yeah, but trees
Yeah.
don't last forever as well. They
They last a
eventually
pretty
die.
long time.
Wouldn't it be funny if trees respawned IRL2 every 5 minutes?
I mean, would you rather have like a very long life in which you're doing nothing,
Anti-mage.
or like
I
a short one
don't know.
filled
I mean-
with fun and destroying towers and raiding the enemy side?
It's a very
Okay,
very
there's
interesting philosophy on life, Lizard. It sounds like you'd make a
Very
really good
barbaric.
like military hiring guy. Come on, kids,
Okay,
join the army.
We'll
yeah.
drink the blood of our enemies.
It's not boring.
Valhalla.
Want to get a job? Screw that.
For Valhalla.
So basically, they have this Dragon Knight and Timber. They want to be as tanky as possible versus the Master side. Timbersaw versus Prophet versus Tiny seems pretty damn solid, I would say.
Wait, who's carry? DK or Quap?
They can lane whatever way they want to, right?
Yeah.
Let's just see the mid lane on the side of Team Master.
You know
and
what
then-
looks good? It's not picked at all, but I think Odie looks amazing in this game.
Yeah, the
Pack.
anti-armor
But
would
don't
be very nice.
don't you just put DK now
penetrating armor.
on the mid lane, Queen of
Yeah,
Pain
you do.
safe lane?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm not super convinced this time around by this Asta draft.
I-
I feel like early game they might have a lot of damage issues.
I
you
wanted
think
to
Asta
say
has the upper
Puck as a
hand?
joke. Like, I want to say one hero that you don't want to pick is Puck.
Yeah.
Glad you didn't
It's,
say that because you would look very silly.
Yeah. Usually people,
Phew.
in hindsight, yeah, I totally knew they were going to pick that Queen of Pain, right? And I'm like,
Yeah.
Ousting
course.
yourself. Good job, bro. So, yeah, what aren't you convinced about here, Black?
I mean, it's just I think in the mid late game they're gonna be completely fine damage wise. It's just early on if they tank up with some hoods, maybe even a pipe. When they get their BKBs, it's gonna get very scary for Asta for a while. They really gotta get to the mid late game to be able to, break them.
And you think,
Hmm.
yeah. How are these lanes looking to you then, Lizard?
Am I lagging? I'm not. Yeah, the lanes
You're fine.
The lanes should be fine, I think, for Team Aster Ares. Like, they have these heroes that are pretty damn lane or dominant oriented, right? Like, you have the DK on the mid now versus a Puck. Queen of Pain should be fine on the safe lane. They can't be too relaxed though, because you are still playing versus a what is it going to be, like Tiny Visage, I think.
Yeah. Yes, it
so
is.
the burst damage is definitely there. Even versus a Queen of Pain, you can die easily. So they need to be careful not to feed, because if Aster Ares loses early on, this game I feel is impossible for them. But if they do well, they have much better chances than in the first match.
One thing I will say as well is that TK better be a really, really good support Brewmaster player, because he's taken the support Brewmaster off of Red Panda. And if we remember back in the Elephant days, the Red Panda Brewmaster was something which we kind of always felt was an option for them to have a really comfortable game, because you always look good on that hero. But TK's actually playing it this time around, which I find very interesting. So high expectations of TK this game. And yeah, Aster Ares picked themselves a super aggressive, fun-looking draft. Can they pull it off here? Maybe. Let's get into it. Game number 2 of Aster versus Aster here in the Aster Bowl at the China DPC. Let's get into it.
It's smoke or no smoke action this time around.
They're naked.
It's a 4v5. Oh my god, we already know how this is going to go. Nah, they know better than to just walk up the hill.
Oh, they're going for the long wrap around here.
He already skilled toss level 1. He has to be so careful. They can't fight this without Avalanche.
No, they see them. They're all running back over. Look at Ares. They're all running back over.
Red Panda, like,
run!
Oh my god, now the CM is, don't touch me!
You go for the... Oh no, Aster have completely fallen apart here. They've... What is this fight? Alright.
Oh, I was so close.
Red Panda.
Turning back and fighting?
Yeah. Who's running now?
Yeah.
The battle.
Interesting first blood.
Oh.
Thank you.
Treat you, eat hot pot. Okay. So for that first blood, he said, I'm gonna treat you to a nice little hot pot. Thank you. He's very nice. He won't use his money on items, you know? Hot pot instead.
Of course. Giving Queen of Pain first blood that early on definitely doesn't change the lane at all.
Hey now, remember this is two Aster organizations, you know? They can't be saying this kind of thing. I'm gonna give you a hot pot for feeding me. Let's get the adjudicators in here. Perfect. Well, get on the case.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're probably
Red
having hot pot
Panda
together every day. Oh, Red Panda's fine. He's so fine. And
He's so not fine.
Run!
Yeah. Did he get tossed into the tower?
Yeah. They tossed him on the tower.
Run!
Oh my god. How can that happen with a scuffed over one toss?
Not even
Big
bullets
mistake.
on Tiny. Just the wind lace. He got
Yeah, but they're gonna be so careful. Like, these kind of mistakes are what makes Tiny 4 work right now. Because I'm not a big fan of Tiny 4, if I'm entirely honest.
It's one of the reasons why he became popular as a 4 a long time ago. Just going mid and tossing you back on on the enemy tower. It was so annoying.
Yeah. But I've said that before yesterday. Oh, Ulu taking over damage and XSS 2 though, but they're both fine. Anyway, my point was, I really hate Tiny 4 if you can't kill the mid lane. And I don't think Puck Tiny have damage to kill his Dragon Knight. So he's forced to play the safe lane where there's a quap.
Yeah, at the same time, you don't really want to leave Visage, right?
Yeah.
It's not a hero that you... Especially with this Soul Assumption build. You want to stay
Thanks
around.
for making it sound even worse for me. Now I dislike Tiny 4 even more.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem. I'm always there for you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So Tiny 4 who just got a kill in his lane, and you guys just going on to
Hey.
rail on it. Come on now.
Red Panda gave him a confidence booster. Okay. No more of that.
Ooh, toss back on the creep.
See? He knows exactly what he's doing. It was all a confidence booster.
All according
So he
to
makes
plan.
mistakes later on, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's gets overconfident, tries to go for the toss there, doesn't work. Now he doubts himself. He's in his own head.
Let's take a look at top lane. How's this one going?
Timbersaw can't get pressured at all by Prophet, so
Yeah, this should be like
There's literally nothing happening.
before level 3. Prophet should have more, right? But once you hit that level 2 armor, this is a free lane.
What do you actually do? Like, who do you bring to kill this guy once he has a hood?
It's gonna be difficult. Like, I don't even think it's. Usually it's Puck, right? Like, he brings that magic damage.
Yeah. But usually you have like a hero that deals damage to him, like a Slark or something like that. But in this game they have nothing. Like, Prophet is gonna heal him more than he takes damage.
Just need a lot of items.
Oh yeah.
Just get items, bro.
Why are you so poor, man?
Just get items. Ignore him. Buy a vessel on someone. They don't even have a vessel builder. That's another problem.
Yeah.
I guess Visage
We'll see
will
how
be,
it goes.
Yeah, Visage is buying an urn, so they realize that he's gonna build it.
Yeah, it does feel bad though on Visage though. Like, he's the kind of hero which kind of wants to be the basically the carry, right? He's a ghoul. Kills in the bottom lane as they are able to bring down Red Panda, but Baboka's going to trade his life as well. And XXS will just back himself away.
I wouldn't say that it's necessarily that bad. Like, yeah, you want to be sustainable, you want to build these tanky items on Visage. At the same time, utility is fine as well. It's not a hero that suffers from a changing build, you know. You can do something different and still do Visage things.
Okay.
Mid lane, Ori's actually getting quite destroyed. It's not something we usually see anymore now. Like, DK Puck is pretty even. Of course, DK still has a free lane, but most of the time Puck is also very happy there. This time around, not turn on the heat.
Shadow Shaman, probably dead.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Full Assumption takes him out, snipes him on down. Oh, I got you going for the courier here. Still has a
XSS
blink
might
away,
be-
so yeah.
No, he was never gonna die there. Level 2 Soul Assumption. If he does die, Ulu falls with him. Infused Raindrop was really good on Ulu. Nice pickup.
Yeah.
Now Visage might even... yeah.
I mean, he has an urn and the healing self and clarity. And he's back to full.
Liz, what do you think about 2 points in Soul Assumption on Visage?
It's not
Surprising?
It's not that surprising. On these dual lanes, it's not that weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all just to kill. Yeah. But it is gonna potentially make him more vulnerable in the later stages in the early game.
It does two things even. Like, it makes you easier to kill, and it also kinda makes your level 6 power spike, you know, not as strong, because the Grave Shield doesn't last as long.
Yeah, and it doesn't drain as much.
Yeah, and the birds can die easier, so...
Do you reckon this is due to his build then? Because he's not really going for that classic drums build. He's moving in towards the end.
I think it's just the dual lane to get more kill potential.
Okay.
Shadow Shaman tossed back in.
Yeah. Well, Red Panda just doing Red Panda things.
He got tossed back 4 times and he died 4 times.
Yeah, but you know, he tanked the gank for his mid laner, so mission complete. Canary.
Yeah. They're still 1k ahead though. Like, the Quap is absolutely free down there.
I was having a good time, as is the Timber. Actually, Timber's not doing as well as I thought he would be.
Same.
You really can't leave the Visage versus Quap, even if he's ahead like this, slightly. I mean, he's not ahead on CS. Yeah. Yeah. When you look at net worth, like, Quap is owning this bottom lane actually.
Yeah, this nice little first blood infusion is always very nice, of course. I'm surprised he's very scared right now on Ulu. I guess CM is not showing, so...
Puck as well. You don't see Ori.
Dragonform popped in the middle lane with that catapult as well. Going to be doing a lot of damage here. They will have to come and defend that one. And, well, it's PQ and Baboka who are the defense at the moment, but Ori's coming across as well to give him a hand. And the shackles come down, stop Baboka getting that toss back, but Ori comes in with a silence. But they're bringing in more heroes on Ares here. They really want to force this issue. Baboka's being taken down here, goes for the toss back, but the poisons are on him, and Ulu comes in just to sweep up that kill. and now they can continue to pressure on this middle tier 1 tower. If they get this early on, I think that's going to be a really bad sign for Team Aster.
Well, Aster is trading at the same time. Bottom lane.
Prophet has ult too. That could be a big one.
Could be.
He's not
There's
using it.
3 heroes inside that coil. PQ just coming in, getting off the Crystal Nova, and they're slowing this
Prophet
down.
ult fired.
Tiny's
Didn't do
back.
anything.
Nah, not a lot.
I thought he was going to use it as a top lane and then bum, but
The fighting is not over here as Ulu and Ori trading some hits,
Oh,
but
nice
it's going to be the Shaman. Oh, look at that Avalanche. That's actually really, really good. They're going to catch the 2 of them out. The Bird's coming down as well with the extra lockdown, and that's going to be 2 kills going the way of Aster as XXS gets himself yet another Bird in comes. The Queen of Pain trying to blow up Ori, but he doesn't have enough damage.
Oh, he's
Ulu
dead
now
too
in
now.
some trouble, quite some trouble. I mean, he is just gone. XXS gets yet another.
Wow.
And that is just not how they were expecting that one to go. Aster Ares getting there. Getting the cake baked a
XXS
little
just
bit.
got like 1,000 gold.
he got a vessel pretty much. Well, not quite yet. There's
Not
1,000
quite yet,
gold for it.
but sure. Yeah. He's getting there.
I misread the items a little bit, but I think that's what Lizard was speaking about earlier too. Like, if they lose another fight like this, I don't know what Ares does to really stay in the game.
When they were pushing that tier 1 mid, for me, I'm looking at it and I'm really scratching my head thinking, how does Aster defend this? Like, how do they kill any of these tanky heroes? You don't have to kill them, you kill everyone else instead.
Hey, Timber? He's too tanky. No way.
Yeah, he's got that hood. He's feeling okay. 24
With the Visage
stacks
around,
back
though.
on. No, yeah, I mean, this might be the damage they need. They're going to try and go for this now. The Birds are on top of him. The damage coming in. All those magic nukes fly in the way of the Timbersaw.
Wow.
They are going to be able to bring him down. And Mono getting the kill as well. Red Panda, he's not going to last very long either. The toss is going to finish him up. And again, Ares, they let it slip. They let it slide. And they don't get that middle tower once more. This is really hurting.
Yeah. It's all a consequence though, right? Like you lose that last fight and now they have enough levels to actually kill a Timbersaw too.
Yeah, top lane, Queen of
Go
Pain.
for Ulu.
There's a blink.
Nice.
Bye.
There's
Maybe
a
not
Dragonite
bye.
rotating in. They
There's
want
a
to
lot of
fight
trees in
this.
the tower. Oh, Monet, no.
Oh, that is a... yeah.
He's just giving them confidence once again. You know?
He didn't even move. He's just in tower range. Yo, guys, I'm out of here. Also, I thought. Yeah, you have to dive this. Like you gotta break the confidence. Let's go.
Yep. Chakram ready. Chakram cast.
Ah, he might be
Damage
dead again.
not enough.
Panda
Oh
does.
my goodness. I mean, they are just controlling him up so well here. Not getting the kills. And it's going to be another desk for Shen Si here.
Okay.
And TK falling as well.
Man,
Yikes.
they're just getting so outplayed right now. And Big Brother showing why they're the Big Brother. More wisdom, more experience.
One nice thing for them is that they got this mid tier 1. Well, that chase was happening on top lane. So at least
Yeah.
they're getting some map control. But this, like, when you look at Ares' draft, this is a draft in which you really want to be dominating at this point.
Yeah.
You want to be snowballing, and they're doing anything but that.
Yeah, the first fight was really... Like, they weren't allowed to lose that first fight that badly. And now the Visage is way too big, deals way too much damage. And just the levels overall, they're way higher on the Team Aster side than they should.
Do you think anything changes with this Brew ult? It's not really that huge, but...
I mean, they got a CM kill.
Or do they? Yes, they do.
Oh!
Adding a bit of excitement there.
I mean, Brew ult is definitely going to be very strong, right? It's one of the best teamfight ults in the game.
But there's
But
a
they have to be
Vessel.
very careful that they don't get picked apart one by one like they have been.
And now Timber is, I believe...
they're looking for the Timber again.
Yeah, and there's a Vessel on XXS, so this is a kill now. This is possible.
It's very easy now, actually. They have a Prophet ult too if needed.
He's running though.
He's
He's going back.
sniffing it out, but
what a
the damage is so
read.
strong.
What a read. Top lane as well. They are just jumping on the Timbersaw right now. He does get the Timber Chain, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Down goes Shang-Chi once again.
Well, there's Smoke. CM again, pick you.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
a very dead Crystal Maiden, but the coil comes out. Is it going to do a thing? Doesn't look like it for now. Just holding back Asta Ares, and that's about it. But I mean,
Just TP.
oh no, jumps in and
Yi.
stun from Yi.
Wow.
I feel that
Man, they
they're
really like to TP in front of the face.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things. They played the last game and they still kind of have it in their mind when there's no stuns on Ares, so they're trying to just TP out. This is Rosh, like they use the wards.
Yeah. So why did Ghosts get nerfed to the tower, but the wards not to Roshan?
You're asking way too many questions.
Sorry, I shouldn't ask this question. I'm sorry.
Like, do you think Lizard's gave in? Is that what you think?
I've seen a lot of sides of Lizard. I wouldn't be surprised.
Visage?
Yeah, this could be a really big kill here for them as they move forwards here, trying to find their momentum, and the Aegis will be popped, but the Visage goes down as well. You'll throw it out onto Crystal Maiden just to throw her up into the air, cancel that ultimate, and hopefully bring her down on the other side. And I don't think that PQ is getting away from this one. It'll be another kill going the way of Asta Ares. All right, they finally found a bit of momentum in this game. It took a while, but we're there.
They lost Aegis. That's the downside. They did get a couple of really nice kills. Killing that unstoppable Visage is, I think, worth it for the Aegis.
Bye-bye, TK.
Yeah, it's a fortunate loss there, but mistiming things a bit.
There's also a good thing about them losing Aegis, though. Because it was on a DK, and DK is a terrible Aegis carrier.
Yeah, better not have it even. Put a bracer there, man.
Yeah, exactly, right? Stats, their value. There's almost a BKB on an Aegis Prophet. That should be super impactful. Oh, bye-bye, Red Panda.
Shaman. And looking for more. They found the Timber Sword. Timber Sword trying to get the Timber Chain away, but that's not going to happen. And they're going to be able to bring him down as well. Shanxi takes a fall. This Timber, he's having a rough one, that's for sure.
This game is just a bloodbath at this point. They're running them over on the side of Aster.
You know the funny thing, though? We have been criticizing areas a lot, but if you look at the net worth of the Timber and the Quap there, they're very good net worth somehow. I don't even know how they did that.
Yeah, they're still on... I think one of the reasons is it's not necessarily them, it's Aster. Aster is playing clumped up, they're just running together, right? They're bloodhounds, just rotating across the map together, getting kills. Meanwhile, Timber, he goes top, he farms 2 waves, he dies, but he's still got that net worth. Same goes for Quap. They're dying,
Prophet
but
is really big, though.
Yeah. Because he's the only one that can join fights without moving with everyone else.
Yeah, they're definitely not being efficient around the map. Like, the net worth is pretty low, all things considered. Red Panda looking for a Hex. It's only level 1 Shackle, though. There's not enough damage.
Well,
no
let's
way.
see what they can do. The silence comes out, and they won't even get a chance to get the Shackle off, in fact. This is just some awkward
Red
snakes.
Panda's having such a rough one.
Yeah.
I always feel when this kind of stuff happens. Because like one thing leads to another, you get into your own head more and more. It's also a very surprising skill build. Like all shamans usually max Shackle and Hex. But he went...
And you're playing into a puck like this, so...
Yeah. I mean, I guess he feels like he wants to have the clear against the birds, against the treants, but it doesn't really feel like that's his job this game. You know, they picked it as an answer to, well, they picked it early on, but it is an answer to puck if you do get those lockdown abilities, but it just feels like he's a bit lost at the moment. He's a lost child, looking for his mummy.
0-8 is it's a rough scoreline as well. But it's okay, Red Panda is a good player, can definitely recover. And he's also not super poor, so he will be able to get a blink eventually.
For me, it's just interesting that they didn't want to put this Panda on 5. I mean, not Red Panda, Brewmaster, right? Because that's what he usually plays.
I mean, TK played a very successful Brew in Season 2 in the Div 2, so maybe they're kind of leaning on that. But yeah, Red Panda's Brewmaster is something very special.
In a good way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we don't use that word negatively, ever.
Yeah.
PMA. Smile. Oh, Red Panda Oh, okay. Ori doesn't orb forwards, which means...
Oh, he didn't catch him. That was like so close. It was on the edge of the vision.
Yeah, I just didn't see him. Well, Red Panda lives. That's the first time I've said that this game.
He didn't even know how close he was to death, I think.
There's a couple of BKBs coming. So Dragonite almost completed his, Queen of Pain as well. Queen of Pain actually has his, and Timber saw, well, 800 gold away.
Yeah.
More or less.
And once those BKBs come out, it's gonna... Where's the damage gonna come from for Aster?
Yeah, it's true. Mono is not quite there yet. I mean, he's still packing a punch, but he hasn't got that item to really amplify himself at the moment. Witchblade helps, you know, it does give a lot to int heroes, but yeah, without that...
Do you like the Witchblade, though? Considering that they have only magic damage already, he's double downing on it.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And actually, the tiny jump forward here, but very quick reactions from Red Panda is actually going to maybe get the kill here. Yeah, they put him down. Monet trying to TP away with the BKB, gets himself out. He will survive through this, but XXS, they found him as well. Ares just playing around that BKB Queen of Pain wonderfully, but now Chris Maiden Note cancelled out immediately. They will kill off Red Panda, though. And actually, it's Aster who are picking up the kills here. Even though Ares
with the shot.
Dominating the fight.
Oh my god, XXS!
Oh my god, TK's getting...
That shard, man!
Yeah, he debated him with the shard super hard.
Yeah.
People are laughing about the shard sometimes, you know, whoa, such a meme shot. No. It literally just won him the fight.
Yeah, it can be so strong. Like, it healed him up, dispelled. It's just really nice. It doesn't dispel, right? Or does it? Because you
it does.
Invulnerable, right? Yeah.
Like all that Brewmaster stuff and the Shadow Strike all gone.
Yeah, beautiful shard usage there from XXS. Exemplary, some
We were just talking about the BKBs and how they're supposed to wait for them, but they didn't. They fought.
They
just
literally
before.
went, like 200 gold before BKBs. If they all have their BKBs there, that fight is super one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, the Queen of Pain looked so strong with hers, and that was it. Oh, nice little combo here in the mid lane. Although, that said, the Timbersaw is tanky enough to survive through this for now, but Red Panda, he is not. He will be dying once again. Death number 10 for him into double figures.
Another toss. This time just to save the CM a bit.
Tossing the maiden.
I'm still scared. Like, when the triple BKB timing comes out, we saw what one BKB did. When 3 come out...
Boca jumping on to Ulu here. Ulu does have the BKB. He's going to have to pop it here and trying to turn it around onto Baboka. And he's going to be able to do exactly that. Can they get the birds at the very least as well? Doesn't look like it. And BKB from...
Yeah, this
very
is my
premature.
Issue. Yeah, exactly, and this is my issue. Like, I love the BKBs, but the problem is, like, Aster, they're a team that know how to play against that. Bait them out, move back, fight afterwards. I think that should be the name of the game for them in the upcoming minutes.
For sure. And they have Prophet, the perfect here, just cut the map, right? These... Oh yeah, they are the stupidly strong big treants. 108 damage, 1700 health. 360 movement speed too. Look at the Quap, can't even clear them.
Yi in the top lane, doesn't have the BKB. He's just going to get beaten to death by Monet.
Oh my god. Yeah. And something we haven't even spoken about, right? The level 20 Sprout Leash's talent. The Quap has no game anymore, and it goes through BKB for some reason.
Also breaks heroes such as Pangolier. Seems good.
Yeah, it's like, why does that go through BKB is the mind-baffling thing. Oh, Red Panda, oh, poor guy. Drops the wards too. Monet says, I'm out.
Can the wards kill a greater Treant? They can. Can Ulu kill Baboka? He can.
Cost him a BKB though. They're very what's the word? Deliberate? No, not deliberate. Liberal, yeah, with their BKB usage.
Trigger happy.
Trigger happy, yeah, for the uneducated people. Like me.
Not you, Twitch chat. You're very educated.
Yeah.
We love
Twitch
you.
chat is super educated.
Of course.
So people
all 4 heads. All 4 heads in the chat.
Well, Monet just did like a 200 range DP. I saw it.
Who needs a Bleak Dagger anyway?
Mushroom head. No, he did the mushroom head thing.
Yeah.
I can never unsee that now.
Your respect for him is forever lost.
Sorry, Monet. You just got added to the list. 3 people smoke. Quap is nowhere nearby. You need that Quap in a team fight.
They need that damage, don't they? It's going to be a tricky
Silver
old
Edge now
fight.
as well.
They will see
Timber.
them jump in and immediately blowing up. Red Panda doesn't get a chance to cast a single damn spell. He just going for the BKB TP away. He wants nothing to do with this anymore, and he will get himself out. Meanwhile, TK trying to leave. We've seen his Earth Panda here, but I'm not sure there's much they can do about it. But maybe they can wait and crush him with a bird,
There's a
something
blink
like
on
that.
time.
Monae's like, I'm here.
Yeah.
Candyman. But there's something
Deary
so
me.
nice about the Prophet TP. When it's just like right in front of your face, you know you're dead.
Yeah, Roshan respawning in 1 second as well, but I think they've got bigger things in mind. I think they want to take this high ground at the moment, and with the creeps coming in.
Look at the trees damage too, man. It's ridiculous.
So crazy.
You got Visage Birds too.
Timber has a BKB, but he's not gonna do a lot at this point. They move back straight into the pit. By the way, you asked about the Witchblade long time ago. I love it. I actually like it on Prophet. I like it on a lot of these int right clickers because of the projectile speed, if nothing else. It's just so good.
I mean, I usually love it too on Prophet. It's just because the entire team was like already physical, magical damage.
Magical damage, yeah.
Yeah. So I thought maybe like a Desolator or something.
But
But
makes sense
Roshan's
too.
gonna drop with the shot. What is Puck shot? Oh, face shift attack now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as they just tear apart Boca. Okay, it's Ares to draw first blood in this fight, but he's getting very low as well. But they turn around, they're going on the Puck here. The Puck is going to fall. Ares actually managing to get themselves a couple of kills here. Red Panda just running at the Crystal Maiden. My god, that was aggressive, but does get the ward trap off, and they are going to be able to bring her down. They're looking for more. They want more. Monet going to go and TP himself out of this one, so it will just be XXS, the last one on the list for the side of Asteris, but they are going to be able to get it. And the first good fight we've seen in a very, very long time goes the way of Ares here.
It's over, Anakin. I've got the high ground.
Yeah, gotta respect that little quote there. Did you just watch Obi-Wan a while back?
I didn't. I need to. Did you?
Oh, okay. Because that is part of the intro video. I have the high ground! It's over, Anakin! It's over! You underestimate my power!
Amazing impressions. You're wasted in casting. Voice acting needs you.
Thank you, thank you. Prophet, no BKB, so Orchid could spell his dash. No, he's fine. Invisibility is invincibility, we all know it.
Red Panda
Look at Prophet's
running
network,
upstairs
man.
like an absolute madman. Alright.
But he's fine.
He
And he has now a
himself
Blink
out.
Dagger.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he wanted.
Ward unsuccessful, but nevertheless. You see this
No.
observer up here? I don't think there's anything they can do about it though. Timbersaw.
Oh, or he's dead again, I think. Oh, nice toss save. Wow.
That was huge. Baboka saving the day. Meanwhile, Red Panda, he is going to get the shackles off, but he is going to die for it, so it's a trade. The 4 for the 5. Meanwhile, in the trees,
The walk
Crystal
is
Maiden
off.
popping the freezing field here and walking around, but there's no one here to freeze anymore. They've all left.
Puck is back. He's full HP as well, so they have that coil to work with.
Then TK going to come out of that Brewmaster form and immediately get taken down there.
He gone.
Wow. Look at Quap.
Chatting.
He's going for Hurricane Pike because he knows he needs a Force Staff against that Leash talent that's coming out soon.
Just gotta get away of those sprouts in some way.
Yeah. It's 8-second cooldown though.
Pretty insane. Pretty difficult to play around that one, but the 4-staff might help out. But definitely a desperate sign when your Queen of Pain is queuing up a 4-staff, that's for sure. But literally won't be able to play the game once that Sprout talent comes out.
I mean, look at the Prophet's network, which just kind of looks like an alchemist at this point.
And the way he complements top lane, Ulu,
he predicted it.
Very nicely done. Ulu popping the BKB now. They need to try and take down the Visage here, but that will be difficult with that Stone Form coming out available. And Monet just in the with the BKB in the trees here, just fighting up into them. So they're just going to try and bail on Asta Ares, but they're not going to let them do that as Baboka comes through the backlines with the puck, kills off Red Panda. The BKB pop from the Timbersaurus. He gets himself up to the high ground as well. He will escape, so it's just the Shaman who falls here. Not bad for Ares, honestly, but certainly not the play they were looking for.
So far, Dragonite is just using his BKB to TP away.
Yep. It's been like 3 fights in a
the
row.
entire team is. They're so mobile with that Prophet.
The way their items also complement each other. Like you have the drums on Tiny, now the AC will be completed on Nature's Prophet, so the birds will hit even harder. Like Visage loves it all.
Yeah.
And he just went for a pipe on Visage to make them all more tanky. I love the itemization as well in the Dire.
Meanwhile, on the side of Ares, you just have to deal with problems. Like, you don't want the Force Staff on Queen of Pain, but you need it. Like, you have to get it.
Yeah. I mean, one positive about that is he can now pop the Lincolns and Orchid the puck still, and he has no way to really do anything about that.
True.
So I guess, as we said, Lizard, right? There's always a positive thing to everything negative.
Yeah, pop that Lincolns, get sprouted, die immediately.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's the philosophy
I didn't say
behind
it's all
the
positive.
There are positives. Yeah.
the philosophy of the yin and yang, isn't it? It's like there's always a positive in every negative, always a little negative in every positive. And now a jump onto the high ground here, onto the Visage as they try and take him down. But Boca trying to top him back. Can they finish him off? They need to get him before he gets off the stone form, but he gets it off. And now he's going to heal himself back up again. The play is over. But Shang-Chi sticking around, and will be no TP for you, sir. The level 20 talent is online. Yeah. And that is very, very unfortunate for the Timbersaw there to get caught out, but couldn't TP away from that one. And now, through 3 heroes dead on the side of Aster Ares, Team Aster are looking to take to this high ground and put an end to this game. And thrown into the mix. Doesn't have the primal split to work with, so we'll just get straight up taken down here. We might even see those golden Gs coming out. I mean, there's some buybacks available. They can go for one last hurrah on the side of Aster Ares, but it's feeling so difficult now. And in they go. The Queen of Pain jump into the backline straight away, trying to look for a target, but unfortunately getting stunned up, taken down, no BKB, no chance of survival. Yi will fall as well, and that will be it. Game number 2, it goes to Aster as they clean up the series cleanly with a great 2-0 performance.
Not as convincing as game 1, but the draft was much more even this time around as well. So.
Does he still get the hot pot?
I'm sure he
does. No.
No? Aww.
No, he just apologized. No more hot pot.
Oh, no. So he didn't even get a hot pot from this. Wow, that's...
Yeah, I think he only would have gotten the hot pot if they won the game on the back of that first blood. That's probably in the contract.
I see. Yeah, yeah. The handshake between the two teams. Well, it is what it is, but Aster take game number 2, thus securing themselves their first win here in the China TPC Tour number 3. And that is exactly the kind of start they were looking for. And what a performance from them. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Standouts from this second game, Lizard.
Look at that cute cat. That's my standout. look at that. You have a lovely cat, Black.
Oh, thank you.
Black.
I love him very much.
White cat. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
why, that's a combo.
No, this second game for me, I think the mistake was the mid lane push where they got punished hard. Like if you're playing Ares' draft, I think you have many chances to win this game, but you can't blow the early game. Like your early game needs to be good. It needs to be well organized, well played. I'm not sure what happened there on the mid lane. I really thought there was no vessel. There was nothing significant on the side of Aster. They just outmaneuvered them, tossed a couple of targets back, got 3 kills really, and broke that first push. When you break that first push, that first onslaught that's coming from Ares and all their tanks, and you get that one extra item, right? That one vessel, one blink on Tiny, whatever. And levels that give you the necessary burst damage to kill off the Timber, the game becomes easier. They just needed to have a little bit cleaner early game, and they maybe could have even won it.
Yeah. We spoke about that in the draft as well, right? Where we said they have 0 answers to their BKB timing. If their BKB timing comes 5 minutes earlier, which it should have, I think the game is actually just over the other way. But yeah.
Very possibly, very possibly. I mean, for me, like one of the biggest things was when I see this Timbersaw hero, I'm expecting him to be, a bit of a raid boss, or at least, tanky enough to cause an issue for Team Aster here. But that wasn't the case. I mean, what happened? Why was Shang-Chi feeling so weak in this game?
Just one bad move after another. Visage with a lot of burst damage with that vessel early on.
Yeah, the early
Suddenly,
vessel.
yeah,
Wait, big question though. The laning phase. Aren't you supposed to be free farming against Prophet? Because he had like 1,000 net worth less than the Prophet.
Was he being like out CS'd? Just, out.
Must have been, because he was always full health when I watched. Which is, yeah. Because like Timbersaw, again, just like Dawnbreaker, you pick it to dominate lane, right? And again, that dominate lane hero didn't dominate his lane, and you just fall off massively if you don't.
Definitely felt like that was the case this game. Around 6 deaths he had in the end as well. I mean, that's definitely not something you want to see on the Timbersaw, but nothing compared, unfortunately, to Red Panda. Do you guys know how many deaths he had at the end of the game?
12 or 13?
15.
Oh. Yeah, I felt really bad for him. Like, you could tell in the earlier portions, he seemed pretty lost. He was just kind of walking around, running in, hexing people.
What do you want to say? 15 is bad or something? Is that what you're insinuating? Like 15?
No.
What? Is that something weird?
Melk Award, how much was that? 23?
It was more than 15, so...
Yeah, true. A 0.5 DPM doesn't sound that bad, does it?
Sounds pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Acceptable. But yeah, like they gave him no chance, right? Whenever they saw Red Panda, everything on him. Every fight.
Yeah,
and he didn't make it easy for himself, because literally, he sees a hero, hex, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, blink.
You're some position 5 Shadow Shaman. Like, you're also the only reliable... Well, there's DK, but from the supports, you're the one that needs to be doing the work, right? The catching. And you're just standing there with a shackle versus all these... Like, you're playing into a Visage even, right? There are just birds jumping on top of you constantly. There's a tiny tossing you back. I feel for him. 15, that's maybe a bit too much, but...
Also,
40 would have been okay.
All of these, all of the vision, as you were saying, all the vision, all the blink cancels as well, the Crystal Maiden, the Puck, even the Nature's Prophet, the Wrath of Nature, all these things can cancel your blink and make your game super hard to play. You need to be decisive. You need to get that, blink in and go. But unfortunately, in a game where you're this far behind, it just ends up looking and feeling really, really difficult to play. And it is always that thing as well, any Lion and Shaman versus any Spirit Hero or Queen of Pain or Puck. It's always the same story. If you get on top of them first, you feel great, you feel like a Chad, you mess them up. If they get on top of you first, then you feel like a weenie, you get killed and silenced off and taken down very quickly because you're just a support. So you do have to be the one making those plays, unfortunately. And it just didn't end up looking very good for Red Panda, unfortunately. But on another day, it would be the right players that need to be made. Are you guys any more sold on the position 4 Tiny?
It looked great this game. I'm just wondering if it would be looking the same if they were playing versus a team that's of their own caliber. I don't want to take a lot away from Ares, but there's a reason why they're Ares and why Aster is Aster, right?
Of course.
So maybe in a different matchup, it wouldn't have looked as strong. But we discussed it during the draft. Like, it's a nice bodyguard to the Visage in the lane. They bring a lot of burst damage, and I think this combo in particular 4 and a 3 can work.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I'm a big fan of Tiny, mostly because of what the South American teams did with it. Like, they decimated everybody. Like, nobody thought Tiny 4 is actually a thing. They just bring it out and destroy everything. But my main criteria for it to be really successful didn't happen this game. But like, you want to be able to kill the mid lane. Like, when the South American teams picked it a lot, it was with like a bad rider, and they just absolutely make the mid lane miserable. Like, you cannot do anything. And if you have a Tiny in that game, yeah, for all means, put me in. I love that hero. But in this kind of game, if the teams are even, I don't see it being nearly as successful.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that assessment as well. And the last thing I want to talk about when it comes to this game is XXS on the Visage as well. I think it's, the most impressive performance on Team Aster. We can't talk about this game without talking about XXS Visage. It was an early Visage pick, And as we said, right, he didn't go for this very common, like, Vlad's into Wraith Pact, into AC or something like that. He goes for the items his team needs. He goes for the pipe. He goes for the Spirit Vessel really early on as well. And he still goes 10-2 with 17 assists, like the highest game impact by a mile, while still getting the items his team needs, really just proving that, this hero, exactly what Admir said during the game, like it's about what you build, not about just following what you think is best for the hero.
Yeah, but one item that you didn't mention is the shard, right? That Aghanim's shard.
Yes, yeah.
If you didn't buy it, oh, the cat is so cute. I can't. But if
Yeah.
No, he can't. He actually can't.
Oh, he can't. He actually he's done. good job. You did it, my friend. And now he just leaves. He's like,
yeah, Jesus, that cat's a stone cold killer, dude. Took him out and just left. My job here is done.
I was cosplaying it. It's the stone form of the shard. But yeah, if he didn't have the shard, he'd have way more deaths, like 100%.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah. Not sure. I'm not sure what happened there, but just took a momentary break and just came in as if nothing happened. Super smooth. Anyway, right, that's gonna do it for the series. Any closing thoughts on this one before we move on to our next series, guys?
It was a fun series. Was great. Enjoyed the drafts. Ares perhaps learned a lot from that game one. This game two was just a struggle. I don't think this is a game. This is a game in which you're like, man, we just got outplayed. First one, the draft was the issue. Second one, you just want to put behind you and cruise on, move on. I think they fixed the drafts. So
I would love to see Ares against like a more evenly matched team, because I think they actually are a pretty good team. It's just like the top four in China are just probably quite a bit ahead of the rest. Like there's a pretty big gap. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. So you think, I mean, they didn't do great against Dandelion last season, but Dandelion were on an absolute roll. I think the biggest test for them is going to be, how they adjust to the new patch. Are they a one patch team, or have they got more behind them? How much is the patch going to change? That's what I'm interested to see from them. And I think that's going to determine a lot about where Ares is going to sit. And of course, you've got Vici and EHOME, who are like the middle runners for this region as well. So how do you think they'll do against those other three teams, against the bottom four?
I think, as you said, the new patch is gonna dictate a lot, and I think just purely based on like skill and team levels, they should be doing fine there. Dandelion, though, as we said, they are pretty strong. I would probably say they are top 5 material right now, as the Ares it is. Because like the other teams are just very, very strong.
I just love when you say a team is strong in the Chinese region. Top 5, they're really strong.
It's
top 5.
Unfortunate,
I can't. Best I can do, top 5, man. You're strong, but
yeah, incredible team.
strong.
But you're not going to qualify for anything in this region. Sorry.
Yeah. Go to another region. See you later. Bye-bye.
Yep.
But
well,
new patch, right? Like that also means LGD might actually be vulnerable. Like. Maybe.
It's Listen, shaking your head.
Potentially.
I've heard this many
Another
times.
top 1 in China.
I've heard this. I've heard this so many times before. Yeah, new patch there, and then they just come into the new patch, pick completely new set of 5 heroes, and take it away.
As
long as they figure out the patch early enough. Like that's the only thing. I believe they could lose first couple of series after the patch hits, or one series. If the patch is 5 minutes before their series and it hits,
we'll give them one series.
I'll give them
they can lose one
game of the first series there.
I would actually agree with that, because I think LGD previously have been a team which innovate a lot. They bring a lot of new things. However, throughout the past 2 tours, I would say we've seen a much more tame LGD, which has led to an extreme level of consistency. They have been super, super clean and good throughout these 2 tours. But I do wonder when that patch hits, if it is a big one, like they kind of alluded to in the blog post earlier on, then how are they going to be able to adjust to that? Because they have been playing the same way for quite a long time now. They haven't been that same innovating, trying out new things kind of team like we've seen before. I'm going to be interested to see. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. But obviously, as you say, within a few series, they'll have figured it out. Even the slow to adapt teams, you can't be that slow, especially LGD. So it won't take them long either way. They might be caught 1 or 2 games down, but yeah, I don't think there's any doubt in them getting top 4 and making it to whatever event is going to come up, hopefully the major. So we shall see. But guys, I think that's just about it for today. However, well, it's not. We have one more series on the cards. That's right. We have LGD coming up, playing against EHOME in the final best of 3 series of the day. It's going to be an exciting matchup. Can EHOME do anything against the giants of the Chinese region? We're going to find out after this break. The game will be live in about an hour from now. So we'll see you soon, hopefully.
Welcome one and all here back to the Tour 3 of the China DPC. We have returned now for one final series, the big one of the day, having PSG.LGD taking on EHOME in a game which really could be quite determinative of the futures of these two squads. My name's Snare. I'm joined once again by Black and Lizard. And gentlemen, we, of course, got to see some Division 1 action earlier today, but now we're back for real. When LGD is involved, that's when you know that it's going to be Premier Dota. And Lizard, I'm going to start with you. Let's get it out of the way. The circle jerk of PSG.LGD. This is a team that's been the best in the world. They've shown us all that competitive Dota has to offer here in China. However, right now, they don't have much to play for. They've already qualified for TI. They're already sitting at the top of the DPC rankings. At this point, even if they don't go to the major, it doesn't really matter for them. So which look are we going to be seeing from LGD? Are we going to have them be like last year, where even though they'd qualified, it didn't matter? They played to their most up until TI? Or are they going to do a more team secret style thing, relax, take it easy, go on vacation, walk around a little bit before the showcase of the Immortals?
First and foremost, I'm really happy to see you as well, Sean. Snare didn't talk to me in 2 months, and here you are just instantly into the PSG.LGD talk. When Black came, when Nomad came for the first day, they were like, "Oh, listeners, Black, no, hi, how you been?"
Yeah,
straight to business. I bought shades. I put them on. I was thinking you were gonna do the same. And
all right, I got you. Let's do it together, bro. Let's do it together.
Nice. Yeah.
There we go. Oh, snap. Even Black's on this right now. The glasses cast us out here. How are you doing, though, Lizard? And you seem hype. And I'm actually very happy to see you as well. You're such a heartwarming person to be around.
Aw. Black doesn't tell that to me.
Why I do? I tell you how lovely you are all the time. I give you the greatest hugs.
You do. You have amazing hugs. I'm great. Gonna be even better after this series. Hyped to watch PSG.LGD. Not so much. I'm still waiting for the patch. Once the patch hits, let's be honest, everyone is going to be super hyped about the dotes. Right now, it's like end of the patch. We're, it's a dead relationship that you're just waiting to be over, pretty much.
But who is going to be ending it? The patch
Gaben.
Or the teams? Well, in this case, it's always Gaben. Unfortunately, there's never another option. Gaben says it's over.
Then it's over.
There's no point in continuing this relationship. Go next.
Speaking of the patch, though, gentlemen, some of you all were talking a little bit about it earlier with Nomad about your expectations about the patch going forward. And given the patch drops tomorrow, right, and that's when it's going to be really exciting. Lizard, whenever we see LGD, and you've seen them enough times to know that this is always what happens every season that there's a patch. The first couple of weeks after that patch, Team Asta looks amazing, and LGD looks a bit wishy-washy until LGD figures out the patch, then they start looking amazing as well. But again, given that they have nothing to play for, are we going to have a similar trajectory for them, or is that arc of learning going to be a bit longer, given that they legitimately have the most time of any of these teams to learn it?
I think when... Are they under any pressure? They're not, right? So
no.
If you're not under any pressure, you can ease up on the scrims a little bit, hit those pubs, figure out the heroes that are broken completely, spam them a little bit, come back into the DPC season and own. No, I'd say I even disagree with the whole narrative that they're bad at the beginning of a new patch. Maybe for a series, like that's it. They come. They're just always strong. It's PSG.LGD. Just the way it is. I don't wanna kiss their asses anymore. Can we talk about EHOME Black, please? Can they?
Yes, Black. Tell us about EHOME. Actually, Black, I think you're the best person to ask about EHOME, right? Because I remember when they first made their change, removing 7E from the mid lane and getting him replaced out there. One of the things that we started seeing almost immediately was they were super reliant on giving Echo good heroes in the draft. Any game where he had his Ember, for example, they do well. If they didn't, everything else would just look very poor. So it felt like the entire game was revolving around this one player, which wasn't how they played before he arrived in the team. Do you think they've had time to sort of work on that, get better drafts and get better overall team cohesion so that he's not the only centerpiece of them winning these games?
Yeah, so like we spoke about relationships just a minute ago, and I kind of have like this hate-love relationship with EHOME. Like first season, I really liked them. Second season, I was super disappointed with them, and now I don't know what to think of them. But they've had plenty of time to prepare, and I hope they really did, because Season 2 did not do them justice. Like, the games they played and the way they played it looked so, like, average. I expected more, you know? Like, the team play was okay, it wasn't great. The drafts were okay, it wasn't great. Like, if you want to do anything in this China region, if you want to get top 4, like, you need to play out of your mind every single game. And you can't rely on a new guy to carry you through it all. There's no way. Like, Shiro, when he has amazing games, he looks really good. But when he's off, like, there's just nothing coming from him. You know, like, Shiro is usually the guy that the team looks to carry them. But in Season 2, it completely shifted. For whatever reason, I don't know why they changed their playstyle. I hope they went back to it, because enabling Shiro should be the number 1 priority for this team.
And Lizard, what do you think? Like, if they do manage to sort of fix their issues as a team, EHOME, you know, for a long time, it felt like they had the stronghold on being the team just outside that top 4. Last season, of course, they started to drop off on that level. Vici ended up overtaking them. But this season, arguably the strongest field we've had in Div 1 overall, like from first to 8th position, which wasn't true for Tour 1 and Tour 2. So EHOME, if they can find their proper ceiling and play at their maximum level, are they good enough to still have a stranglehold on that 5th position, 5th best in China, maybe closing in on 4th? Or is it one of these things where now everyone is so strong that even if they play their best, it's still up in the air where they're actually going to finish?
No, I think 5th is realistic. I think it can happen. But I think 4th might be even further out of their reach now, as some changes have happened in the other teams. I think the changes that have happened in the other teams made them even stronger. So in this tour, we'll see. Anything is possible, but I think 5th is the most realistic for EHOME.
5th, and that's out of the major. That's suddenly, if you end 5th, Black, you're not only you're not going to the major, you're not going to TI. For a lot of these teams, right? EHOME is involved in this mix, Vici is involved in this mix. Hell, even Extreme Gaming, who is in that top 4 mix, find themselves in a situation where if you don't go to the major, you don't do well at the major, there's no way to get yourself towards TI, right? So it's kind of interesting, right, that you have an LGD team who doesn't care anymore. They're like, whatever, we're going to go to TI no matter what. But for teams like EHOME, Vici, RNG, Extreme Gaming, dropping one game can really change everything and might lock you out of TI qualification directly. When you have that in the back of your mind, how much does it weigh on you to be going up against LGD at the beginning before you can even get a run of form started?
It really depends on the player. Like, I know a lot of players that thrive under pressure. They become way better than they are like under normal circumstances. But there's also the opposite, of course, you know, where they're like, oh my God, there's so much on the line. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, you know, and the basics suddenly start crumbling and falling apart. And I don't quite know where EHOME is yet, just given the lack of experience they have on the international stage and playing under pressure. I would probably say they're more likely to be the type that crumbles, but maybe they're also just not affected at all, you know? We'll have to see. But all I know is that LGD is not going to make it easy for them, because LGD is always playing to win. They don't care who they're playing against. Although the entire region hopes that they're slipping up big time, because any points that go to LGD now are basically out the window.
Yeah, wasted points. They don't mean anything. And that it's a bit weird, Lizard, that we at this point in time, right, that's how it feels. That every single game LGD wins effectively locks out another Chinese team from being able to qualify for TI. And they're just like now they're customs and official border patrol. They're like, nobody's getting in. This is all PSG.LGD territory. How do you get past this, right? Mentally, I mean, obviously beating LGD is probably not going to happen for most of these teams, but mentally, it feels like a lot of the times we've seen these teams at this stage of the tournament or this stage of the tour, you get beaten mentally before you even start the game. You've already lost to the LGD, like this aura of this amazing team already beat you. Is there a way to deal with that so that you don't come into this half-cocked with a defeatist mentality?
It depends really on the kind of a player and the person you are. Like, there are players that, yeah, definitely, they get defeated by themselves before the game even starts, right? Like, they defeat themselves because of the fear and whatnot, too much respect. But there are also players that have the mentality of, I want to be the giant slayer. I think in my personal situation, I always loved playing versus teams that are better. Loved playing. Well, that wasn't hard because almost 90% of teams were better. But for real, it's always a pleasure to play versus the top tier teams. Like, you learn a lot, unless you get completely stomped. Like, as long as you have a good grasp on the meta and what you want to be doing, you can improve on that. As long as you're not coming ill-prepared, which I don't think that any team in the DPC season is. I think everyone has their own plan, has their own approach to the meta, has their own draft that they want to test against PSG.LGD and everyone else. So I don't think that EHOME will be in any sort of a defeated state of mind when it comes to playing here. By the way, do you think that PSG.LGD has this plan? We're going to gatekeep everyone from China out of TI. So when we get to TI, we're going to be the only Chinese teams. Everyone is going to be cheering for us.
Yeah, they have a lot of scrim partners and stuff, Yeah. Easy. But I was actually going to ask the question too. Like, worst case, absolute worst case scenario, we might only have 2 Chinese teams at TI, right?
Yeah. Worst case scenario. Right now, it's looking most likely to be LGD and Team Asta, provided nothing weird happens. And Asta at least gets, I believe if they get top 2, they're practically guaranteed. If they get top 3, then it gets a bit weird. It's like 90% guaranteed. But for them, they're pretty much through in that particular regard. It's everybody else that's like, damn, I hope Asta and LGD have awful seasons so that we can get those points instead.
Yeah, you can just hope for the best, because we spoke about it previously. Like, the track record of China at TI is usually very good, and missing out on them would be somewhat of a tragedy, honestly. So hopefully, it's weird to say that. Like, hopefully LGD slips up sometimes, give some other teams some points. But again, I'm a super big LGD fanboy, so I can't even make that statement without feeling bad. So I'm going to take that back.
One of those difficult conundrums.
Yep, 7-0 LGD. Let's go.
Black isn't a fanboy to a particular team. Black just loves good Dota, good quality.
True. I am so objective and unbiased. Exactly. It's actually insane. Thank you, Lizard.
Do you ever see biased Black in the chat? No, you don't. Do you see biased Lizard? Do you see biased B-Cop? Biased Black? Never. He just enjoys the
not
Dotes.
a single time.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so because of that, he loves PSG.LGD, because they bring the best Dota. So far, at least, they have.
Makes sense,
far, they really have, yeah. I mean, we could all just see at the major itself that although, the major was pretty great. There was some stellar Dota played there, but it certainly was very clear that the overall level much lower without the Chinese teams involved in the mix. So if that ends up happening, that they can get to this next major, hopefully. But even if not the next major, at least TI, where Chinese teams certainly elevate every competition level. So just before we get into the draft, gentlemen, quick question. And Black, we were speaking about this yesterday as well with regards to strats being stolen from the West. And you said something about how normally China only does it when there's a legitimately broken strat emerging from that side of the world. The most recent example, obviously, was the mid-coddle. However, in these last couple of days, a lot of interesting things have happened. Visage, a hero that was picked and banned once in either category all of the last tour, suddenly he's in the mix now. Banned twice, picked once already. We've seen possible Tinies, not normally native to China. We've seen Nature's Prophets in the safe lane. We've seen these Enigmas coming out right now. Is it the case that, China is changing their mentality when it comes to stealing those strats? Or is it just that there's now so many more broken strats to draw from that you might as well give it a shot while you can?
It's the great migration. Which is also like when we spoke about the balance changes potentially, Lizard, Nomad, and I, where we said pretty much any change, even a small change to a lot of these heroes right now, for better or worse, could make them completely broken or borderline unplayable. I feel like right now, Dota's in a state where almost everything is broken. It's just forgotten, but it's actually insanely strong. There are a couple of heroes, of course, that are stronger than others, but this Nature's Prophet thing, like his Treants and his Leash talent is absolutely broken. That's going to get changed for sure. And Nigma is back in the mix again with the Rave Pack build now, which is going to get nerfed for sure. There's like so many things that we don't know is actually going to happen. But again, any small change is going to completely throw everything off.
And there are some heroes that are so broken and so out of the meta that me and Black, we are not going to share those.
Exactly.
If we get invited to coach or to play for some team, obviously we will pick them and they will be game winning. But
what about Super Mario, for example? Nobody picks that dude.
Super Mario. Yeah, Super Mario.
Dude,
I only see Super Mario when I'm playing Atomic War. Weren't you also mentioning heroes like OD earlier, Black? Yeah, there's actually quite a few heroes that are like completely left out. Hell, even coming back to this game, EHOME, they have an Earth Spirit player in the team in the form of Planet, and he played that hero very well in Tour 2, completely forgotten about on Tour 1, he played it really well, forgotten about in Tour 2. But here in Tour 3, already Ponlo there in Team Fusion has already been dominating a lot of these games with the Earth Spirit. It's looking hella strong. It's looking like there can be movements across the map. So feels like there is still a lot to draw from. The pockets are going to be quite deep. This does mean, though, here that it does become much more important who's your coach and what ideas that coach has about the game, because tomorrow, literally, there's a patch dropping tomorrow. What if all these things that you figure out today are broken, are either more or less broken tomorrow? You need somebody who's going to be able to cotton on very quickly. So just speaking of that, Lizard, which team do you think is going to get off to the races first? That's not LGD. Ignore LGD. Let's pretend that they don't exist. After the patch drops tomorrow, who are you expecting to make the biggest splash here in the Division 1 of China?
Well, if I ignore LGD, do I get to ignore Aster as well then? Because
Linem's too good at this. Yeah, so ignore those two. No Aster, no PSG.
Can I ignore the other teams too?
Do I ignore Vichy Gaming as well?
We're only ignoring two. Pick one.
Yeah, it's not sure. RNG perhaps has a decent shot at picking something different. They have done it in previous seasons as well. But I'm not really sure. I actually can't answer that question with full confidence, like this one team is going to figure out stuff the most. I think RNG perhaps are willing to innovate the most because they don't truly have their form set right now. Like if you look at Aster, if you look at PSG.LGD, you know what they're going to do. RNG perhaps are a bit more of a mystery. So let's give them a go as an answer.
Yeah.
Now, you encounter Ghost quite a lot in your pubs. So do you agree with this? How do you feel about them being the team to lead that charge?
I think just on a more general perspective, it's time to get very busy for a lot of these teams because 100% we're gonna see much more region mixing when it comes to heroes. Like everyone's gonna watch each other's regions, right? Like China is gonna watch Europe is gonna watch China, and they're gonna watch NA, and they're basically gonna have to help each other all out to figure out the meta quickly, because otherwise this entire DPC season might be like a little bit of a circus, like the first half of it, because we don't know what's happening. But for sure,
you like circuses though.
I love circuses. I do. They make the game very entertaining, and I hope it's going to be not just a normal balance patch, but put Roshan here now, and suddenly everything's like, oh crap, what do I want now?
Maybe two of them even.
Yeah, double Roshan, or mini Roshan, big Roshan, and medium Roshan.
All right, so we must make it that Roshan himself gets to use his own Aegis. So you kill Rosh first, he pops that Aegis, and only the second Rosh actually drops the real Aegis of the Immortal. Yeah. That would be a lot of fun. I'm hoping, honestly, for some more weird things, new buildings. Please, for the love of God, please nerf Death Prophets.
Nerf Death Prophet. I mean, if you want to nerf heroes, there's so many on my list. I don't even want to get started because otherwise Lizard is going to say that I can't say these hard-hitting questions. So I'm getting away from that. Yeah,
we don't want to be fired. Ruben is always watching.
Lizard is like, we need to get that future job prospect, and we need to keep that MMR boosting for ourselves, so we pick the broken heroes, win the game, and then find ourselves going deep into these MMR bracket runs. But with all of that being said, the questions about which heroes are OP, how the drafts are going to evolve, and which team is going to emerge with the more clear draft both today and after the patch need to be answered by a game of Dota. And we have a draft practically getting started now, gentlemen. So let's get into it. No surprises here. First ban on this Enigma. As we saw it earlier today, I had a feeling that LGD has probably been playing this hero a lot. So EHOME know what they're doing. Will not allow LGD to have the big black hole.
Yeah, no big black hole there. And of course, Partner and Coddle also banned out. Honestly, LGD is like a very, very scary Enigma team. When I just look at their players, it strikes me as an Enigma team. Like Syncyu, as well as Faith Bian, they just give me this very mean Enigma look.
Do they give you a mean, tiny position 4 look? Something that you don't like?
Damn, Syncyu tiny? I like it if there's an aggressive mid.
Yeah.
So let's see what they do, how they follow. What's happening to CM? We've seen it twice
I
already
was
today.
about to ask you all about this because this was literally completely unpicked and unbanned last season in China. Not that many regions picked it either. So I'm not exactly sure what's happening. If this was Atomic War, then it's like, great, I see why you go for the CM, but I don't know what's happening here, boys. Is it the prowess in the laning phase? Are we concerned about having Arcane Aura later? Lizard, you are the 5-position person, the extraordinaire on the panel. Please talk us through what makes the CM so good.
They forgot about her. Everyone forgot, but me and Black, we knew. She was in our stash, the hidden compartment. We'll give you one out.
Yeah, one out of many.
One out of many, indeed, that have not been picked at all.
Yeah.
The laning stage is fine. You get to secure the range creep. The aura is also decent. And actually, one thing that's not talked too much about, but being able to ulti and walk around is quite decent. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice to have.
It's definitely super strong. I mean, the mana aura is very nice because it gets doubled on yourself, so you can spam quite a bit. But yeah, I'm like CM level 2 can potentially deal a ton of damage if you have like an aggressive carry hero. Like Frostbite plus Frost Nova is no joke. Or Crystal Nova. Sorry. Don't want to be doing any unjust naming here.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare I? But CM in general is it's a weird one. Like I feel it doesn't offer as much as like a Bane does, for example. And you really gotta snowball the lanes with that aura that she offers to you. Like you wanna win the mid and off lane hard with that aura advantage. Because the mana that she gives you is no joke.
Yeah. Speaking of mid or off lane, we're still not sure exactly where this Pangolier is going. Obviously, we've seen this being played a lot in the off lane. By EHOME in particular, Zio really loved this hero, but as time went on, in China to transition more towards middle. So I think it probably depends on what the mid matchup is going to be, especially because now they're looking at the Tiny and they realize this year. They look and say, well, pos 4 Tiny is the likeliest option. Let's not give them puck. Presumably, they have an answer for the Storm Spirit if it might come out, but LGD are not that fond of going for that hero anyway for NTS, so should be fine. What stands out to you as potential options into the mid lane here to combo with this Tiny Lizard?
You're banning out the puck because of multiple reasons as well. There's Pango and doesn't like playing against it. Even though you have Bane, you just ban out the puck as well. Plus, there's Tiny plus puck breaking the coil with the toss. That's also pretty good. Black wanted an aggressive hero in mid lane besides puck, which would do, I think, not great versus all heroes, but in most situations he can do well.
Yeah.
There's still that Queen of Pain that's left in the pool. Maybe that's an option. Black mentioned Batrider as well, which is somewhat of a possibility. It depends on the matchup, obviously, but there's Lina that's still in the pool that has been ignored.
Dude, Batrider and pos 4 Tiny is so toxic. Like seriously,
it's really strong though. The South American teams roll.
It's super strong. Exactly. Yeah. Like you get sticky twice. Tiny walks in, you can't do anything. You can't walk away.
Yeah, but you can blink if you pick something like a Quap that also beats Bat in the lane, right? Like so.
Yeah, maybe, But that's why you usually pick the Bat like really late, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like this Pangolier has already been answered, and the Crystal Maiden. I'm just not the biggest CM fan. I gotta admit. We'll see how it goes. I guess Visage, okay. That makes good use of the CM aura, and Pango mid, which I'm just expecting to be mid. Also makes pretty good use of that. So,
and an additional thing, we won't be seeing the Tiny plus Visage right on the lane.
Yeah,
the one
which is so strong.
And Visage destroys Bane. Like you can't actually grip because the birds just stun you.
Birds stun you too quickly. They can also rip through your HP pool so fast that if you don't have max HP when gripping, sometimes just kill the hero, move on. So I like what I'm seeing here from EHOME with this Visage. Of course, something else that we've seen being imported somewhat here into China, but good to see it. Give them some push potential as well. Last season, we saw EHOME often struggle a lot, even if they'd win fights, having difficulty progressing onto the map. At the very least, there's not going to be that much of an issue here. So what do we have for answers from LGD? They're thinking about this. They don't have a last pick. So do they reserve last pick for the safe laner for themselves, or do we get the mid-counter matchup as early as possible, given that it's very likely that we have Pango Visage, one of these two heroes occupying the mid lane, so keep your mid pick till last and then get something for Army sooner than that.
I like Ember Spirit, to be honest. It's very good against Visage to take off the passive stacks. It's very strong against Pangolier as well. And nothing to say, obviously loves playing Ember.
It could also be 3-4 Visage Pango, right? Like that.
Could be, yeah.
It's an option. It's a lot of nuking potential too.
Yeah. It's just Ember doesn't really lose too many heroes in mid lane anymore with that slight change. So I feel, what else is there for nothing to say actually that he really enjoys playing? If the Ember is right up his wheelhouse.
Something to say, Tinker coming back.
Against Visage though, it's pretty hard. But I would love to see it, challenge yourself.
They're really taking their time with this one though. Going deep into the archives. Let's see what else has he played that's available. His Kunkka is still in the pool. His Void Spirit's still here. Queen of Pain is still there.
Razor.
This could be flex. There's several roles that Razor could be occupying right now. Army played the Razor. We put this Razor in the off lane in the past, but it's most likely going to be Treant Protector occupying this off lane. Unless they're going to do like tiny mid, Razor off lane. I don't know, actually. PSG.LGD, they haven't even gotten to the new patch. Boys, relax.
This is 3 Bane as supports. We've seen it before from them as well. And you have that armor versus the Visage, it's fine. And then Razor and Tiny as 2 cores can go mid or safe. You can last pick your off lane. You can also do what you said and put the Razor on off, but...
Yeah. All right, now that kind of takes the Razor offlane option away a little bit.
Yeah.
Razor does not do very well against Morphling, yeah. So you have to land against Visage, which you're not super happy about either. I mean, they could do tiny offlane. I've seen Fav play it a little bit in pubs, but it also gives Morphling pretty much free farm.
Feels like we had some conversation and a lot of disagreement even last season about this particular hero, the Morphling.
Yeah.
How do we feel about it in this season? Do you think that in this particular instance, does it feel good as a carry hero overall? Obviously, we don't know exactly what the safe lane matchup's going to be into Ame, but does he have the requisite supporting cost? It does help to have the Crystal Maiden involved. There's some burst damage that can come from the rest of the team, so you're not the only provisioner of that. So far, his lanes look quite good. Like, if you were going to say there is a good Morphling game, wouldn't this be that kind of game, gentlemen?
If there's a good Morphling team, that should be EHOME, right? And they pick it when they truly need to be carried hard. They get it versus PSG.LGD. I think it can work. Maybe PSG.LGD can switch things up a little bit, pick something like an ET or an Underlord, something like that. What do you think, Black? Like they can still switch their lineup up to get a counter to the Morphling as the last pick.
Yeah, it just all depends on how highly they value the carry Tiny still. Because I actually thought they were going to go for the anti-mage as well.
What about PL, like, as the
PL is very strong too. Pangolier is a bit annoying, and CM can be annoying, but still, if you're farmed, you destroy the Morphling and Visage.
Yeah, exactly.
They've done a lot of Faceless Void with the Treant. TA. Okay.
TA. Okay.
Well, they've done that in the past already, where they really don't like stuns and you just destroy you anyway. They got a decent amount of lockdown, but not really from the cores. It's going to be an offlane Tiny or what? Offlane Razor?
I don't know. I'm not sure they know just yet either, because all 3 of these core heroes, Tiny, Razor, and TA, we've seen occupy mid and safe lane. 2 of these heroes we've also seen occupying off lanes as well. Hell, we've even seen PSG.LGD play this Treant Protector for Faith Beyond in the past. So it's not there's still potential for Tiny to be 4, Bane to be the 5, and then Faith Beyond plays Treant Protector, put Ame on the TA, Razor goes mid. Still a lot that can happen here. I think they're waiting for a response from EHOME, who will now go in here for this Earth Shaker.
Shaker?
Okay, Planet Earth Shaker, man. Planet Earth Shaker to round out the draft. All right, listen. Y'all were saying that we have a situation where EHOME, they know Morphling, right? It's Shiro's most played hero by far, so he knows exactly what's up. And he probably called his team and said, yo, guys, that's a good time for Morphling. Similar thing for Earthshaker here. It is also Planet, one of his most played heroes. So is this the kind of game where if you had an Earthshaker player, would you rely on him for the 10th overall pick here, Lizard?
I usually wouldn't rely on a Shaker 10th pick, especially not in this patch. And Morphling Shaker, does that even work? It doesn't, right? Like, you can't combo it any longer. So
yeah, because they changed the aghanims.
Yeah.
They changed the axe. I don't know. Did they? Oh, damn! The axe does something different now. Shit. Never mind.
Shiro's like, oh yeah, the one patch I forgot about that. But and obviously, that is hopefully not the case. I can't really see why they pick Shaker, to be honest. Like, it doesn't strike me as great. against any of the heroes. It's good against Bane. You can fissure him when he ults, okay? But yeah, I feel this last pick is a little bit wasted. But we'll see. Shaker is one of Planet's best heroes, so they obviously have a lot of confidence in it. See what it can do.
I'm very excited to see what it can do here because I think that I'm definitely party to everybody else in China that's hoping for PSG.LGD to falter. So we have not just more Chinese teams into the mix for TI, but just a more competitive environment for the final tour before TI starts. EHOME have put their faith in the Shiro Morphling, have put their faith in the Planet Earthshaker. PSG.LGD just put their faith in some regular old drafting. They're going to put faith beyond offlane on the Razor, and NTS is going to be occupying this mid-tiny. Lizard, prediction for us quickly. Who's winning game number 1? Is it going to be EHOME or PSG.LGD?
I'm going to be brave here, and I'm just going to go on my hunch and say PSG.LGD this time around. I think they can do it.
Black, is your hunch also going to be going along those lines, or is it going to be a bit more interesting for us?
Not really. I think this Shaker last pick just gives TA complete free farm. I still don't understand the pick. Please prove me wrong, though.
Let us see if EHOME can prove us all wrong and allow us to get into an interesting series as we go into game number 1 of EHOME versus PSG.LGD. This one is so important. Game 1, let's get it. Let's go, boys. Let's play some Dota. Let's see some hype. Let me not forget, Lizard. Let me not forget. I got you, Lizard. Here we go. PSG.LGD versus EHOME.
Cut out so hard.
Cut out so hard.
Did I cut out? Oh,
your limiter just cucked you super hard.
We don't know what actually happened, though. Maybe it sounded super good on stream.
Yeah, maybe it's just
Let's
us.
hope so.
Maybe it's just Discord. Yeah.
I mean, your screaming literally just made everybody leave the game. Good job.
Oh no, I broke it all, y'all. I broke it. That's
nice
on me.
one.
That's my bad.
Nice one, Snare.
Oh no,
they hosted the wrong server. They hosted the wrong server. Oh no.
Oh no. It happens. Does mean that we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer before the game itself actually goes live.
We need to rejoin the lobby as well, right?
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
But there's no lobby. Oh my god, there's no lobby. They're starting without us. Oh my god.
They left us behind, boys. They left us behind. It might not be a CM lobby though, so it might be something different. But whilst we are still thinking about getting back into the lobby, Black, you were mentioning how with this Earthshaker lost pick, it gives TA complete free farm on the map. Why is that the case? Is it because it just can't really contest during the laning phase, or is it throughout the game itself that Earthshaker has no contest against the TA?
That's mainly the laning phase, because you don't care at all as a TA about the Visage nuke. You just refraction it, and Shaker can't pressure TA to begin with. You walk up, you get a melt strike, you're half HP. So in that sense, the pick kind of countered itself, because it was Shaker picked into the TA. So as I said, I'm not entirely sure what they're aiming for with this pick. Maybe they want to pressure middle a lot, but that's not going to be super easy either, since there's just going to be a massive HP Tiny sitting there, Same thing as a Tiny 4. Shaker 4 is really good when it helps you win the mid lane, but can a Pango Shaker kill a Tiny? Probably not.
And there's you don't have any dots to deal with the TA. Perhaps what he can do is block the wave and make Visage's life better, right? He can farm under the tower or something, but it's not great. I don't like it that much.
And is there potential, given that they need some way to be able to deal with the dots on the TA, right? So, for example, is there maybe a small option here? We were talking about it in the draft that they could put Pango and the Visage as the offlane duo there. Obviously, in this game, it's going to be a bit more complicated since, Pango's occupying a more core role. But is there potential for earlier rotations to come in from said Pango just to be able to get these early kills rolling so that you're not just stuck with this holy farm TA?
It's an option. Perhaps if he gets a good rune or something like that, he can rotate in and leave the lane to the Shaker or to the other support to get some levels. It's definitely something that they need to discuss right now, as they got a couple of extra minutes to talk about it. I still can't find the lobby. Oh, there it is. It's up. Nice.
Is it up?
So,
yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it's something that will be helpful, but overall, That's not it. Like, that's not how the Dota is played right now. You aren't thinking about the game in a way, okay, we're gonna get crushed, but our mid laner is gonna rotate and help us, help us take it back. Yeah, that's not the way you're thinking about the game anymore.
Yeah, I actually thought they were going to go into an Ember last and just put the Pango Visage, because you can actually pressure the TA with Pango Visage, no problem. And then you have the Ember to also have a really good matchup against the TA in the mid game. But maybe they can work some EHOME magic, or maybe LGD is just going to work the LGD magic and run you over anyway.
LGD, man. I mean, speaking of them, mid-tiny, something that we, ironically enough, Blacks, we've been talking a lot about strats stolen from South America, and a lot of them involve tiny. Something else that we started seeing the South Americans do a lot at the major especially, but even before then, was playing this mid-tiny and having it basically forego anything resembling a damage except for Blink Dagger BKB. Every game, you just rush that, go around the map, just forming kill squads and kill duos. Is that what we're expecting out of NTS here, especially given that he has some additional protection from the Treant Protector?
I'll take this one. Sorry. I was looking at something in the lobby like that. I would say a mid-tiny definitely fulfills like your early mid-game initiator ganking sort of role, but you also have the additional benefit of it sort of being like a Lina, where your second core from the mid lane hits incredibly hard come late game. Like once you hit the level 20, you get the damage talent, you actually hit like for 400 damage per hit, and you can just transition into this like secondary damage core to sort of just help out with the late game. So even if this game goes really late, I don't actually know if I'm going to favor EHOME, just because they have this double physical damage for this late game. Like TA Tiny can shred a Morphling, no problem.
Morphling build. Lizard, from the Morphling itself, I'll be honest and say I haven't been very impressed with a Morphling in a very long time. And even in context where I was like, this could be a good Morphling game, it never really works out. What do you think it is about this morph? Is it too much time that we spent playing a particular style of morphing that no one's really adjusted to this pure right-clicking style without the massive burst that used to complement him? Or is it just there's no way to actually play the hero that allows him to reach the same heights that he did before?
So many times I've seen heroes get completely changed, and then they fall off out of the meta for a couple of months, perhaps even longer, right? Like half a year here. And then there's that one single player that has spammed hero before, comes back with a completely different build and just dominates, and then everyone picks up and goes with the same build. I think EHOME has that kind of a player when it comes to Morphling. And yeah, like all that you stated is right. The hero is played completely differently or can't be played the same. But what is the different way to play it right now? Has he been unlocked completely? I don't think so. We'll see.
What do you think the best new item build is then? Because I think with the new Morphling, there's no choice but to build a somewhat early BKB. Second item, probably.
What would be your first?
Manta style, probably. Manta into BKB would probably be my... Because usually it's just Manta into E-Blade, and then you have like your burst damage, and you build BKB after. But now that you don't have that, you rely only on right clicks. And if you don't buy BKB, I don't actually think you want to fight. Maybe you can split push, but... Yeah, as you said, the new Morphling hasn't really been discovered yet, I think, how to play it properly. Like, maybe even this axe, like, maybe honestly, on paper, it looks not that great, but I think some people can probably make it look super broken if they figure it out properly. Because, like, I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, steal some stats,
some spell amp. I can steal some spell. Look, take Morphling, buy E-Blade, steal spell amp hero, or something like that. I don't know.
Wait, let me just make sure. You cannot target allies anymore with the axe, right?
I think you can't. I'm pretty sure you can't.
I think you cannot. Yeah, exactly.
No,
so if you build that axe, let's say, against like a Zeus because you want to be the better Zeus, he's not going to let you morph into a Zeus to begin with. Like how do you even make that axe work now? Like you just want to morph into a strength here to get the status resistance, but then you're not morphing, you don't right click, which is your primary purpose now. It's like, I don't know.
You can still morph into something like a Spirit Breaker, but yeah.
And just to also confirm, you only get those stats, like you only steal those stats
when you're in the form, I think.
When you're definitely, exactly. Yeah. That makes it so bad, I feel like. Like if you just steal 20% stats from someone, that would be super good. Or maybe you just steal 20% health from someone, your teammates go on him, then you morph back into the hero. Ha! You're not tanky anymore.
Like nothing. You just take everything away from them. I don't know.
Yeah,
I just
Siphon it out.
I want to see something different. It's going to be a while, I think, before I have like complete confidence in what the hero looks like right now. I think when I'll start feeling confident, when Army starts playing Morphling, then I'll be a believer. Then I'll say, okay, cool. The hero is probably pretty good right now. Until then, we'll see. But of course, Shiro is a Morphling specialist, so if there's anybody that can make it work, it certainly will come from him. And we now have the lobby just completely recreated. Everybody's filtering into it right now. We're almost ready to get going here. Obviously, this is going to be favoring EHOME. They have more to talk about, more to think through exactly how they want this game to look like. And unfortunately, though, Lizard, we are in a situation where they have several of their comfort picks, right? We have their Pango, we have their Earthshaker, we have their Morphling. Mentally, what does it do to you as a squad when you lose a game where you've already gotten everything that you would ideally want in order to be able to win?
Whoa. Where's this coming from? Losing the game mentally, what does it do to you? Like, if you got all 3 comfort picks, come on, let's go. Let's hit them with some. They're going to take this game from PSG.LGD. We're going to game 2 with 1-0. Something like that. Planet is going to do some Earthshaker magic. Going to surprise all. Yeah, I don't know, man. You go to game 2. You hope for the best. You don't pick Shaker. And you try to take away some good things from PSG.LGD as well, which they did. I don't think that their draft, up to the last pick, I think their draft was really solid.
What about after the last pick, though?
After last pick, yeah. It's like in the first series that we were watching. What was the last? There was some really weird last pick in the first series as well.
Yeah, they last picked Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker, yeah. Same.
For no reason.
It's like you have your own comfort zone, you have your own picks, you want to go with that, you want to test your strategy, sure, go ahead. Will PSG.LGD punish you if it's even a tiny little bit wrong? 100%.
Yeah. I'm telling you guys, like, if you want to just run your own stuff, take first pick. Like, don't even bother with last pick. If you have the absolute last pick and you waste it, that's literally the strength of having second pick.
Yeah, having second pick can really make the difference in that regard. I mean, especially when you are the underdog, right? You don't want to be in a situation where you're like, oh my gosh, we're overthinking the situation. It's just get what we need. Let's not lose the draft and the mental game at the beginning here. Let's just get off onto a strong start. And we are back into the game right now. We're just making sure everyone picks what they can, get their heroes back in the right order, and also making the right bands. Shout out to the Chinese region. You know, some other places in the world would have just remade an all-pick lobby, but they're like, no. For the stats, boys, we need to make sure the picks and bans are also in the right order. So thank you to them for doing this for us, helping us a lot with the future research down the line. You know, speaking of some heroes that we've seen emerge onto the scene as well, Dawnbreaker, we've seen it twice now into the off lane. And we've seen it twice also doing that BKB rush build, coming in as a sort of fight breaker, combo breaker, sort of turning the tide whenever teams are feeling their back against the wall. Do we think we're going to be seeing more of that as the weeks go by? Let's assume that tomorrow's patch isn't happening because we don't know what's in the patch. But if that wasn't going to happen, would we see more Dawnbreaker going into the next few weeks here, Lizard?
Man, I'm really sorry. I'm going to hijack the question again. And we might not see Dawnbreaker, but we might see a different lady coming into the patch.
But we can't tell you which one. It's our secret stash.
No. The one that hasn't been picked yet at all, ever, because you couldn't.
The
young Marcy.
Primal Beast. Oh, Marcy. Yeah.
Primal Beast. Beautiful lady Primal Beast, yeah.
Dude, once Primal Beast and Marcy hit CM the way they are right now, you have your first 2 bans right there every game.
It's happening. From tomorrow, it's happening.
Yeah, but I hope something gets changed before it happens. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't want to have Marcy like this in the pool right now, dude.
Yeah, she needs to be buffed a little bit, you know? It's
true.
Buffed? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, Marcy's too weak, actually. What she needs is a little bit more strength, you know? Minus 10 seconds on the CD, on the ultimate, maybe. That sounds about balanced.
I really think it's not fair that she can solo my carry with only brown boots.
No.
I think that's...
or have like a free patch hook.
Yeah.
That's targeted.
There's a lot that's wrong with Marcy. There's a lot that needs changing before I feel comfortable seeing her in the game. But fortunately, speaking of changes, we've changed up the lobby settings. We've made sure everything's good and working in good order. So now we have a game at long last. Let's get back into it. Game number 1 of EHOME versus PSG.LGD. Let's not try and mess around with the limiter right now. So let's just go straight into the game, gentlemen. And we, of course, as has become customary in some World Dota, we're starting things off with some heavy smoke rotations at the beginning of everything.
Whoa.
But even actually have a fight here. Shin-Q in danger. Does he get away to safety through the trees? It looks like he's fine, man. Nope, no, he's not. Soul Assumption will come out. Zeal will find the kill, and that is going to be your first blood going the way of EHOME right now.
Wait, hold it, guys, hold it. I'm being a police officer. Okay, everybody pick the same heroes. You know, I thought there might be some sneaky role swapping, but not here. No, I am the policeman. You cannot evade my gaze of justice.
Good job, Black. Good job, Black.
Thank
Policeman Black. Doing the right thing. Everybody's going to be on the up and up. So, obviously, we haven't gotten a long time to talk about what these lane matchups are going to look like. Is there any way that you see EHOME winning out the matchups out and out? I mean, they have some pretty decent heroes for lanes outside of that very awkward TA lane. Everywhere else looks kind of okay for them here, Black.
It does. It does. However, Faith Bian actually kind of griefed his own skill build by skilling Plasma Field to save Sin-Q. So now Shiro should have a very easy way to level 2, maybe even level 3. And once that's up, Morphling can't really die in the lane anymore. Could that be the difference maker, Lizard? Is that the reason why EHOME is going to win?
Yes. I believe with 100% that will be the exact reason.
Thank you.
No problem. I didn't hear the reason though. I was in the toilet.
I know you didn't.
I got a small break.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. You know, we're all humans. We know a break here and there. Unless when you're in a green room, that's not allowed.
Yeah, you can't talk about anything else but Dota in the green room, and
Yeah.
only
Otherwise,
about,
people get mad at you.
Yeah, it's only the game that's happening right there and there. Even if you're not working on it, you have to discuss it. You know, even if you didn't see someone for years and he's your dear friend, only thing you can talk
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Who are you?
about. Yeah. Shut up and talk about dotes.
Alright, let's talk about Dotes then. Anything out of the ordinary? Okay, where is the action really gonna happen? I'm gonna say CM is gonna die first.
In a sense,
second.
you already
okay.
failed. Come on. You got him.
Well, okay, Planet is making it work.
You see, Snare, this is what happens when you don't focus on the Dota.
Yeah, when you're in a green room, you know?
Yeah.
Then you end up just missing these kills.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta 100% admit I did not expect Bane to die in the lane ever. Not level 1.
Yeah, he
They've
took
been doing a pretty
damage.
decent job though in this top lane, not just getting this harass out, but getting Zeal quite a lot of farm on this Visage, and so far so good for them. I mean, we expected that the TA would pretty much free farm, but she hasn't been able to do so after this Bane death. So far, EHOME, both at top and at bottom, there's been a lot of harass though. ZZQ, will he be as lucky? He's fine, man. Shiro with the adaptive strike, making sure that Faith Beyond can't keep chasing. Instead, it's going to be Innocence again, who's about to lose his life in the top lane. Does have to be forced out the lane. Will have a salve, and unfortunately it's salve gaming these days, so more money that he has to spend on a salve to make sure the carry doesn't end up losing out on the regen down the line.
And you see, it's a different approach to the build. Now Visage goes to Engraved Chill versus TA. It's way better because you get more hits into that refraction. You can get rid of those, and afterwards only do you use Soul Assumption. So they're doing well on top. Actually, I'm surprised. Like Visage and Shaker are doing better than I expected.
Bane is having no impact in this lane whatsoever. They're very good at negating whatever Bane was supposed to do. I'm pretty concerned about the Morphling though. Like, I really do believe Razor can actually pressure Morphling quite a bit, especially early on. But him going Plasma Field level 1 really kind of nullified the Razor advantage you usually have in the lane.
No boots as well, so
yeah,
keep up with that link.
Nothing to say, he's doing very well for himself though. But so is Echo. Like, mid lane is just a trade farm lane. No action there, really.
I guess both of them are really... For both of them, it's simple to rotate, perhaps a bit easier for Pango early on.
Yeah. Once he gets that rune at level 6 for sure.
We'll see what the contest looks like for the power rune. Right now, though, there might be contest over this water rune, and Earthshaker's life might be forfeit. Planet gets himself tossed into the air with the avalanche. No chance for survival there. That's going to be the first kill on the map for PSG.LGD, and of course it's going to go the way of nothing to say. So not surprising to see that this Tiny, the faith they've placed in him has definitely been well regarded. He's rewarding it right now. And of course queuing up the Blink Dagger, but they might lose Shiro bottom, boys. Shiro trying to strength more through all of this. ZZQ with a decent enough slow there with the Crystal Nova does make sure that they manage to get away. As we see Nothing to Say also managing to throw away Planet to keep his own life going in this mid lane.
On the bottom lane, he had that Fairy Fire plus Magic Wand. It was always difficult. Unlikely that he will fall. Top lane, they're finally managing to zone out the message a little bit.
Those are the threats gone. That always hurts. 90 seconds until you get those back. But yeah, you can already see, like, the TA overtaking Visage and Net Worth despite him getting the first blood and then assist on the Bane. So yeah, the lane's just gonna get harder and harder until he hits that 6.
The CS just doubled. Visage was ahead, like 10 CS in, maybe 12, and then TH takes over.
Yeah, and then TA got levels.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You just get out-denied. Visage has one of the worst attack animations, like...
yeah.
That's great.
It's okay, all of them are getting buffed. So, he'll be a sniper eventually, don't worry about it.
Oh, why?
Innocence again?
For Innocence, he's dead again. Yep, a bye-bye Bane. And that is now a third death that they've got onto him. And Echo has made a rotation to the top lane, trying to give Ame his first death of the game. Rolling Thunder will be there, knocking him out of the Melt Strike. No protection for you, my friend. They'll easily be able to chew through these refraction charges. And that is a double kill for the Zeal Visage. First successful rotation from Echo. And he might have a good lane for TA, but not many protections offered for him once the Bane is dead and Echo shows up in the mix.
And Syncue is...
as well.
Is ZZQ?
No, ZZQ. Oof.
Gets the kill on Syncue.
Syncue elsewhere. Nice. All right. A lot of things are going right for EHOME right now, gentlemen. On this early game, does feel like they're the ones that are really dictating the pace. I mean, LGD is doing a decent job farming up their heroes, but in terms of actually providing pressure and threat, it's all coming in from EHOME right now.
Yeah, ZZQ though might be paying the price. One more.
One more.
He's
the tower. Oh no!
The ward.
The ward.
It doesn't matter. The ward's got him. He had vision.
The tower armor saved him, and he said, "No, I don't want to be saved. I don't need your help."
Had he gone to a little bit of the south, he might have had an outside shot at surviving that, but instead just maintained his course, throws in a Q before he dies, and he ends up losing his life for that one. A bit unfortunate, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not so bad. It's a bit of a problem, though, that Faith Beyond is starting to get more of this net worth, because this Razor really can have a big impact in this game. Does now have the points into the drain. He's putting pressure onto Shiro, trying to run him down, but there's a Q. Gone to the top lane, hoping for some kind of action onto Innocence. Innocence getting chain disabled now, but ZZQ, did he use Frostbite elsewhere? Not going to be able to throw it out onto the Bane, so that's no complete survivability happening there for Innocence. Just walks away.
They had no trees cut, so he couldn't actually be in position for the ATA.
Listen, I need your help here with that matchup.
Yeah.
Now, he should be fine. He's baiting a bit. He's just baiting. He's just baiting. Yeah. Is he diving more?
He's got a Quelling Blade.
Relax, Faith Beyond. Any
6
TPs?
charges of the raindrops. Will he die here? Nature's Glove connects onto him, and nobody's coming. There's no help. They just let him die behind the tier 1 tower. Well, we're a little bit busy right now because Echo is trying to chase Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say has a haste rune running in front of the rolling boulder like it's an Indiana Jones movie. He gets away to safety, and they allow Morphling to die in this bottom lane. That was not part of the script here, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Planet.
Planet, will he die? He gets off the fissure. It does get taken down by NTS using this haste rune. ZZQ shows up. They got out some damage onto Innocence. And with the help of Zeal throwing out the Soul Assumption after the Frostbite, it's going to be enough to claim that kill as well. Certainly not going to make up for losing Planet and losing Shiro in the bottom lane, but it is something to bring down Innocence again. That's his third death of the game so far.
Yeah, so Lizard, you're more of a Visage expert than I am. Can TA still lane there after 6 or no?
She shouldn't be able to. Like, you're supposed to out CS, out deny. Right? You're supposed to just crush her after.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what's happening now. He's retreated to the jungle. But
yeah, he's just very afraid on top lane every time.
Yeah, he's giving him a lot of respect. Like, a lot of respect.
I feel
What's
like
Gilbert like?
He even has a sentry. No, sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say that's just Shin Q. It's fine. Faith Beyond's okay. Keep going.
Like, he even has a sentry on top lane. If TA approaches, you instantly grave chill. You get rid of her armor.
Yeah. He's definitely giving him way too much respect. He shouldn't be able to just push out the lane freely like this. Well, how's nothing? Oh, nothing to say as a tiny blink dagger already. But of course, the combo damage is nowhere near where it was before. So, can he even kill the CM? I don't think he can.
What's the Morphling?
Might be able to kill Morphling though, because they're gonna catch him before he gets off the strength.
No.
He did a morph in time. They got him. They found him.
Yeah. Can't kill the CM, but Morph has even less health than the CM.
It's actually funny, Black. Yesterday we actually saw these two heroes in the same game, but they were the support duo, the Tiny Bane, and they really struggled to connect these kills. Now, of course, having the Tiny in the middle, got off. He has these spells available much earlier than normal, so at least for the next couple of minutes, we'll still have a decent amount of burst. Do you feel like they just need to keep doing this, moving from lane to lane, trying to get the blink kill as soon as humanly possible?
Yeah, it's all about giving the TA space to farm. Okay, there's the next one. And for EHOME, it's all about not feeding this Tiny kills now. He went Brown Boots Blink, so he doesn't really have any way to scale other than kills. You cannot be feeding him kills now.
Top lane though.
And Armor can't just be here by himself. That is illegal.
To be fair, Ame is they're gonna have a rough time pushing past the tower because normally Visage would be bullying here, but they have Treant Protector to try and stall this one out. Now they're bringing in allies to try to force them away from the lane the hard way. Here we go. Zeal drops down the Stone Remnant, but NTS, he finds the Morphling Shiro again. Struggle to get off the Strength Morph. He dies so quickly. Zeal almost followed him into the grave. Planet buys some time with the fissure, but it's not going to be enough. Easy double kill there for NTS. They also clean up the Visage Familiars. Free gold going the way of PSG.LGD. And in the blink of an eye, all the positive gains made in the first 10 minutes immediately evaporated in this top lane, gentlemen. PSG.LGD looking dominant once more.
Okay, yeah, I mean, let me ask Black now, more of a morphing expert. Like,
okay.
Shouldn't his team be where he was and he where his team was, like around the triangle farming up?
Yeah. And on top of that, you just got burned by getting bursted from a Tiny. Why are you on full edgy again?
Edgy again, yeah.
Like, there's a lot of illegal actions happening here right now, Lizard.
There's definitely Pango. That's that bottle.
Snagging the region rune. Man, Faith Bjorn is just speed farming. He just wants his BKB ASAP, and he's only a recipe away from it. 4-man smoke, this has to do something for them.
They have to get this TA.
Oh, Armor's probably dead.
Oh, Ame, oh my god, the fissure will connect onto Ame. Rolling Thunder will be there as well. Perfect position for Echo to be in, so that should enable them to find this kill. They even commit the freezing field from ZZQ. Alright, cool, y'all. I guess you do what you need to do to get the kill, and ultimately it will succeed in happening. Like you said, gentlemen, they needed for this to work out, and it did, and there's now a dead Ame TA. Can they get more out of it is the question.
They need to probably can get the tower, right? Yeah. Should be no problem for them to get it. But they might be losing their bottom in turn. And keep in mind, guys, we have not seen Faith Bjorn in this game yet at all, pretty much. He's just speed farming his BKB, he almost has it.
Can they even take this? Will the tree... they should be able to, right? Like, at least top lane should fall. Right?
Yeah, it's only level 2 armor.
Yeah. It's way overdue, 13 minutes in the game.
Yeah. And it's gone. No stack for armor either, so he's a little bit of a sad boy. But
yeah, he didn't need any stacks, he was just farming the lane.
Yeah, the top 3 are still easily in favor of LGD though. 5k ahead.
what do they do for these next few minutes? We see Echo building in towards the diffusal blade that we often see emerge from these mid pangos. Do you need to just finish these items, start connecting with a few more fights? Because Shiro very far away from being ready to actually get involved. So I don't think you can fight them maybe these next couple minutes, but you just wait for the next round of items and then go again. Try to force LGD to always be fighting instead of farming.
Nothing to say.
Your answer is being your question is being answered right now. CCQ is burning down to the overgrowth.
Will die in the overgrowth, and Innocence commits the full Fiend's grip as well onto Echo. Just cancels out the Rolling Thunder.
He's massively
getting himself
slowed.
away. Shin-Q chasing. There will be a shield crash coming out, but NTS is there as well. Avalanche toss onto the Pango. Shield crash though, doing a great job to keep him alive. Planet coming in, gets off the Echo Slam. It's enough damage to zone away PSG.LGD, and now these Visage Familiars drop down onto NTS as well as Ame. The Tiny's gone. The TA will follow him into the grave. The Radies get Zeal in revenge here, but they're not done with this fight just yet. Shin-Q running away from these familiars, gets stormed up from far with the fissure, will end up losing his life. The familiars are on him. They stole him up with the frostbite. Echo gets a triple kill out of this. A 4-for-1 engagement happens in this mid lane. They get the tier 1 tower PSG.LGD, but costs much more than they were willing to pay for it.
Yeah, well-deserved triple kill, really, by the Pango. Not only did they waste everything, they overgrowth and Fiend script, that shield crash afterwards was really on point. Instead of running away, he shield crashes into like 3-4 heroes, gets a lot of resistance.
54% only, don't worry about it.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, definitely good job. And Arma's probably flaming Faith Bien a little bit, like, hey, I'm the carry, why are you always farming, man? But he's done with his BKB now, so he's gonna be part of pretty much every fight from now on. TA also very close to the Desolator, so maybe we're just gonna see a Roche attempt, which is pretty risky though, against the Shaker as well as the Pangolier.
Yeah, I mean, Planet, we saw kind of why they pick him the hero in that particular fight. A very good read on when and where to utilize the fissures, combos up the stuns quite well with the rest of the squad. And that fight here also got him very close towards getting this Blink Dagger. Early Blink on Earthshaker can really be a difference maker. PSG.LGD though, they don't want to get left behind. They're going for a fight themselves. NTS will come across ZZQ, picks him up, burns him down. Echo though, looking for revenge, stalling up NTS, going in for the Rolling Thunder. Faith Beyond utilizing BKB? The 9-second charge?
Very early.
Beyond? Okay,
Yeah.
Explain. Black, what's happening?
He probably just expected to get fissured. I mean, Planet did a pretty smart play there, where he just faked the fissure and then stopped at last second. So he probably just wanted to keep going for the kill, which is pretty unlikely, to be honest, that he will get it. Probably just a little, you know,
Is it one of those
collapse.
Yeah, is it one of those syndromes in which you're having such a free game, such a free damn lane down bottom that you're thinking that you're a bit too strong? You know, and like, okay, guys,
Yeah.
look at me. I can do whatever I want to on this map. Just follow. Just follow.
Potentially, yeah. I'm really scared though for the Radiant. Despite their good efforts, Morphling is just not farming at all. Look at his net worth. The Treant almost has his net worth.
And once he gets his first item, it's gonna be a Linken's. Like how?
Oh, I hate Linken's Morphlings.
You know,
it's just so passive.
So my question is, like, even this first item, once he gets it, like, how much does it actually do?
Why
Arguably not a
even
lot,
Linken's? Like, they have so many heroes to cancel Bane. Is he actually afraid of that?
I guess the leash as well from Razor, right? The suck
Yeah,
is big.
but I would be way more concerned about Overgrowth.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very interesting to see what he can do with the Lincoln Sphere. But we might not even get to see what he can do at all if the rest of his team can't just, you know, make a ton of space for him.
They're gonna try now though, Black. Echo smoked up with ZZQ and some of these Visage Familiars. They're gonna see if they can come across anybody. Would be nice as they reveal the Aghanim shot as well. And Shin-Q though, as is his want, he pops the smoke, breaks it, but they still are keen to look for the fight. Shin-Q and Innocence, they catch out this Bane Elemental, very easy kill for them. And doesn't seem like PSG.LGD have any appetite to help him. They're like, you're on your own, buddy. He's dead, he's gone, and they're just gonna move elsewhere. NCS, with this Haste Rune though, they might think about going for some kind of re-engage, revealing the Haste Rune. They've got an Echo Saber on him. They still have a BKB worth utilizing. So is this the right move here, Lizard, to still keep going aggressively despite losing your Bane?
Well, they didn't, on the side of Radiant, they didn't commit anything big. So because of that, you could be a little bit more careful. But I don't think it's a big mistake or anything like that. They have everything that it takes to pressure. Tiny. There's a ward.
Morph knows. Yeah. Well, I guess that's that.
We should know that they also have a ward down here. So I want to see if one of their supports will come with the D ward action. Who's carrying the sentry? ZZQ. Hey, my man. Good job. Gets the D ward, but NTS hoping to find Echo there. Unfortunately, not enough damage. We've gone past that phase of the game, but they're just buying time here, boys.
Hey, guys,
look at this. Inside the Roshan pit is AHOME, utilizing this Deso to try and sneak away a free Aegis, and they seem to be aware of this right now. Planet has a Blink Dagger, would love to go in, but Echo, he's the first one to die, and Zeal dies next as well. Oh no, this is a disaster. Shin Q with the Overgrowth Blink, baby. Opens up the Roshan pit properly for PSG.LGD. Now they'll claim the big man without any contest from the side of EHOME.
Did Echo just walk in there with like half health from the previous combo, or what happened there?
Yeah. He was still half HP.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. That, honestly, you know, yeah, casters, oh, you're gonna make the game really nice and stuff, but this could honestly be GG, because TA right now is unstoppable, and with that Aegis, they're gonna take all tier 2 towers, and I am quite uncertain how they fight back once the BKBs come out.
Which, remember, this is from a guy that's never biased.
I'm not biased.
Never.
I'm a very objective caster. Tiny with a DD here as well. CZQ, could he be dying here? Give him the claps.
I don't know about this one.
Give him the claps.
I don't know about this one. He's
gonna give him right now.
He's giving the claps right now. Ba-bam!
He's gonna clap him.
Right. Bye! Well, there used to be a CM over there at some point in time, and now with CM being dead, look at how they're bullying them. AHOME just walking into the jungle right now, and Shiro has no option but to just retreat. They'll find some revenge onto Innocence at the very least, bringing him down with a Zeal and Echo in combination. So that is something, but as you all were just mentioning, Black, they have a situation where TA is just really unstoppable. Lizard, I wanted to actually ask you about the Zeal build that I'm seeing here. He's going in for the Wraith Pact, of course, and usually when I've seen this build, it's followed up by the Boots of Bearing after you get the shard. Is there more that this Visage can do? It feels like he hasn't really been able to fulfill the promise of this hero just yet on this map.
What makes you think that? I feel that the hero, like all things concerned, like the way that the game is going and everything, he's been doing all right. One thing that EHOME has got is this, like, potential to kill you from long distance, from long range, right? They just put the fissure, and now now I jinxed him.
Yeah.
Kakosta's curse is strong with you today, good sir.
So they are able to kill off targets from distance, but they also die the same way.
In the blink of an eye. I'm just not used to seeing Visage games where only one tier 1 tower is taken by the 22-minute mark. But of course, you know, LGD do have Shin Q as well to really frustrate their attempts to get these pushes. Speaking of, Shiro just lost his courier here. He might end up losing his life. If you already waveform, he's in a lot of danger here. They do have the Lincoln Sphere, but it doesn't help you versus the Overgrowth. And now here comes the right-click damage. Planet will buy time with the fissure, but will end up still dying because NTS is here. The Blink combo. NTS also has a BKB, so he doesn't care about the freezing field from ZZQ. Couple of more right-clicks, and AHOME will claim his life as well. 2-0 here in the top lane. They're fighting in front of a tier 2 tower while there's still a tier 1 to take. You definitely know that LGD is so far ahead right now.
All right, gentlemen, I think we're not going to see many more Morphlings. Like, what can he actually contribute? I just can't see anything he can do. Like, it's not even his fault. Like, the landing phase went wrong maybe, but like, what can he do now?
Turn into a razor, use that leash on someone or something like that. It's just sad.
Yeah. Look at the razor. He's countering the leash play by building his own Lincolns. I actually don't understand his Lincolns at all.
Yeah, right? Like, why did you go for it?
I don't know. It's like a... Oh, he couldn't get a hit.
Yeah, but he's going for the Lincolns. He's like, maybe he's scared of Frostbite, Joe. Scary spell. Scary spell.
Or maybe he just wants to show the Morphling, I have way more farm than you, bro.
He's BMing him. Just copy his build, you know, do everything that he does, plus have your own item build.
Have a BKB on top. Now he's going Manta after Lincolns. Like, this is an item build I really, really hate. Just because it's so defensive. You have no real damage, you have no real staying power in a fight.
I think I've seen something similar from him before as well, on his
Yeah.
Morphling. And sometimes it does well, but in a game such as this one...
Oh my god. Nothing to say, relax.
Well at all here.
Gentlemen.
Yes. He went in, but he has BKB. He should be fine here.
I'm
Like,
gonna
he just gets
say-
it off.
LGD's BKBs have been, what did I say, trigger happy. Very trigger
Maybe
happy.
they're giving themselves a personal challenge. Let's see if we can take fights without having BKB at the ready. And they're going to be forced to take one now, because here comes Planet. He's smoked up. They know a fight's coming. As usual, look at it. Look who it is. Look who it is. It's our old friend Shin Q, breaking smokes and wasting our time. Nice.
Dude, I hate
Gotta love
Trian,
it.
man. I hate Trian.
He's not even dusted.
Diablo coming in for this fight. NTS, my god, they jump in, they demolish the Crystal Maiden. Planet also gonna end up losing his life. Yet another use of the BKB from Faith Beyond, but like he cares about it. Ame utilizing his as well. They're looking for Echo behind the trees, and they're gonna find him, right-clicking him through the Rolling Thunder to get the kill. BZQ and Echo, they all buy back. Planet wants to be involved as well, and they'll be able to take away Ame's life on the back of this.
Triple
Might have
buyback,
dove a
though.
little bit too deep, but costing 3 buybacks, even the kill on TA might not be worth it at this stage unless they can find more. NTS, he's the one that's the very forefront of
He's
this.
so tanky,
Echo
though.
needs to be careful. He's so low on HP and so much tank ability on this Tiny. They will have to bring down his supporting costs first. They remove the Bane from the fight, and the TP attempt from NTS will not succeed here. Fissure interrupts him on his escape. They're zoning Faith Beyond away from the fight. NTS, though, is still alive. He blinks into the trees. He's leading Shiro as well as Echo away from the rest of the fight.
Got
How
him.
on earth can they kill him? It's taking so freaking long. Shin-Q also throwing in these living armors from afar. Now nothing to say. Trying to
got
actually
the
get a
courier.
turnaround here. He came so close to killing 2 of these heroes. Will finally die. My god, it took them a long time on EHOME. But eventually, with the help of 3 buybacks, they do get these all-important kills. But is it
Definitely.
worth it having to commit so many heavy resources
Goodbye,
at this
Zeal.
point in the game? It might not be, especially because they're about to lose Zeal in this bottom lane. Feels bad to be the Visage. All alone, no help, just gonna be dead.
Yeah. This was the first time LGD actually overstayed their welcome. Like, they could have easily walked away, but nothing to say. Was like, yeah, maybe we can turn the fight around. Ended up burning them, but still, the lead is beyond commanding. So I'm sure they're not too unhappy with what happened, especially considering there was 3 buybacks.
Radiant structures.
They lost the TA quite fast as well. Like, the buybacks were on point to kill off Ame, but then later on when chasing the Razor and the Tiny, it took way too much time to kill off that Tiny, so... Yeah, nothing too crazy has happened for PSG.LGD. They're still in complete lead. Wait for that rush to respawn, which might, in about 50 seconds,
Yep.
take it and continue dominating, right?
Yeah, and Tiny's power spike is just around the corner as well. Half a level to go, then he gets his massive increase in damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't remind me. And he's of course going to be building a moonshot as well. Down bottom, they will lose Shin-Q here. I'm just trying to think now about what kind of items do EHOME need to keep their progression going in this game. We've almost got the full Manta style coming out of this Earthshaker. He's going to be finishing it in the next couple of minutes. And after that, he's also one of the big beneficiaries of that last fight, ending up not dying for once in one of these big engagements. Well, what do we make about his progression after this? And less in the defensive route, and what items will actually help him deal out the damage here, Lizard?
You mean Morphling, not Shaker, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the Morph, yeah.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
he'll get that Manta. Afterwards, some armor perhaps. Is Skadi an option or a Butterfly?
Poor NTS, well,
Or death.
well, just a very quick death. But he's fine. I thought it was going to be a bigger fight. Fortunately, EHOME just decided to leave him alone. They're like, sorry, mate, you're dead alone by yourself.
Yeah, this is the biggest reason why I dislike this Lincoln Sphere. You can't really justify going for a BKB anymore, but how do you fight into the Dire without a BKB?
I completely
like,
agree. Yeah,
it's-
like Lincoln's Manta and BKB, like he needs to itemize into damage next, right? Like there is.
Yeah. Like already they're lacking a massive amount of damage. If he itemizes into BKB after the Manta, I literally don't see how anyone dies on a Dire. If they don't just crazy dive.
Let's see. He's about to queue something up.
Oh yeah, look at the Tiny, plus 100 damage by the way from the talent. Oh yeah, I'm back boys. You thought I was gone?
Well, this is very fun to watch, and it's not just his damage output. We're about to get a data list completed for the TA as well. Echo gripped up. Oof, there is going to be the right clicks coming out from Ame.
And the
Very easy kill for them with the 2 supports. With the Mindbreaker as well. Make it very easy. Echo, one of the tankier heroes on his squad, regrettably will not be able to demonstrate that now as he's just lost his life. And this is a very awkward timing because he's down for a minute with no buyback, because that's a dieback from the fight down bottom. And Roshan is about to come up, so he can get the big man completely uncontested. Because I don't see EHOME fighting around the pit without having Rolling Thunder.
Yep, and it's up. There's a shot in there as well. And they're beelining straight towards it. Yeah. Who's the shot gonna go to? TA?
Anyone else that needs it? Not really, right? Yeah, I think TA.
Yeah.
DQ already has his own one. NTS already has his own one. There's no way that you give the free shot to Razor, at least not the first one. So makes sense. Give it to the Temper Assassin. And now she is just so strong. Building into the Swift Blink. Full data list complete. A Desolator with 12 charges on it. A BKB and Aegis. Absolutely no way to kill her. You were talking about it just now. What happens without BKB? How do you kill these heroes? But even if you had your own BKB or anything, there's nothing you can do right now. EHOME gonna be forced to just try and sit and wait back. Shiro, though, is going for the Eye of Skadi, gentlemen, so that's gonna be his option to try and provision some damage. I mean, there is a Treant Protector, so maybe thinking I wanna impact the heal potential, but I don't know. Feels like he's 3 or 4 items away from actually presenting a valid threat to LGD, not just this one Skadi.
Wait, guys, I'm getting a divine intervention right now. The game's gonna end before the Skadi finishes. I can feel it in my head.
It's another one of those interventions that only Black gets.
Yeah.
The rest of us mortals, we could never see it, but thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Divine intervention.
Yeah, I love
Bless you
sharing
guys.
those with you guys.
Big fight might break out here, gentlemen. They smoked up. Oh, look at the damage. Zeal will find himself getting jumped on by Ame. A couple of right clicks later, there is no more Visage available. They'll take down the Wraith Pack to collect that all-too-important 20 gold.
Whoa!
Juicy.
It's harder to kill that Wraith Pack than it was to kill the Visage.
Unironically true. But yeah,
now
look at Bane, guys. 200 gold away from his own BKB.
Kidding me? Okay, cool. You were talking about it earlier in the day, Black, about whether or not this Linken's pickup is like what Morphling afraid of. You know, they already have so many ways to deal with the Fiend's grip. Well, it turns out that those ways are about to stop working very soon. So maybe he saw this coming. He's like, well, they're gonna get this early BKB. I should itemize for Linken's just in case.
He had his own divine intervention. We're gonna get stomped so hard, Bane's gonna get a BKB.
Oh my god,
Shiro,
speaking of
no!
Shiro, he's about to die again! Where was the strength morph, my friend? He has brought down my NTS for how many a time this game? Forced into buying back just to try and keep these racks alive. Now they're going in for the fight. Rolling Thunder will try and isolate Faith.
What a clean,
He was there to break it up. What a huge hit with the overgrowth. And now Ame cleaning up house on the back end of the fight. 3 heroes have gone. It's already a dieback for Shiro. And without the Morphling, without the Pango, there's no more options. GG or played is called an EHOME. Throw in the towel and grant game number 1 to PSG.LGD, who ended with a 40k gold lead. Damn, they know how to play some Dota 2.
That they certainly do. Lizard, take over real quick, please. I'm going to take a picture of my cat.
Take a picture, but send it to me. Also.
Of course.
Or tweet it. Tweet it. It's fine. Like,
Dude, that one is a gold. That's a gem right here. I'll send it to you later.
Nice. They gave PSG.LGD way too much, way too early on.
Well, Faith Bjorn is so happy. You see the picture?
You had. Of course, he's happy. He was farming. He was the actual position 1.
Yeah,
position 1 was also uncontested. Plus, nothing to say was getting some extra kills on the mid lane with toss combo. Like there were heroes just coming to him to get killed off. Like everything that could go well for PSG.LGD literally did go well. Itemization from Morphling. I mean, he could have went for the Manta, sure. Do I think that would have changed the game massively? I don't. I think it would have been very similar because he got crushed in the lane as well.
Yep. does unfortunately feel like one of these situations. I kind of hate when you look at the draft and say we could have changed the draft because it's not always the most informative thing. But unfortunately, this is one of the situations that what could Morphling actually do, given the items that he'd need to be participating in these fights, given how the fights generally go, given how careful he has to be with the strength morphing? They just didn't really feel like Shiro was allowed to ever play Dota in these kind of conditions. So, you were talking about it. Is this the last Morphling we see? I really think so, because it just doesn't feel like this hero can bring you back from the brink, and you need a hero that can actually fight after a particular timing. Feels like once Morphling loses the first 5 minutes, that's it. Game just automatically ends slowly, but it's almost over at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like if you just turn back time a bit, and you pick, if you really want a shaker, you pick it fourth, right? And then you leave your last pick for your actual winning condition. I think it can make a lot more sense. But it kind of felt like a pub where the support guy just went AFK and your gold is ticking down, and he's like, oh, sorry guys, I was AFK. Because like that shaker pick, there was just no real synergy with anything. As we said, it gave TA a free game. Planet played amazingly with the tools he was given, but it's just not a game winner in a scenario like that.
Yeah, they got all the BKBs so early on. Heroes that didn't get their BKBs didn't even need them. So it was just hard for him. He did have that one. They had that one good mid-team fight in which Echo gets a 6 shield crash, doesn't die. They turn it around. In that situation, you were thinking, okay, maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's something to it. But this is a problem. Like, look at this. Visage and Morphling are here. Their teammates, the actual heroes that can do stuff at this point in the game, are at a tier 1. Just a little bit too late to the party.
Yeah. But next, can we just talk about Morphling though? Okay, the item build aside, I don't think, as you said, changing an item or two would have done anything in this game. What is the hero actually good at now? I'm so uncertain. Until you get mid-late game, you do nothing.
Your power spikes are weird. I should say you don't have them, right? You have this ultimate late game power spike, which almost any carry does, right? If you get all your items, you'll be strong. But you don't have something like a TA. TA gives you decent lane, post lane, you get decent rush. You're also strong. You constantly can fight, more or less. Morphling, he doesn't. He can't.
Yeah. I'm really surprised that they went with a hero like that in the new season, fresh first game, because obviously they must have practiced that. And maybe it went much better in practice, but it looked really underwhelming here, unfortunately.
I mean, one of the replays that we just saw now, the only fight that it felt like this Morphling had impact was that big fight that involved Echo, and he just took over Tiny's form. But then you're asking yourself, are we picking a hero just for a one rare instance where we have Avalanche tossed in the fight? Doesn't seem like a viable way to be thinking and conceptualizing our drafts. And another issue is that once they got, because it's Morphling, not really a physical damage threat, once PSG.LGD got these BKBs, it was impossible for EHOME to do anything. So right now, they are really looking like they have their backs against the wall. And unfortunately for EHOME as well, we also saw them make some very desperate decisions, right? And this is always a sign of concern for me, Lizard. When I see a team at 30 minutes only being able to win fights due to buybacks, I'm not feeling confident, and due to multiple core buybacks in that one engagement. And if it's one thing, if you get those buybacks out, you win the fight, then you can still go and take towers. But when you win those buyback fights and you still have to stay on your side of the map farming for your next item, can you even win a game under those conditions?
Some games you can. Sometimes it happens. Yeah, we buy back. We have that pendulum effect. It swings in our favor. The comeback effect, whatnot. It can happen, but not in this one. Like Black said, the moment first rush fell, he was already wrap it up, boys. Let's go. I didn't because I'm the professional caster.
Yeah,
I keep.
But deep down, you agreed, right?
But I agreed 100%. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
There was nothing to be done any longer. You can expect them to go for some crazy high ground pushes, which hit them back, but it's PSG.LGD. They will not.
They literally don't do that. I mean, when are they ever having fun? Whenever I see them on the cameras, they're all dead serious, and then they crush you, they take your soul, they make you bleed, and then you look into their booth, or not booth, but the team house, they're all yeah, okay. serious killer.
I'm sure NTS had fun here. Look at this. 12 kills, 8 assists, involved in practically every other engagement. From when he got that early blink, they smoked up immediately. He was always on the map. I'm sure of everyone in the team, he probably did have a good time. Not so sure about his victims, though, especially ZZQ. He was not enjoying this game after the tiny blink dagger came out.
What about Shiro, though? Like, he had even less health than the CM twice. And he gets bursted down. After that happened, Shiro literally every time he walked anywhere, he had 2,000 health.
2,000. I was gonna. I know that you were about to mention that on mid lane when they jumped him. When he was farming those 3 creeps, I literally clicked. He had 2,000 as well. I'm like, okay, makes sense. Yeah.
That's what you call overcompensation, I think.
The worst thing is, like, he was hitting 3 creeps. He missed all 3 last hits because he had 47 damage. Like, he couldn't.
I think this end graph here, or like the end stats, are very telling. Morph dealt the least amount of hero damage in the team, less than the CM.
Yep. I mean, just like you were mentioning, right? The only time you could feel safe being on the map is if he's in max strength morph. The only time he can participate meaningfully in the fight, what is he doing? He's pressing Q to get away from the fight, not trying to get involved actually and actively in it. And ultimately, there's not much you can do when there's one carry on the team, or rather your core win condition is spending the fight primarily concerned about survival. And unfortunately, because of that, EHOME will not survive game 1. And PSG.LGD looking like they are very much poised to take the usual 2-0 victories that we see them accruing here in the China DPC. Whether or not that's going to change up will be determined once we have the second game. Black, I'm actually, no, I'm not going to start with you. You're going to tell me something mean. Lizard, give me hope. Tell me what you're telling EHOME. If you're the coach right now, how are you convincing them that, boys, we can actually do this? What ideas do we have to finally take a game off of LGD?
Boys, gaze into the abyss because this game is over. You're playing so poorly. And that is this morphling. That's Black right now. You can see he even has the evil glasses on, the reflection. Yeah, laugh. Yeah, you're not gonna get away from the meanness snare. Like,
damn it!
I'm a team here.
You can take the mean away from me, but can you take me away from the mean?
No, we cannot. No, we cannot. It's mean, it's unfortunate, but game 1 for EHOME going to be quite difficult to recover from. We're going to be taking a very, very quick break, and when we return, we have the second game, the second draft, and potentially the final game of this particular series. So stick around and stay tuned. Myself, Snare, joined by Black and Lizard, will be back in just a moment with some more Dota 2 action. Welcome one and all back here to the third tour of the China DPC as we continue with this series of PSG.LGD versus EHOME. We are now in game number 2 after PSG.LGD did PSG.LGD things in game number 1, showed us their quality, and now it's all about seeing if EHOME can find a way back into this one. My name's Snare. I'm joined by Black and Lizard. Lizard, good sir, please tell me, EHOME's got this. Give us some good news. You gave us the black meanness, so please give us some of that textbook Lizard wholesomeness now.
Are you guys seeing my high quality camera as well?
It looks amazing.
I'm on my Nokia 3310.
No, you're going next dimension, bro.
There's a black hole.
Oh no, not that story again. Oh no.
Well, fortunately, even though your camera might be a bit iffy, they are having some very good visuals in the game itself, and we have a draft. So we have some heroes. Look at the camera there onto these beautiful TI winners, Black. Love to see it. And of course, we always love to see EHOME, even after losing, at the very least, they stick to their guns. They believe this idea can work. We're most likely not going to see Morphling, but the Pango Visage was decent enough, wasn't it, in game 1?
Certainly. However, I didn't really like how they utilized the Pango middle too much. He got a couple of good ganks off, but I would prefer to be a 4 with the Visage 3. Like, it's a very strong pressure lane, and you just pick something more impactful in the mid lane, perhaps.
Yeah, but
especially now the Pango sort of being soft countered by the Ember Spirit already.
Both of them, I would say, even. Like, look at all the fires that are bringing from the depths of hell. You have Flame Guard.
Fiery fires of hell.
Yeah, you have Scorched Earth. But in all honesty, Visage hates playing versus all these dots because your armor falls so quickly and so do your birds. So I like the fiery answer to what EHOME has got. And by the way, of course they're gonna have good cameras. They want TIs, some of these players. I'm a poor Bosnian boy. I never won a TI. You're not even a major.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
That's the threshold for getting a better camera as talent. Just have to win a young major. Very, very simple. Not that hard to do,
It's the Xiaoba's camera. He's training the kids from young. He's probably like 6 or 7 years old, teaching him how to play Dota. That's the director right there. Okay.
Directing the future as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's already done a good job, I think, in terms of the direction of this draft, right? This Doom pick, there's a lot of versatility that PSG.LGD has with this hero as well. NTS has played it. Shinkyu's played it. Obviously, Faith Beyond has played it. It feels like, Lizard, every single time LGD is trying to make a statement or starting a good run, that they always start their drafts like this with these like hyper-versatile heroes to confuse you until literally the last pick.
I think that's how they start the patch, that's how they are in the middle of the patch, and that's how they end the patch as well. Like, they always have so many heroes that are versatile, that can go anywhere. When you have players that are versatile, why not pick heroes that are the same? It just makes drafting just so much damn easier. And it's no wonder. Plus, I don't think it's so, like Xinkyu played a ton of Doom as well. They played in mid too, but it doesn't even matter who plays it. It comes down to the fact that he's just strong versus these two heroes. Especially like the builds are really strong.
I personally didn't like it super much when Xinkyu played it, just because he went Midas first item on a post 4 Doom. But despite that, he still performed very well in the hero, so obviously, how much can you really fault him for that? But the Monkey King is a great answer to that, because whether it's a 4 Doom or 3 Doom, Monkey King is going to do very, very well there.
Yeah, I'm liking to see this Monkey King emerge, and it is a hero that EHOME can play in multiple roles as well if they do want to go for that. We've seen Planet play this hero. I'm not sure we've seen Echo play it. I'll have to go and check, but Shiro has definitely played the MK in the past too, so EHOME has some degree of versatility, and it's not going to be a hero that becomes ultimately useless past a certain point in the game. PSG.LGD now, they come back for this Innocent Phoenix. Obviously, with the Grimstroke being banned out, we're not going to have that major combo with the Doom Grim. But having Phoenix now, does this open up potential here for them to go back for the Faith Beyond Mars, or just something beefy in the offlane to try and ensure that they can get the max pressure up?
As long as it's fiery.
I think it's gonna be a Faith Beyond
they bring
Phoenix.
eyes. Uh,
Yeah, it's gonna be
Faith
Phoenix.
Phoenix,
And Xin
Q Doom.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. They've done it in the past, and his Phoenix was destroying. And a core Phoenix destroys Monkey King in lane.
And Visage, by the way, later on.
And I mean, everything,
don't-
even
yeah.
Penguin, you just egg and you don't care at all.
They have nothing to hit the egg. Plus, it just destroys all these heroes.
The Village Birds can hit the egg. Doesn't do anything, but it looks
Doesn't
kind of
do anything. Yeah.
But
Not only do they have like no egg hit, I think every time I see PSG.LGD pick Phoenix, they always have a hero to make sure that you're very incentivized to stay away from the supernova. I imagine that there's going to be points in this game where you're going to have to decide, is it worth running through freezing field to try to close the gap onto the egg? Now it becomes a little bit more palatable, can do it through the spin on the Juggernaut. Maybe we see him going for that super early Aghanim shot that we've been seeing lately, but we'll see. Yet again, though, we see Crystal Maiden. Boys, I think we have to admit that this hero is very strong. If Xiao Ba is picking Crystal Maiden, then you know that the hero is legit right now.
Yeah, it is. But we've also seen the weakness of the hero last game, right? Like, if you don't win that lane, if you don't win the side lanes and mid lane because of the aura, then you can fall off pretty quickly as well. But I think in this game, you always are going to have a pretty decent impact just because you do really well against 3 of the heroes that are being presented. Wait, so Ember mid Phoenix, they're gonna last pick Arm's hero. What is it gonna be? Faces Void? Oh yeah, it's banned already.
Banned, yeah.
What else does he like that is good in this game? Do you just go back to the TA again? They could.
Get some TA, get some Drow.
Yeah, or you just go Cookie Cutter Medusa.
Sounds great. With the Phoenix.
Medusa, Phoenix, Ember, Doom.
I mean, all right, listen, right? If they have the Medusa as well, Crystal Maiden Arcane Aura, helping you out with that mana shield, that little bit of extra juice and efficiency, man. Unlikely, though, that they're going to go for that particular pick. Well, we'll see. They have a bunch of options available to them right now. For EHOME, we still have to get a bit more solidity as to what they're going to be doing with their support duo. Unless they've been playing this 5, though, on the Visage, it's most likely they're looking for ZZQ's hero to end out the draft. Somewhat peculiar, though, Lizard, that 2 games in a row that EHOME are reaching for a support at the very end of the draft. Not something that we see all that often nowadays.
And maybe my cat was too much for Lizard again.
It was way too much. Way too much. I can't.
Too cute.
Sorry.
It's all good. But is it confirmed though that they need a support? It could be that they would just want to put the Monkey King as a support as well. Because
just not seeing what they play as like the lane support,
Phoenix.
like the 5.
I mean, it has been done before. It has done well before as well. I don't know how much they like it, but yeah, I guess the last pick will reveal everything. But for now, the draft looks very wishy-washy, like very individualistic, right? Visage, Monkey King, Juggernaut. Like you can't really see the synergy there.
It's like you have 4 players and you ask them what heroes they want to play.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a pub game. I'm really good with this hero. I want this.
And you just give it to them. And you hope for the
exactly.
best. And you have that spin versus the egg, sure, but everything else is completely individualistic. And you see that Silencer has been banned out, so they're expecting...
PA. Okay. I like that too. I like that.
Do you?
Some good backline kill.
Yeah. Backline for what, though? Like, who are you jumping? They're all coming at you.
Well, they're probably going to run away once the Phoenix presses R.
Yeah, that's true. You get some slow.
And it's a good matchup against Juggernaut, right? And against Monkey King too. You don't really care about Visage Birds either. It's a pretty good PA pick. And now, what support do you have to solve everything with? Maybe Icebird.
Some Wyvern?
The Winter Wyvern. That would be hilarious if they go for the Icebird at the end of the draft here, just as a counter to the Firebird on the other side. This presents real problems, though. Now, even that Juggernaut can't really approach the Phoenix Supernova. Will just get right-clicked down to death. So you always have to flee the team fights. You're right, Lizard. There's nothing that's... What team fight do they have for EHOME that forces LGD to stay in fights instead of just walking away from them and saying, okay, cool. We'll wait until Wukong's is done. We can probably survive through Rolling Thunder, and we won't be able to do anything on the re-engage. Like, EHOME has no protection for themselves right now.
Yeah, no protection and no real
and no time.
hold and no time to draft. What do you get here as a 5?
Wind Ranger?
Is it a 5
right.
even?
I don't know.
It has to be. Like this feels like some Seb Wind Ranger 5 right now for eHome.
Could be a
I
5.
can't imagine anybody else plays this. Yeah, it's gonna
Offlane
be
Visage
ZZQ
4
Wind
Monkey.
Ranger.
Mid Pangolier again. Wow, I thought they were going to do mid Monkey King actually. Okay,
Not sold? You're
yeah.
not sold?
I mean, I love Wind Ranger. I think Wind Ranger is very strong this patch. It's just that the draft overall, like, where's the synergy? Like, Wind Ranger kind of plays into what we spoke, right? Like, you don't want to have them run away, so you can gust them back in, or whatever the shot is called. Sure, but where's the cohesion? Where's the synergy? I understand.
All right, check this out. So you you buy the Aghanim Shard, right? You drop Gale Force. As it's pushing them back, you use Wukong's command. As they're trying to get to the edge of the Wukongs, you drop the stones, and then you bring in the Rolling Thunder, hitting them all in a perfect line, and then Shiro comes through, Juggernaut ults them all, and everybody's dead. There we go.
Hold your horse.
They've got this.
I'm Faith Bjorn right now. R. Sorry, I'm syncing right now. R.
Okay. Hold up. We alt F4. We GG out. We can't do this anymore.
Come on,
I accept that.
Chill out. Like they have ways. You have that shackle shot. You can set up some stuff. If Visage has a decent lane, perhaps you can play that super high tempo game afterwards. Kill a couple of eggs. Are we expecting PSG.LGD to make a lot of mistakes and allow that to happen? We aren't, but it's possible. EHOME can do it. Will they do it? Black? Probably not.
No.
Yeah?
He's just a flat no from Black. I don't have that much faith, but I do have hope. And I would love to see a game number 3 between EHOME and PSG.LGD.
But do you have Faith Beyond?
With that bombshell, I think it's the perfect time to get into the game here and see whether or not it will be Faith Beyond and his crew that take the game, or if it's going to be the EHOME boys that bring us to a game 3. A lot of things have to work out perfectly for them. There's not that much room for mistakes. On the bright side, though, boys, Shiro is actually playing a real carry hero. Morphling, I think we can all agree, isn't in that state right now, but Juggernaut, perfectly playable. You know, in this game, you can still build up items like an MKB to help him against PA. Yes, the matchup isn't ideal, but it's not a 100% guaranteed counter situation here. So there's still hope. There is.
And hope dies last, as we all know, Lizard. You need to grasp the hope and to hold on to it. But LGD wants to extinguish it. They want to grab it.
No, they don't want to
close it.
They don't want to extinguish it. They have fire. They want to burn it. They want
to burn the hope?
Yeah, and then extinguish it with Crystal Maidens.
Yeah, whatever. And then PA comes and sticks the dagger on top.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Get it, PA.
Speaking of PA, actually, and what the carry matchups are going to look like, Black, you are the man that often complains about the builds we see on these Juggernauts and these Ursas.
Yes, sir.
What is the adequate build, you think, in this game for Shiro to give him the best shot of winning this one out?
Maelstrom, Manta Style, Skadi, MKB.
Maelstrom, Manta, Skadi, MKB?
You cannot build Battle Fury.
Black, why did you say that? Every game I've been on with you where you said this carry should not build Battle Fury, they build Battle Fury. Why did you curse poor Shiro here, man?
It's just like Maelstrom farms fast, and it's the answer to PA early, and then you build health and slow to fight the rest of the team, and then you hard counter the PA when she has her items online. But before that, it's not your job to kill the PA. You know, it's your job to kill the rest. So, and Battle Fury just doesn't help you with anything. So hopefully
that's Shiro's memo.
Yep. Worst case, I'll call Mikasa. Let me do it right now, actually.
I guess the only advocate for that Battle Fury early on is Ring of Health, right? Like,
yeah,
something that helps you in the lane as well.
But you do have the healing water ready, so
that's true.
He should be fine, I hope. Especially because it's a Doom, right? Like, Doom Phoenix should not be able to pressure Juggernaut too much.
they have decided to shift this into a core Doom, and then Shin-Q is going to be the one playing this Phoenix. So Faithbeyond, of course, unfortunately for you, Black, he's still going to end up building Midas because these are some greedy boys on PSG.LGD. This mid lane, though, I'm quite interested to see how it's going to pan out because Echo in the last game, Lizard, he did the most in the early game. Those first 10 minutes often were precipitated by him making the initial move. Are we expecting him to be able to have that same degree of impact in game number 2 as well?
That last game was perfect from him, though. Like, top lane Zeal getting so low. But yeah, back to the question. He had the most perfect rotation with like being level 5 and 99%, getting level 6 on the rotation, killing off the TA, and then getting a couple of kills on that mid lane. Can he repeat the most perfect game? Perhaps he can. We'll see, but this game is also harder for him. He's playing versus some heroes that can pretty much just shut him down. Well, truth be told, last game had Bane and Overgrowth. That was also a problem.
Yeah. And it's just always PA that forces awkward item builds as well. It's one of the reasons why most carry players just hate PA. Against PA. Oh, Innocence again.
Is he gonna die here? Nope, not today. This time around on the Crystal Maiden, he's like, he can kill my Bane, but you're not gonna kill my CM. Stays alive here. We'll keep farming in this top part of the map, at the very least, though, for the PA. Down bottom, though, for Shiro, we already mentioned he's gonna have a much better time and a much better showing. And of course, he's getting his CS as quickly as possible. I just want to ask you about this, Lizard. You're the Visage player. Oh, top lane. Might actually have a death onto Innocence here. Planet comes in with the Boundless Strike as well as the Tree Spring. Innocence will be able to survive here. Some right clicks from Ame will keep this going for him. But they're not getting any CS here, boys. Zeal is not getting anything. Surprisingly, he's having an even harder time than he did against the Templar Assassin in game 1.
I mean, you look at top, but look at mid. Mid lane is getting destroyed. Nothing to say, it's absolutely crushing him. Not the early game you were looking for.
We have 2 lanes that are being crushed pretty much. And on bottom,
bot lane though, Xingqiu's dead.
Xingqiu gets spanned down. That's going to give them the first blood for Shiro. Nicely collected by this Juggernaut. Nicely done. Thank you very much. Needed that easy money.
Yeah, check his experience. Like, well, check Phoenix's experience.
Yeah, that's why he went greedy. He wanted that last creep.
Oh, worst time to die. Just shy of level 2. We'll pick it up on the respawn though. We'll be okay with this one, but very unhappy situation that ended up happening for him.
Look at Doom's creep. Now Juggernaut is completely screwed in the lane. He will never have mana for anything. Whereas Doom will just have infinite mana, of course.
Make matters worse, Doom also has the Crystal Maiden in his team, so at some point he'll get even more mana than you. Speaking of said CM, she might die in this top lane. Planet just trying to play around here. Ame's doing a good job of making sure Zeal can't actually get involved and go in there. So we'll prevent them from being able to get the kill.
Yeah, Ame has a ring as well, so from this point onwards, you might not even be able to zone him. If you look at Zeal, like usually if you look at Visage offlane, you want to go Grave Shield and Soul Assumption. If you want to be aggressive, that is, but he even went for a Cloak early on. So, not a lot of offensive potential here from the 2 of them.
Yeah, look at mid lane too, double the CS of Echo. So his rotations that he had last game, they're gonna be a whole lot more difficult this time around. But we always talk about hope, right? Shiro right now, the big bearer of the torch of hope. Top of the net worth.
He hasn't decided what he wants to build yet on this Juggernaut. Holding his claws close to his chest. Top lane Planet might actually be in a bit of danger here. Frostbite will connect onto him. Innocence gets zoned back by Zeal, but they're now looking to maybe put some more pressure and damage onto Ame. He's falling fairly low here. They'll throw out the zap from Zeal. Obviously not going to be enough to kill him, but enough to just move him back for a little bit of time. And honestly, it sort of feels like a win, but not really. You're just using this time to catch up on the CS that you wish you had already up until this point. So PSG.LGD not really bothered by these events, especially because bottom, with Faith Beyond also getting higher and higher in the CS, they're going to be occupying the top level and the top echelons of net worth yet again, but they're going to do it even sooner than they did in game number 1.
I mean, this is just unfair. What did you do about this creep lizard? You just have infinite mana and you burn infinite mana.
Stop crying, man. Who needs mana? Doubt it.
Well, she was trying to, but he can't.
Yeah, the worst thing is, like, the one thing that makes Jugger's life easier on this lane is mana.
Yeah.
You need a spin, right? You need a spin versus everything. Top lane,
Looks like a trade though.
It's a quick kill. Will Planet die here? Okay. Mischief will help him out for a little bit, trying to play a ring around the rosies, but Ame will catch him out. Very unfortunate there, but gets the vision across the trees and will be able to get the clean trade. I mean, it's nice for them to have killed Innocence, but feels like Planet needs to be very active on this map, so losing him is a kind of a much bigger deal than just losing the Crystal Maiden.
Sorry, I was getting attacked.
right? The cat
But-
again.
Yes, he was being needy. But yeah, I would agree. Like, you never want to give PA free kills in the lane. I don't know what... I mean, he's definitely going to go for the Battle Fury. Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger, is she gonna
Wind
die
Run is
here
pretty
at the same
broken.
time? Nothing to say. He's also in a lot of trouble in this mid lane. Rolling Thunder from Echo
Ooh.
helps them to kill this Ember Spirit. Nicely done. Planet
Juicy.
making very good use of his respawn there to come in. And at the same time, while this was happening, they didn't manage to actually find and kill Shiro. He got past some regen by ZZQ. So he's gonna be okay. Has enough mana just now for the healing ward as well. So he can maintain presence here. Unfortunately, ZZQ might still die in this bottom lane, getting chased. And this Wind Ranger, bye-bye. She's definitely dead. Shiro, not in the safest place as well, but about to crack level 6. Has the Omni Slash if he pops this Mango. Chasing a little bit too far forward. Will spin up right now. Echo coming in to try and allow them to get some more damage onto the Doom. But unfortunately, without the spin of Shiro, he's in trouble. Frostbite will be there. Drop down to 80 HP. But Echo finishes off Innocence, not allowing them to keep the chase going. So they find themselves, yet again, PSG.LGD throwing their heads against the wall and getting rebuffed once more in this bottom lane. And Shiro still living here, boys.
I feel like Shiro could have died if Phoenix went for him instead of diving out. It would have been a more dangerous play and probably 100% a trade in which he dies in the end. It was doable. 1 second.
Go
Might go for the GG Splash. He thought about it, but also in a very dangerous position. ZZQ gets dove on, but Echo hasn't left the vicinity in its entirety. Comes in, swashbuckle power shot enables them to kill Shin Q. And PSG.LGD just throwing bodies at this bottom lane, but it keeps not working, and they've been giving away free gold to EHOME.
It's just Echo spending a lot of time down bottom, securing the rune and helping them out a little bit. It's nice. They needed some comeback for the Jug. It's not like he got a lot. It's not like he got the kills, but at least he's been around and he's been able to farm now. What's he buying, by the way? Let's check. Facebook.
Still don't know.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to be the Maelstrom if he doesn't buy anything.
He would have bought the ring by now, right? If he went for Battle Fury.
Yeah.
What do you think about the defusal on him earlier?
I like it, but not necessarily against the PA, because this mischance is going to be pretty annoying. Sync-Q. Echo can't hit. Echo.
Oh no, the Ogre hits onto Planet, preventing him from getting deeper in the fight. And Echo, is he gonna die here? 20 HP! He's still alive! Shield Crash will get him away from the danger zone. That came so close. Nothing to say though, wanting to chase. He wants to find Echo, misses the slide of fist. And on the backside of the fight, we find Ame getting shackled to a tree by ZZQ. And here come the stone drops. These familiars enabling to kill PA, but he dodges the soul assumption using the blur active. It's not going to be enough at the end of the day. The second one can't be avoided, and he will end up going down. Z will get himself a double kill, cleaning up the Crystal Maiden as well. Nothing to say, out of spells right now, so can't keep a threat onto Zeal, but a fight in the top lane. EHOME trade 2 for 3, but this time around they get the all-important Ame PA, and she dies for the first time in this game.
It's actually so funny how LGD plays, right, Lizard? Like, Faith Bjorn's playing the offlane carry every game.
He's just not moving at all. He has that Midas completed now as well.
Oh, it looks so silly.
This man doesn't care. He's gonna have like some Link BKB Shivas, and then he'll join, you know. Before that, he's level 8 Doom, he doesn't have Doom leveled. He doesn't have his skill. No,
look, he even takes a creep wave away, PATP'd bottom, and he's like, yeah, I'll take them. Thank you. Oh, they're looking for the monkey. Ah, nice jump away.
Nice jump back. Manix stays alive in the trees. will at the very least be able to give some vision while they take away the tier 1 tower. Doesn't seem like EHOME are going to be deploying that many members to defend the tower, but they might come in for a wraparound here. Echo, yet again in the vicinity, has Rolling Thunder. He scouted Faith Beyond. We should be able to find this kill. Shackle Shot connects. There's going to be the Wukong's command, Rolling Thunder to make sure he cannot leave, and that's going to be a quick kill. And they managed to defend the tower. They might get a deny off of it too. Yes, they do. All right. Things not looking so bad right now for EHOME. This game, about 10.5 minutes is when game 1 started to go completely to hell. But this time around, they're still keeping things relatively even on the map, especially with how little farm PA has been finding since the laning phase broke down.
Yeah, and they're not really prioritizing her too much, are they? Looks like most of the focus is in Faith B and getting rich.
As per usual.
As per usual, yeah. But you're going Battle of Fury and Midas Doom. There's some very greedy stuff going on. Maybe too greedy. You know, maybe LGD finally went a little bit too much greed.
Not sure. I still feel that their team fight is going to be sick. These
It
fights
is.
happen around the tier 1 mid, perhaps. Your Phoenix is going to have that level 6 as well.
Yeah, if it ever comes to
lane?
together though, team fighting.
I was thinking about dooming him, but no damage there.
Yeah, no damage just yet.
Speaking of damage, Shiro is building into this Maelstrom, but peculiarly, Echo is not going for the Diffusal Blade we saw him employ in game number 1. He's rushing straight into the Blink Dagger here. Doesn't that leave them a little bit shy of damage and deeper into the mid game here? Or is it one of these situations where if you get enough kills out of it anyway, then you find yourself having the farm? And we'll talk about him in a second, because now they are involved in a fight. Rolling Thunder through this mid lane. Unfortunately, ZZQ will very easily get brought down. Innocence on the high ground, the freezing field, connecting onto Planet. Cannot get himself out of this. And Echo got doomed as well by Faith Beyond. There's not that much chase from the rest of PSG.LGD. Nothing to say, trying to get forward, won't be able to do so. Supernova dropped down by Innocence to ensure he doesn't get riced through by Zeal. But that's pretty much just going to end the fight. First Supernova is a zoning one, but who cares? As long as they can get the tier 1, but EHOME might be able to prevent that from happening as well.
They can't get anything off of that. They wasted the Supernova, arguably. He used it to save himself. He would have died if he didn't. Plus the Doom was wasted, more or less, right? Like,
but they're so greedy. Like getting away with this is like they're super happy with this.
So it's did they get away? Will they get away with it? That's the question.
Good question.
Now it's on EHOME to actually punish them for using all those spells.
They're going in right now inside the triangle. Will they find this punish? Faith Beyond gets slowed up, but they have no way to keep him in position. Shackle Shot will be there though. Wukong's command comes in as well.
He's pretty tanky.
Running behind the tier tower. He's still alive. The Visage Familiar Stone Drops will come, but he's already escaped the Wukong, so they lack the damage to actually kill him. This is a disaster. Going in for this move and finding nothing. Now suddenly they're vulnerable to the counter attack. NTS did find some heroes with the Smite Chains, but himself Shackle Shot though in an awkward position, and Ember Spirit will end up dying. He thought he was coming in for revenge, for a counterplay. Instead, he's just feeding away his own life. They lose the Ember Spirit, they lose the Phoenix, and now they're going to lose the tier 1 tower middle as well.
It might have seemed to you like they had like a chance of making a counterplay there, but keep in mind that EHOME didn't really use any big spells. They used Monkey's ulti, but in grand scheme of things, it's not that relevant. It's all about the Rolling Thunder, and if you have that to fight with afterwards, like you're happy to take another fight. Which also has a Blink Dagger, by the way, now.
I mean, right now it's just the Ember that has fighting power, unfortunately. Like, Doom really wants to be farming his BKB, and PA wants to be farming, of course. So yeah, it's always getting a bit tough when you are this greedy. Oh, Zeal might be dying though.
Yeah, good for sure. No way.
And that's almost the Battle of Fury now completed for that kill.
He was caught in no man's land, right there, behind enemy lines.
Yeah, he had no business there. You know, it's always good when you get punished there, because that means in the future you won't be there anymore. Hopefully.
You sound like a man who's not in the trench, man. That guarantees he's gonna keep dying in that exact. In my pubs, you just go right back and be like, "This time around it's gonna work, boys. It'll all be okay."
Sounds like high immortal games too.
Yeah. Like, the difference between pubs and pro games is just night and day. It's like two different games completely. So
Yeah.
Speaking of two different games, Faithbeyond might have to get some assistance here. Turns around with the Doom though before Rolling Thunder comes out. They're gonna get this quick kill onto Echo. ZZQ will die as well. Getting thrown into the meat grinder that is the freezing field. Planet, can he get out? Yes, he can. Searing Chains for NCS not available just yet. That was such a peculiar move. EHOME yet again went directly into the triangle, but this time around with the two heroes that you don't expect to immediately get a kill there. What was the rationale for that one, boys?
I am not entirely sure, but there was definitely a whole lot of disrespect. You gotta respect the cooldowns that LGD have. Like, as a Pangolier, you cannot be showing yourself first, because you built the Blink Dagger to initiate. Like, running in like that is not beneficial at all. You get doomed, the teamfight is over.
They might go for Fate Beyond bottom. He has no.
He has a
Doom.
BKB though.
Exactly, yeah.
And Maelstrom is like mostly magic damage. Yeah, they might have damage issues now, as you said. Like Pangolier going for Blink first and not snowballing off it. He could potentially just fall off big time. Well, he's going Hex first on Phoenix to spot the ulti orb. Interesting. What the hell? Like Shivas or something, you know? Make
Shivas is
more
so
tanky,
amazing this game, but I guess maybe Doom will build it eventually. Maybe that's the rationale, but...
Yeah, but why Hex? Like a Halberd maybe, or something?
NTS, ooh, they finally got something out of this, boys. NTS got caught. Will they have the damage to kill him? Does he have a defensive remnants? He doesn't have one out, so even if they didn't have the chain disable, he was definitely going to end up dying. Okay,
yeah.
Quick kill onto Ember. Will they be able to rush into the Roshan pit though? It looks like they want to, but they're actually streaming middle or to the top lane. They want to try catch Shin-Q and maybe find a quick fight, quick kill to connect into the Roshan push. Not going to get anything off of this though.
This is just out pushing top and then moving into the pit.
That fight at the pit might be devastating though. There's a DD on Ember, BKB on Doom.
Phoenix is steeping base.
And an egg. Oh, Phoenix is in base, okay, yeah. So looks like they're just giving it up. Or maybe they don't even know about it.
They don't have the best.
It's not dying fast though.
It's such a slow rush.
Yeah, even if they get it, is it worth?
Let's see. Phoenix coming in with this Ember Spirit through the mid lane. Looks like PSG.LGD have gotten an idea of what's going on here.
Oh,
they're gonna smoke.
That took them so long.
They're coming, but even with all the time, it might be enough. Couple hundred HP left on the Roshan. Here comes the fight though. Roche has been killed, has been claimed. Will they try and get anything off the retreat? PSG.LGD looking for an angle into the engagement. Not gonna find it yet, but they will find Echo. Does manage to swashbuckle away. There's the Rolling Thunder. Wukong's command also triggered to try and give them some space here. PSG.LGD activate the BKB on Faith Beyond and run themselves away. But Ame gets caught with the Rolling Thunder. He has no options here. Can they kill him? He blinks to NTS. Innocence himself as well as Shin-Q drop their ultimates to draw attention away from Ame. And the Gambit is successful. They will be able to retreat with the PA. Does cost the CM's life. Unfortunately though, does mean a lot of ultimates expended, so they have nothing left for defending the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I feel they got away with murder here. Oh, now Doom might be next on the list.
Yeah, he's dead. Definitely dead here. They spin onto him. Shiro, with the assistance of Zeal, they get that kill. All right, things are starting to look very healthy for EHOME. They're going to claim this tier 2 tower. They will be able to start moving into the triangle, prevent more farm going the way of this PA.
Man,
and she's still fairly far away from the BKB.
And their itemization is just so extremely greedy on the side of LGD. And they just can't fight. You have this Phoenix that's going for a Hex. You have Midas on Doom, which is standard, I guess, you know, but you also have a PA that's unable to fight until Battle Fury plus BKB. In the end, you're left with the Crystal Maiden and an Ember. And that Ember...
He's dying. He actually might lose his life here. He has a remnant out, but it's very close to where they see him already. Shiro trying to go in with the ulti. Not even need it just yet. NTS, he's doing his best, doing his utmost. Will these Houdini tricks work? I'm not so sure. He's doing the most, but it's not enough. He does end up dying. Faith Beyond though goes in, looking for some revenge onto Echo. They get the Doom out as well. But he's gonna find himself getting GG slashed. Doesn't have enough damage to get the kill. And they find the deny onto Echo. A double for the Juggernaut, making sure that he gets nothing out of this. Yet another Doom utilized for no apparent advantage for the side of LGD.
Like, we don't get to say this often, but LGD actually looks sort of disconnected.
They're suffering from the savior friend syndrome as well. Jumping in, trying to help Ember, but it's way too late.
Well, but all of China is very happy though. They want EHOME to crush LGD here.
Right now, it's they're not crushing it, but this is a game that certainly EHOME is not getting taken advantage of with this uber greed. And for LGD, the longer it goes, of course, the more it pays off. But EHOME doesn't seem like they want to allow them to do it, boys. They're pushing in this bottom lane. They're trying to utilize this Aegis, and I'm very happy to see them spending so much of this map playing on the front foot, actually into LGD's side of the map, not just sitting back farming and hoping Shiro gets big enough to solo carry. They're utilizing their power spikes when they have them, which we love to see, don't we? Instead of them just waiting for an opportunity that might never come.
Yeah, but triple BKB is just around the corner, so all that hope that we have been building up, might just go out of the window in the next team fight, depending on what sort of initiation I can find. So is it true, by the way, that you can't perma-stun people with Pango anymore?
Yep, you cannot.
Before like BKB? Okay.
You cannot. You cannot.
So it's gotta be Shackle Shot Wonder then.
Some Shackle Shot, or you follow up with the Boundless Strike and then with the Thunder.
Yeah. But yeah, triple BKB is now online. I mean, they're still happy to farm on LGD, but if there's a team fight coming, they're more than happy to take it on their terms.
TS, almost got Boundless Strike, but does manage to get away. Lizard, what do you make of this Visage build? Going for the AC now instead of Wraith Pact after finishing off the drums here.
It's also fine versus a PA. Right.
Might have a fight here. Echo in trouble. Will he get off Rolling Thunder? No, he will not. They find the kill onto him, and now they connect onto Zeal as well. These BKBs being made ample use of, enable them to bring down two of these core heroes, but will they be able to survive is the question. Ame inside Wukong's command, but with the Supernova right outside of it, they can't actually keep the damage pressed onto him. Shiro forced to retreat.
Yeah.
Everybody else can't really take the fight. So 3 heroes fall very quickly, and LGD came out swinging with this triple BKB strat, enables them to finally start winning out a team fight.
They found the perfect approach to a fight, killed off 3 that don't have an Aegis, obviously. Jug does survive, but...
it didn't even have Doom.
Yeah, didn't even Doom. That's the power of LGD.
He is going for his Lincolns again. I don't think he can do this. Like, does he not trust his teammates at all with his Doom? Like, what's up with that? Like, the lack of damage was very obvious in the last team fight. His Omni Slash did nothing.
Playing Visage once again.
Wait, he's just dying again? Oh no.
Oh, no.
And that's
brutal. Away. And that's the re-summon birds too.
Exactly, yeah. 100 seconds.
I got one of them.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, the Phoenix now is Hex out of nowhere.
Just moments ago, boys, we were talking about how this team is so greedy. They seem a bit more disconnected than usual. And then after the triple BKBs, everything starts to turn. Suddenly it feels like this greed is paying off. The Hex is complete. We only have the one BKB. Wait, no BKBs. No, we're also going for Lincoln on Echo. So Lincoln's on Echo.
I don't understand that. It's like, your entire team can't be building Lincolns just because of a Doom. Like, they're overcompensating every time. Like, somebody has to get doomed, guys.
Yeah, what's gonna happen is one stifling dagger and you lose that Lincoln's. Nice.
And then you get doomed.
Then you get doomed, indeed.
Yeah.
You talked about PSG.LGD. They looked greedy, but eventually, if that greed pays off, if you don't punish them hard enough,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
it will look amazing.
Yeah. I want to see what that Hex is gonna do. Like, I've not seen the first item Hex on Phoenix, like, almost ever, I feel like.
Sometimes it did happen versus some spirits, but it's questionable in this game because, yeah, you can use it on, Jug or Pango, I guess, and it's nice. Doesn't feel like an amazing item, right?
Yeah. I will see. Maybe there's some magic to be worked with.
Speaking of magic, EHOME is trying to turn the tide. And they've gotten a couple of successful and magical smoke ganks out before. Shiro's just completed the Lincoln Sphere, so this has to work out for them. We'll see if they can find the adequate engagement, though. Have a long distance to travel, and they don't have that much vision either over these quarters of the map they're going into. No way they go for and blind into this high ground. PSG.LGD is expecting that move, though. Face Beyond perfectly positioned, anticipating this coming.
Oh, look at Sinkyu.
EHOME this time, somebody's like, nah, boys. We keep going that direction, we keep dying and losing, so we'll go bottom and farm. But when you only have one hero that's really farming up right now on Shiro, look how much they're being left behind in this network department. PSG.LGD just passively getting so much richer than EHOME and eventually EHOME will just not be able to fight through it. They're already struggling now. It only gets harder as time goes on.
Yeah, it's itemization too. He went for Bash on Pangolier. 0 scaling items. Huh. Very interesting approach to the game. But yeah, PA now has the Desol done too. Shiro has to be careful. If he gets Blink Stomped, he's dead.
Shiro.
And indeed, he gets Blink Stomped. There's the Doom, and will they be able to kill him? It should be the case here. Wukong's command will not do anything to dissuade PSG.LGD as they found their primary target. Echo doing his best to try and chase down, nothing to say with this Rolling Thunder, but NTS outplaying them like a boss. Gets to the far side of the fight. Rolling Thunder is down. Now suddenly LGD thinking about a re-engage. Faith Beyond though, drawn back by the Gale Force, but they just don't have the damage. Without Juggernaut, they literally have no damage in these fights. As soon as he is dead, the fight is practically over. LGD, they get that fight victory. Not going to be able to get the tier 2 tower middle, but it's only a matter of time at this point.
I feel like even with the Jug, they're lacking a ton of damage. But,
yeah.
You're right.
I mean, I hate to be harping on it, but the itemization is really not good. Like, you saw what the Lincolns did for him. Nothing.
Nothing.
It blocked 1 dagger, as Lizard predicted it would. Now there's a DZ bottle on the PA. Oh, yeah.
I'm also really surprised he's only going for the Aghanim shot now. Like, I thought that they really needed that additional hit, like in the midst of these fights. And that movement speed as well, because even when he doesn't get himself doomed up, his mobility in these fights feels so stunted. You know, there's multiple blink daggers on the PSG.LGD side. There's this PA who just moves in and out of the fights like it's nothing. Whereas with EHOME, it's like the only person who gets forward is Echo. Blinks forward alone, but he's like, well, it's going to take the team a while to get here, and by the time they get there, the control is already finished on his side.
X on the Visage. The X should fall.
The X should fall here, and they do manage to get it. Ame, though, looking to just escape as his BKB is about to expire.
Bash
will connect onto Innocence, but Bash, they found Ame. He will try to get himself out with buying time with this freezing field, but with the Shiro Omni Slash, they get themselves a double kill off of this. Into the Roshan pit we go. The big man is up. Free Aghanim shot as well. Shiro doesn't have to buy it. All right. Okay, Dota 2 game of margins. This time the Dota 2 margin favorable for EHOME.
Yeah, very much so.
That egg, I feel like maybe he wanted to position it on the cliff, but he failed to do so. And as it wasn't on the cliff, Chuck just destroys it so easily.
Yeah, walk in the park for him. Getting another Aegis on the Jug, so now the Doom won't be nearly as effective.
Yeah, like that whole fight, it doesn't change the statements that we had about PSG.LGD and itemizations between these two teams. It was just something that you don't expect from PSG.LGD, and that's kind of a mistake, really. Nothing more to be said there. They committed
very big one too.
The game's now changed.
Making these plays when Roche is up is very risky, and this time they pay a price for it.
Yep. Not only paying the price in terms of the fight, but economically as well. Shiro gets the free Aghanim shot, so that allows him to queue in for that item you mentioned in the draft here, Black. MKB being readied up. If they can get a kill bottom, Planet is setting up for this with the Monkey King. Will they find a way forward? Bouncer Strike connects. There's a Shackle shot as well. They're gonna have the damage, and nothing to say. Gets taken out of the picture. Shiro, very happy to get that one. And the tips flying out as well. All right, EHOME starting to feel themselves a little bit, and they think they might have a way back into this game here, gentlemen.
Juicy tips for looking for a Sing Q now. He's pretty tanky, but he has an egg, worst case.
Yeah. Just pops the egg. Planet's gonna go for this though. Looking for this kill. Zeal didn't believe
what they're getting,
but they still managed to find it. Ame though comes in to make sure they pay for this with their lives. Planet doomed up as well. Rolling Thunder from Echo, trying to buy space and time. Ame with the BKB able to chase down Planet, and they will be able to get out of here. Unfortunately, they do not get out for free. Shiro comes in and finds some immediate revenge, hoping to chase down Faith Beyond. He will walk into some vision here, so ZZQ knows the direction that he's in. Blink Dagger on cooldown for another 2 seconds. Will the power shot interrupt this? Oh no, he took too long. Didn't throw it out. So Faith Beyond will be enabled to escape, running, scurrying into the east and back into the base.
Yeah, he also saved the jump.
So now, where's the leave us? With that MKB almost done, they actually have very good damage now against the PA. He can definitely kill him in one Omni Slash. But there's also a perfect answer from Armor there, because that low cooldown blur can really be problematic if you want to single out someone with an Omni Slash.
Not that far away either from actually having the item. Practically has a complete 4 Armor down in this bottom lane. He does desire it. It is indeed his desire, so it's flying out right now. Do we go for a fight here on the side of LGD? Because most of this action has been happening in the last few minutes from the EHOME side. Of course, they don't have access to Doom for another minute, 30 seconds until they have a Nova again. But they still look like they want to congregate and try and make something happen once these cooldowns are back in effect for their side.
I'm not sure if they want to be smoking instantly, as Aegis is still there for 2 more minutes, right?
Ooh.
But you did.
But EHOME wants to.
Yeah, but EHOME wants to, and you did complete 2 big items. Like you have an Axe on Ember, an Axe on PA.
Yeah.
You could be tempted to smoke up, but I still think it's safer to just chill.
They also bottled DD on the Juggernaut, so that Omni Slash could literally just destroy anyone instantly.
I think you outpush top, perhaps smoke up afterwards, or TP base and then smoke, as that Aegis is about to be reclaimed. Like you wait for that.
Big man Aegis is going to be on the field for another 70 seconds or so. And the entire team of LGD congregating together here inside at Dire Jungle. And as these timers go down, though, we'll probably see them coming closer for a fight. They're all mass TPing down to the bottom lane, not allowing a push to come in for free.
I wouldn't mind threatening him. Yeah, okay, they're going high ground. That's exactly what I wanted them to do. Nice.
Yep.
Just deal some damage.
Using the Sagnum shot to dish out some hits, but there's going to be the Hex from Shin Q. They can't really jump this, though. He still has access to the Aegis, although they did bait out a Rolling Thunder. So that could maybe precipitate something here for PSG.LGD, and indeed, they immediately smoke up. They know that there's no more team fight. What will they find, though? Shiro forced to blink back as he got, or rather, Faith Beyond forced to blink back from Shiro, afraid of the power of this Jug. He still has a DD rune for another 10 seconds or so. I think that maybe LGD would be very happy if EHOME retreated without a fight starting. In a sense, look how deep this Crystal Maiden is. Throws out an Observer Ward. Will he pay for this with his life? It doesn't seem like it, because a deeper fight is breaking out. They found Echo, and they managed to kill him, not even utilizing a Doom for that. Shiro, though, with the GD slash, bringing down the Doombringer. Ame goes in with the BKB, but he's losing his life, but trying to life steal it back up. The Sunray giving him HP is not going to be enough, though. Still ends up losing his life after the Supernova is destroyed. And PSG.LGD lose 4 all of a sudden.
He killed the Jug 3 seconds before Aegis was reclaimed.
Yeah, it was super close. And now they don't have anything. And Doomster has a buyback, but they're probably gonna lose a side here? Maybe 2?
Oh god.
What made them go so early? I mean, they did kill the Pango, but...
Don't know. But now is actually the point where this Juggernaut is dealing a ton of damage. You gotta respect him. It's no longer just a free game for the PA. Are they going for the throne? Oh, they are.
Gonna go straight to the throne here. 6k damage was dealt out by the Juggernaut.
Well, look at the building damage from a Visage, man.
God, Visage Birds. This is what we love to see. This is why they're in the team. Blink forward by Faith Beyond. Still have the Doom, close it out onto Zeal, but it doesn't matter. They've taken down the tier 4s. They've taken down the Ancient. And EHOME, with the entire hope of the Chinese region on their backs, have taken game number 2. We're going to a game 3, boys. Even PSG.LGD can't be this greedy and get away with it.
Almost they did, though. They were really close to getting away with, a Midas on Doom, Battle Fury PA, Phoenix getting first item Hex. It doesn't matter. They still made a couple of really good fights in that mid-game, but eventually the MKB came out. And also, eventually, they let themselves go a little bit too much. It wasn't only the itemization from LGD, it was also the way they played. They made a couple of... It's not greed, it's just, I don't know, too cocky. Like, let's say, maybe disrespectful plays. That fight around the triangle, when Egg is popped instantly by the Jug, changes the game, because suddenly now Jug can go into the pit, take that Aegis. You have more than enough time, more than plenty of time to finish off the MKB. Once MKB is there, like Black said, like Husner also mentioned, there's just so much damage to kill off the PA. And in the end, 3 seconds. He dies 3 seconds before the BKB is out.
Yep. Those 3 seconds would literally have turned the entire game around. Suddenly you get that kill, things look a lot more solid for you, but Dota 2, very iffy game like that. And initially, it did really seem like PSG.LGD, before that disastrous fight in the triangle, looked like they were going to get away with it, but you love to see these cascading effects, right? Immediately into Roche, like you said, immediately into MKB. And also, PSG.LGD, it felt like that last fight, they were forcing the issue quite a lot. If they'd waited before they went in for that 2 seconds, hell, if ZZQ is further away from the fight and Crystal Maiden doesn't die away from everybody else by herself, suddenly maybe you get that one little piece of damage that helps out, but that's not what ends up happening. And EHOME will claim game number 2 as a result, going into a game 3, keeping themselves and their hopes alive for having a very strong start to the season, which was absolutely what you need. In this game, though, something before we start looking at like the replays and stuff, interestingly enough, the greed from Shin Q here, that Phoenix getting that early Hex, just a casual fastest Hex all time on Phoenix. Very chill, very nice for him. Unfortunately, doesn't end up working out black. Even with that additional piece of disable, turned out disable wasn't necessarily the problem that they had in their draft there.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to go... usually the answer to heroes like Lifestealer and Juggernaut is you build a Halberd, you Halberd them, and then you egg. Or a Shiva's Guard, so it makes it just harder overall for the egg to be hit because you slow the attack speed down. But he just went for out of nowhere Hex against no real mobility hero. Sure, Pango, but you don't need a Hex to kill him. They killed him many times without a Hex. So yeah, that item is basically 5.5k gold down the drain. And that's actually the first time where I think Sinq's itemization was questionable. Yep. I usually don't say that, but yeah.
Halberd is when you're playing into a jug, 99% of the time you build it against him, right? It just helps you egg.
You Halberd egg, right? And then done.
Yeah, that's it.
What can Jug do? Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But it's good though. LGD is playing way too greedy. Not just in the itemization, but also their playstyle, and they really get punished for it. I love that. It's good. Keeps them on Earth. They've been floating around in space for a while now. It's time to get grounded.
It is good to ground them every now and then. I mean, it also shows that you're not allowed to do anything you want in Dota. You still have to play at the highest level. Still have to respect your opponents, which is what we love to see. And a lot of these fights, though, I must commend EHOME for, at the very least, starting to more and more as we saw the game evolve, understand who to target and where to go. This did kind of suck. Shiro definitely regretted having Lincoln Sphere just before this fight. He's like, what's this item doing? But as time goes on, things start to get a little bit simpler because they no longer allowed Shiro to be the one at the front getting caught, which is a market change from Game 1, Lizard. He must feel a lot better not being the primary target every single engagement now.
Yeah, for sure. Feels at least a little bit better, right? Not fearing and running for your life every single time.
Suddenly, you're the one that can make them fear. I mean, you can do things like this. That basher from Echo, itemization, sometimes it goes against you, but this time for Echo, it was perfect. It really worked out. I was worried about him going first item blink, but eventually it started to coalesce into a winning strategy for him.
My only question is this: it's not about the itemization; it's about the way PSG.LGD plays around Fate Beyond. They did the same thing in Game 1. Now they repeated it. Reminds me of early Team Spirit gameplay with Collapse, just farming and
on his Mars.
On his Mars, yeah, and then joining the fight with some Armored Dazzle, being a third core pretty much. For Fate Beyond and PSG.LGD, it worked out in Game 1. In second game, they did get punished quite hard. I wonder if they'll remain the same in the last game, because whenever I think about Fate Beyond, I don't think about this style of a playstyle. I think about this utility offlane that actually brings a ton to the team earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely questionable, especially if you have a hero like PA that's already struggling on the map. They effectively choked out their own PA by giving Faith Beyond all the safe farm. Right? And Nothing to Say had so much pressure on himself with the two supports to really make plays happen. And I mean, obviously, if you take a lot of farm, there's a lot of responsibility on you. And Faith Beyond made a couple of really critical errors this game as well. He died 3 times consecutively without really getting anything done. And if your highest net worth core dies like that, like it definitely throws a wrench in your plans.
Yeah, there were also more than one fight where he came in and just dropped Doom almost cavalierly and didn't get anything out of it. But on the other side, though, for EHOME, as we just saw, MVP being rated as Shiro on his Juggernaut, his team a lot of priority. If we look at the District Gold in this game, he had like all of their net worth, and everybody else was just there to support him, be behind him. And Lizard, we were talking about this before game one, that generally speaking, EHOME, you allow Shiro to flourish, which is what they did in the first. They looked really good. You can get these kind of results out. And it seemed like Black, his wish was right here, Lizard, that they went back to this playstyle of enabling Shiro, but this time on a better hero, it looks so much more promising, doesn't it, when he's actually allowed to play Dota?
There's like a combination of a couple of things. First, yeah, he did play a hero that, in my opinion at least, is better at the moment, in a better spot. Second, he wasn't countered by anyone, so he could utilize his full skill set. But lastly, and for me most importantly, PSG.LGD made a couple of crucial mistakes. He was there to punish them, that's sure, 100% that did happen, but they got away with what, two at least, 3 Roshans.
Yeah, and the first one should never have happened. It took so long.
It took like 2 minutes.
It took long, and it happened. But the second one arguably is even worse, because you're making a play just about when Rosh is about to respawn on the enemy side of the map with only 2 heroes, while everyone else is, still farming around your triangle or something.
Yeah.
Yep. This time around, EHOME, it's not enough to be just good yourself. You have to be able to exploit your opponent when they make mistakes. That's half of Dota nowadays. And of course, EHOME, they're the ones that take the victory as a result. We now have 1 game remaining. Many of you wouldn't have imagined that PSG.LGD in their opening series against EHOME would be pushed to the brink. But fortunately for us, we do get more LGD, we get more EHOME, we get more Dota. So game 3 is the decider here. If EHOME wins, it gets to galvanize them, start their train and their journey towards potentially qualifying for TI directly off of point. PSG.LGD, if they win, lose, or draw, nobody really cares on their team at the very least. But all of China is hoping for their loss. So we're going to be seeing what happens in Game 3. We'll take a short break here, and when we return, myself, Snare, with Black and Lizard will bring you the decider of LGD versus EHOME. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to the deciding game between PSG.LGD and EHOME here in the third tour of the DPC, the final tour of the season, and the one that might have a lot of bearing on the future of the journeys of these players at TI. Getting into this third game, we saw game one, PSG.LGD made very short work of EHOME. Game two, EHOME exploited some greed and a couple of mistakes to finally get themselves a victory. So now we are here for this third and deciding game. Black, I'm pretty sure that LGD, they didn't expect to be here. Now that they are here, will they pick themselves up, show a more serious look here for game three? Or do you think they're still going to continue with like, hey, Faith Beyond, go farm everything, we'll farm the whole map and try to figure that out later?
I mean, I don't really want to make excuses for LGD. Like, they just made a lot of mistakes and they played way too greedy. I mean, they're a team, they're very hard to beat because usually when they lose a game, they adjust accordingly. So adjustments should have been made, probably spoken through with Xiaoba. So yeah, I'm much stronger LGD this time around. That sort of exterminated the mistakes that they had in the first series.
Mm-hmm. We're already in the draft right here, so let's see if there's going to be some changes in how they pick these heroes too. This opening pick Tiny, so we of course saw Nothing to Say play this in the mid lane to great effect earlier in the day. Lizard, where do you think the Tiny is going? Is EHOME, do they have the metal to play this experimentally? Or is Echo just saying, you know what, if I can't play my Pango, let me play this Tiny and show them also that I'm pretty good at this hero?
No, it can be a 4 as well. They like a lot of they like their Visage a lot, right? So it could be something like Tiny and Visage next pick. It's an option. I don't think it's that great mid if they send Dead Prophet mid lane as well, right? For PSG.LGD. So we'll see.
That's nasty, this opening. Death Prophet 3 is so strong.
Mm-hmm.
It's a perfect answer to the Tiny 2. Kind of nullifies him in a sense. Because you can't really find kills on the DP too easily, and Treant is not a support you can ever burst with a support Tiny.
Yes, I agree.
And it could just be a dual offlane too, right? It doesn't have to be a DP mid.
They go with
and Visage is not great as DP and Treant either.
They read them like the book.
Yeah.
And EHOME just picked what they wanted to anyway. They just like their stuff. They like their strat. They don't care if they're countered or not. Sure, I respect that. It works.
This is a tendency we saw from EHOME these last two tours as well, that once they've cottoned on to a particular strategy, unless you ban the heroes out, they'll always pick those heroes. So not too surprising to see them stick with this Zeal Visage. Of course, now he does have this Tiny from Planets to buttress that side of the map. I'm still very curious as to exactly where this DP is going to go. But before we talk about where she's going to go, why hasn't she been featuring today pretty much at all? She's been very quiet, given how strong the hero still is. Why don't we see it at all today? What happened?
Was she banned at all or not? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think she was banned in one of the earlier games today, but not even banned. She was just completely ignored.
Yeah, teams just deciding to go for a different opener. And it happens. You know, in patches, you get nerfed a little bit, suddenly, oh no, I'm dead. When in fact, you're the same hero like before. I think that Prophet is still the same old that Prophet. It doesn't take rush or towers as fast, but it's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, the teamfight presence is still overwhelming, especially with the Treant. Like that living armor makes DP so much harder to kill. But usually you rush like BKB on DP and you can kind of kill it with physical damage. With Treant in your team, that's not the case anymore.
Yep. It's going to be kind of annoying for them around the sustain that they have on LGD. And then maybe banning out some team fights, some HP move with the Phoenix, as well as some big push potential with no shadow. I wonder what they're going to be playing for Ame, though, in the safe lane. But since they have lost overall pick, I will save it until then. For EHOME, when is it important to... I mean, it's going to be a while before they have perfect information as to where this DP goes. But from what we saw in these last couple of games, what do we imagine is going to be still good for Echo? You've seen him play Ember Spirit. That was, for a while, like the premier pick for him. And it's still available in the pool here, Black. Why do you think that they haven't really tried to focus on that? Or do you think his Pango just got so much better that it sort of replaces where Ember would normally slot in for their drafts?
It might just be a better fit for the team overall because like it ties the draft together a bit better. Like Pango a very different skill set than an Ember Spirit, obviously. Like, it's more like a frontline kind of hero. You don't really need to BKB. You can itemize into a fast blink. Can just make space for your team. And I think it also plays very much into the playstyle of Shiro, right? Where you really want to be able to enable him. So it is a less greedy mid if you want to be. And the way he itemized last game, like Blink Dagger into Basher, that is pretty much as like sacrificial as you can get as a mid laner. Wow, Pagna, Visage,
well.
Tiny.
They're just all over the place. I love this. Second time in a row, they're drafting some, just what do you want to play? This is it. They go for it. Pagna as well has been banned out, by the way, in the first stage almost every single game.
Yeah.
Finally, we get this little Skelly boy to come through. Doesn't feel
Young
that great
Pagna.
in this game. You have long range disables, and you have ways of healing up the towers with a Treant.
Does feel a bit iffy here. I mean, like you say, it has been left in the pool for the first time today. Often it takes that slot that Echo's Pango got banned instead. I'm at the very least thinking that between this Pugna and whatever they're going to have in the safe lane for Shiro, and on the other side of the map, the Tiny Visage, this might be the first game where we see EHOME definitively winning proper in this laning phase, because they have a very sick setup going for themselves to enable some ease of execution. But it does obviously depend on what they put into the safe lane here. I'm a bit worried though, boys, because we have some degree of deep push, but not the best. And PSG.LGD can actually make short work of towers if they ever get on top of them. Although now having this puck involved, we spoke about the combination earlier, Lizard. The tiny puck get yourself tossed out of this Dream Coil. So they've given themselves some team fight, some tempo control, and that heavy mid hero that we love to see whenever you are playing this Tiny as a support.
Yeah, but I don't think that Prophet cares way too much. Like, into the puck, your lane will be fine. Even if Tiny rotates, it's one of those heroes that most likely will be able to get away with the Siphon.
Oh, there our Time Boy is.
Jakiro plus the Void does a lot of damages in the Chronospheres.
Yeah, and Treant Void is like the favorite lane of LGD. They always pick it when they get the Treant. It's not the best hero in this game, I would say, actually, because there's already a partner to decrepify and a puck that makes your life really difficult pre-BKB. And the laning stage against Visage isn't too easy, right?
Yep, he can spam you more than you can time walk, I would say.
Yeah, and even just the attack speed slow could be very problematic for your last hitting. But they still have a last pick, of course, and that's where probably nothing to say is going to come into play.
This could still be that Prophet, nothing to say, right? Like, they could still play her mid lane and last pick off lane for Faith Beyond.
I mean, maybe Faith Beyond is telling the team that if I have to play Death Prophet, that sort of requires me to be more active with the squad. So please, give me a farmer, boys.
Force him to fight. Force him to be with the team.
The Void Spirit and the Kunkka were banned out by EHOME, so they're making sure that they cover this mid lane matchup for Puck as well. Let's see what they get for Shiro to round out this draft. For LGD, are we confident and are we happy with how much damage they have going into the bubble? I mean, we have Macropie, which is pretty good. We've got some DP damage as well. Is it enough, or do you still want the hero for nothing to say to also contribute somewhat into the Chronosphere?
DP Void has been like a mega combo, right, Lizard, for like many years. So I think damage-wise, they're probably going to be okay. Wait, it's a carry...
Tiny, yeah.
Oh, Visage, maybe they want to go full push? Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it actually looks pretty damn good. It looks very strong. With the Beastmaster, with the Helm, early on...
It's very all-in, though. Like, if they lose one or two team fights to this LGD lineup, you just lose the game.
This feels very much like a bet boom draft from the Major. Like this Visage, Beastmaster, just this like insane rush down strat where by 20 minutes you have to be winning the game. The only thing that would make it more bet boom is if they had somehow managed to sneak in a CK into this draft. Okay, so for LGD
what about some nice Darkseer or something?
Yeah, Darkseer, something that can stand up front on the offlane, right, and just delay the pushes from Beastmaster, from Visage. And
then you have Darkseer Treant lane.
Maybe even.
That sounds pretty scary.
Okay.
Tidehunter is a very strong choice as well. Agreed. Just something that really just stands there. Like I wouldn't even mind like Bristleback or something like that either.
Let's see. The option is going to be Mars.
Okay.
Y'all aren't going to believe me. I was going to say, how about Faith Beyond Mars just before they picked this, but
I mean, we kind of hate it though, because last time he played this, he missed like 7 out of 10 spears. I'm not even lying. Yeah.
I remember it was a very fun game. I like seeing Faith Beyond not being perfect. Reminds us all that he's still human at the end of the day. But they now have this Mars, some degree of additional team fight, I guess very beefy lane with himself in the tree and protector. They have lots of team fight break, like a lot of stuff that EHOME have to run through if they want to take this fight accordingly. Got to get through this Macropire, the overgrowth, need to deal with this young Arena. There's still Chronosphere. There's still this Death Prophet who it turns out is going to be playing mid with these ghosts. PSG.LGD, there's a lot of beef, but EHOME, they also have a lot of damage. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough though. These are some very interesting drafts. And Black, you were talking about how if PSG.LGD end up winning a couple of these fights, EHOME is pretty much done for. Now that we have this last pick Mars, the kind of hero that can win a lot of these fights, are EHOME done for, or do they still have very good shot here of winning out this commanding and final game 3?
You want to go first? You want me, Lizard? I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, I can go. I think that there's a really good chance for EHOME to take game 3. Like, if a couple of big ultis are wasted on the side of PSG.LGD, they might be able to just roll over them. Do I think that's going to happen? I don't. I still believe that PSG.LGD, when they lose game 2, they just come back and they destroy you in that game 3, especially teams such as EHOME. So if I was going to go for someone, I'd go for PSG.LGD. But I'm only here for the good dotes, so I'm not going for anyone.
Exactly. But I'm going for LGD. Despite being here for the good dots, simply because it's easy. It's easy. Like, once they get their BKB timings, they win 1 or 2 team fights, the game's just over. They're all in push. We all know how all in push threats work. Your mid-late game is almost non-existent. So you got to close out the game probably in 20, 25 minutes. If they don't win by then, it's probably just GG.
We'll see whether or not it's going to be GG within those 20 to 25 minutes, or if this is going to be a very longer but more assured affair from PSG.LGD. Let's find out together. Game 3 is the finale. It's EHOME. It's LGD. Let's see some Dota. And of course, gentlemen, we have no customary smokes today. Nice. This means we're going to have a nice, slow early game. Everybody being very deliberate. We love to see it. Hopefully that extends the time of the game. I want to see like a 70-minute extravaganza, honestly.
Not in this game.
70? Just 70?
Yeah, it's still early days, you know? Week 1 will have 70-minute games, and then each subsequent week, 10 minutes longer.
But you know, Black, like, most of the games that I've seen that go really long are those with one side having all in push, which fails, you know? And then it takes time for the other team to kind of... They know that they've got it, but all they have to do is just wait and farm up everything, recover, right? Maybe they lost their side, but they managed to defend. Now they need to recover, and the game takes long.
So basically, you're saying the game is pretty much over, but the push team doesn't want to leave. So they're be like 50k gold behind, and
yeah. They're just waiting. They're just waiting for the inevitable.
I know that feeling. Been there way too many times.
Cutting down all those trees on the bottom.
And you don't want to be the guy that says, "Can we go next?" You know?
Both with glowing blade.
Because everybody knows it's over, just nobody wants to say it.
Some cool stuff.
Nice things.
You strike me as kind of guy, Lizard.
This mid lane, the Echo versus Nothing to Say matchup, Puck versus DP. Of course, Echo found himself getting dominated last game with the Pango into Ember. Not expecting that to happen in this situation though, but once again, it does really feel like EHOME are highly reliant on this Puck doing extremely well, because he's kind of the only real team fight starting here. Who else is really going to reliably initiate for them on the side of EHOME?
Yeah, you can expect Zeal with that Helm of Dominator, right, and Roar to be always up front. Will he be able to initiate? Most likely not, as there's some range problems obviously there, but yeah, we'll see. Some good tossbacks can work from Planet, depending if he gets a good game, if he gets that good Blink Dagger timing as well.
We certainly need to make sure that that's as effective as humanly possible. And one of the things I'm also trying to see from the side of LGD is what's going to be the build-up for this Faceless Void. We've seen quite a bevy of them in these last couple of days. So hoping to see him just make sure that he's also positioning the Chrono such that damage comes in from his squad. He doesn't have to do it all by his lonesome. And something else that is interesting here, as we see Zeal just getting muscle off the top lane a little bit, nothing much that you can do. Once this Tiny starts to get level 4, level 5, what do we see? We're going to have him be the one move middle, assist the Puck getting the kill off Dreamcoil, or does Puck come to the lane itself and then the kills happen onto the Faceless Void, presumably?
I think it's easier. I'm sure Black would agree. It's easier to rotate the Puck to a different lane, depending on what the state of the game is. Maybe Tiny securing some rune, he comes, he ganks. Sometimes these moves aren't as how to put it, as premeditated as players make it look, right? It's just, if I get a good rune, I rotate. If Black gets a good rune, he starts talking again.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But technology is failing me today. I don't know what's happening.
Rune of voice.
Yeah. You can't get sounds
stable
anymore.
internet.
Did that rune be so pog? Like, imagine you just can't get sounds anymore.
Like, just ever.
I'd rather have a rune of silence that I could take every now and then.
There's a couple of really interesting ideas. The quad damage, maybe?
Quad damage? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And it only spawns as Rosh is about to respawn, right?
Yeah, of
In front
course.
of Rosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And it actually lasts until Roshan is dead.
Lol. That would be a bit busted.
True.
Glad you bring up Roshan though, because in this game we saw how important Roshan was to success. As Innocence, is he in trouble top lane? Might be. Nah, he's fine. He's okay. But
he's only fine because Planet was always trying to toss him back, but only managed when all the boards disappeared or died. So there is no slow. If there was slow from the board, they definitely kill him there. They would get him.
ends up not happening though. But how do they get Roshan? Or because I'm looking at this LGD lineup, right? Feels like they only really have legitimate Roshan contest when they have Ghosts available from NTS. But at the same time, EHOME, their Roshan, like they can do it as a zoo if they all go into the pit, but it does require a lot of them to be in the Roshan pit as well. Are we expecting more Roshan fights in this game, given that it's a bit more difficult for either team to just completely take it? The other team being unaware. As Faith Beyond trying to run away bottom, slowed down by this Decrypt, not dead just yet. Spear of Mars to throw back Shiro. Soul Assumption though still will connect.
Shiro's getting beaten
and that
up.
allows the first blood to happen for the Visage. And Visage, turns out that the Shin-Q Treant ran out of damage, so not going to be able to follow up on the kill. At the same time, Innocence also grabbing a kill in the top lane. This time around, Lizard, they might not have the full board, but they still have the damage to get the Jakiro.
Yeah.
So yet another early game success for EHOME.
Yeah, they had the boars. It's just that they died during the fight, right? So, nicely done by Planet and Zeal. But I think it's more important that Shiro is having a good time and actually getting those kills. It's more important for EHOME to have a better laning stage because they must have it. That's how I feel, at least.
If they lose lane stage, this game is over. CZQ.
Pops the magic stick to stay alive. Turns around with the big nether blast. Faith Beyond in a bit of danger here. But Shin-Q will provision him with the living armor. That allows him to escape. They will push behind the tower, but it's still A-okay. Shiro's still farming. Nothing's changed for him. He's like, alright, cool. Life is still good for me right now.
Yeah, he's almost 6 here. Faith Beyond probably can't lane anymore at all.
Poor Innocence also about to die in this top lane. They will be able to chase him down.
One more board.
Wow. There we go. Shout out the ball for the last right click. I mean, this is pretty good though, gentlemen. We want their early game to be going well. And it is indeed doing so. Sure, they might not be getting the lion's share of the CS, but they're finding kills. They're finding ways to remain active and to remain in positions where they're not going to get muscled out of the lanes. And like you said, if they're going to get this level 6 down bottom, suddenly Mars has a difficult time sticking around here. The Zoo for Zeal gets a lot stronger as well once he gets 6-2. So, but like this early game, things are looking quite very happy for EHOME. In LGD, there's not much they can do at the moment.
Yeah, as they should. It was supposed to, in my opinion, it was supposed to happen like this. Now the question is, like, how do they push their advantage off of this, and what does Nothing to Say do as an answer? Can he perhaps force something else, something somewhere with his ulti? Perhaps rotate down bottom, use his ulti, force a rotation, free up the map a little bit for Ame to have more space. And as you know, PSG.LGD have always been masters of exactly that.
They have a chrono available now, so we'll see if Nothing to Say wants to make a rotation or not.
He's going top.
And yeah, they do.
Yeah, they're going to come to the top lane. They have some vision, so they've scouted out the rotation of the Pugna as well. They are aware of which heroes are in the vicinity. Ghost will be used up. Zeal finding himself getting chronoed. They will not be able to save him. This is almost a certain kill onto the Beastmaster. Echo comes in as well to try and at least get a counterplay onto Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say is falling very low. Zeal's army doing so much damage, and they will be able to kill him. This Death Prophet ends up paying with her life, and they're not done just yet. Planet isolates Innocence just behind the tier 1 tower in the secret shop, and they will be able to find that kill. So 2 kills being picked up in the top lane. Yes, it does cost the life of Zeal, but a much bigger prize, not only of claiming Nothing to Say, but making sure that Ghosts only get a kill, no actual structural damage being dealt by them.
Yeah, that's certainly much better for EHOME. Like Chrono used, Exorcism used, and now you have this Beastmaster Pugna left alone on the top lane. They'll start pushing in, because the moment you lose these big ultis, you lose the ability to defend as well, as there is nothing for EHOME to be afraid of.
Yeah. I mean, look at Planet. He's running inside their jungle right now, scouting them out, giving information to the squad, and PSG.LGD can just do nothing but watch. They toss back Innocence. Are they really going to try and find this kill? Echo shows up to try and ensure that they do, and they will find him. That's Innocence dead again. All the while, Beastmaster is bringing in the push into the tier 1 tower in the top lane. So despite Shin-Q having access to the living armor, it's going to be of limited utility. You're about to lose a tier 1 tower, and it feels like the game is starting to get really going here for this all-in push lineup of EHOME.
Yeah. Well, this is happening. They're also divorcing the Dire jungle. Planet is just being, you know, very annoying for Ame. He's following him around. He's sapping the experience, perhaps some last hits too. Shiro as well on the safe lane, farming up. So EHOME, they have drafted for the early game, and the early game is definitely in their favor. 6-1. We'll see what they can do with this advantage.
They might
they need here. Faith Bjorn really needs to start getting active this time around, though. I don't think he'll just sit down here and farm like he has in the other 2 games. Like, he's been level 6, he's level 7 now, and we haven't seen a single arena yet.
We'll see yet another Dream Coil being used up in this mid lane, though, as they close in onto Innocence. The Mons is coming in now, and I suppose that with his presence here, it disallows him from pushing onto the tower, but comes in, yeah, I was about to say, it comes in at a very awkward time, because you can't actually do anything from the position he's in right now.
No, DP comes bottom to push the tower, and just as DP arrives, Masters, yeah, I'm out. And now DP has nowhere to go, so he runs back to mid. LGD are mortals, guys.
Yeah, maybe they just decided defending this tier 1 mid lane is more important than going for the bottom kill. Perhaps. I don't see any other explanation for it.
Look at this though, EHOME, they were trying to exploit the fact that there's so many PSG.LGD heroes around this mid lane by smoking up to kill Ame. But Ame has been playing Dota for a long time. His senses are very good. He's able to TP to this bottom lane. Now they have these 2 core heroes here. It feels like they've forced into a position where they have to try and mount a push. Otherwise, a lot of positioning being wasted by. They do have a Chrono, and Shiro would make a very nice target if they can catch him, but EHOME certainly have some TPs at the ready, so he should be able to come in. But Shiro want the smoke anyway, we'll let it go, and LGD will take this tower push. Still, it took them a very long time to decide on this move here, boys, so EHOME probably not feeling like it's too much of a loss here, even if they allow the tower to drop.
Oh, Innocence again, careful. Okay, I can't catch him. Mid tower though, again, being pressured. DP is DPing. They see the DP.
DP coming in, but they're going in with the double damage rune of Echo. There's going to be the first arena of the game. They spear Echo to the wall. Great way to pick him up. will cost the life of this young Mars at the very end of the day. And with the Primal Roar from Zeal, they're looking for nothing to say. Do they have the damage? Planet there with the Avalanche Toss. Shin-Q buying time with the Overgrowth, with the Living Armor. Nothing to say, still alive. And now Army finds the Chronosphere onto everybody that's remaining. EHOME are gonna start dropping like flies. Shiro now losing his life as well. It's a double kill for Arme. Try to make that a triple. Nope. Gonna be a double for nothing to say instead. A full team wipe in this mid lane, and all it costs is the life of Faith Beyond. EHOME not only lose everybody, they don't even get the tower, boys. And Shin-Q is just gonna heat it right back up.
Man, this is pretty much... Yeah. Go on,
it's not game over just yet, but one more is all it takes, I think. One more of those, and suddenly you have the BK with DP, you have the damage items up on the Void, and there's just no way to recover from that, just because your lineup is not built to recover from that.
I think he's too kind, even with this. It's already just... it's already just so hard.
It's not cozy, yes, but it's not over, you know? Now the cooldowns are there, they can start pressuring.
Let's see what they're going to be able to achieve, though. They have ZZQ being the only one around this mid lane, desperately trying to blast it down. Notes full well that this is a vain attempt. Eventually, the heals will come in from Shin-Q. Just trying to make sure that it stays at a
It's only level 1 armor, though. So it's not too much of a heal. Luckily for them. But yeah, it's just delaying. Once the BKBs are all there, that's really when the game is very difficult for EHOME.
It's not too much.
How close is nothing to say to his. Wow. Still
a way.
Yeah.
They need to commit more heroes on this mid lane. ZZQ, like, he's gonna die even now. It's maybe not.
Oh! Shout out Faith Beyond for keeping ZZQ alive. And they're actually gonna try to get a turnaround here. Echo goes in with the Dream Coil, catches onto 2. Innocent the slow. The 2-hero silence from nothing to say should enable them to kill Echo and ZZQ. Oh no,
that's an Arcane Rune DP ult too.
Oh, Arcane Rune, DP ult, tier 1 tower should certainly fall here. This is a disaster. That was the worst case scenario to happen at that exact moment.
I feel like they needed to... Yeah, I feel they needed to commit more with Shiro earlier on. He's still playing a full position 1, just farming the jungle.
But please tell me that he actually has experience with this hero, because he's a super hard carry player. That's just his playstyle. Why do you have him go all in on a hero like Visage? That is not the playstyle your team is really good with, or your star player is good at. That seems so strange to me.
I can tell you that this is indeed his first professional game on Visage, so they haven't utilized this in the past. I imagine that after seeing the success that teams like BetBoom had with this hero, they're like, man, we want to try this out for ourselves too, but certainly it doesn't feel like EHOME are as comfortable with this hero in the safe lane as they were with him in the off lane for Zeal. They eventually get this tower in the mid lane, but then we're starting to think about how much farm Shiro's gotten in the meantime. If you're playing a different hero, maybe this inactivity would have been well worth it. If it's just Visage, it probably could have gotten the same impact out of him, even from the off lane here. So it becomes a little bit peculiar to see how EHOME is moving around the map with the safe lane Visage.
Yeah, all the windows are tightening, or closing even. Mars Blinkdagger is now online, level 2 DP ult. They don't have the burst damage to kill the DP anymore. He has a hood and 1900 health. Like, even pre-BKB, killing this DP is going to be an absolute nightmare.
Oh, that boss.
Oh.
The time to be alive. All right. Faith Beyond must be pissed right now.
Is he gonna arena, or is he going to just try to spear him?
Yeah, he's just gonna spear him. There's no point going arena. Like, you're just outside of the range, so he's just gonna spear him. But Lizard, I wanted to ask you, fam, do you like this build, this game for Shiro as a safe lane Visage?
But I mean, I think it's all right. I wouldn't blame the build that much. It's kind of fine, sure. What do you build on a safe lane Visage now anyway? Like, what makes it better?
I mean, this is like a very offlane-ish build. Usually from the safe lane, we see more like this Orchid Axe style.
What? You could go for an Orchid Axe and hope for some pick-offs and whatnot, but the moment I saw drums, I thought that he would be more active. Like, I'm seeing the drums,
Yeah,
I'm
same.
thinking, okay, he's going to be in every single fight, he's going to be taking towers, but that's my issue. Like, you're going for the super early build, and it's not about the hero, it's not about the item build, it's about this whole lineup of... Yeah, exactly. It's about the playstyle. You have this whole lineup of EHOME that's focused at taking objectives, and you're just chilling.
Just chilling, just minding your business. Unpause will finally come out, ZCQ. He will actually end up popping there. That's quite surprising. Okay. They're trying to run away, though, because they're taking a lot of HP with this army from Zeal. Finds in the Primal Roar, but as soon as they see the TP from Army, they're like, yeah, maybe this isn't the place to be. Zeal will find himself having gone way too far forward. Shin-Q meets him on the other side, gets pincered in between himself and Army. That's 2 kills. They might not have enough time to go into the Roshan pit, though. Only half duration left on this exorcism. So at the very least, you gave up your lives to prevent them going into the pit, but still not a great feeling to be in. Unless they find this a quick revenge kill top, which is something. It is something. Shin-Q will die here on the side of the map at least.
Wait. Lizard? The Beastmaster neutral creep just gave 100 to it. Why?
Only?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's a level 1 dominator creep. It's supposed to give 100, right? Why does it give 102?
Inflation is rough these days, man. That's why.
2% inflation.
Yeah, I guess. But
Don't let them lie to you, man. Inflation is way higher than 2%.
Gaben!
Need more gold for these creeps.
Alright, let's look at the items coming out real quick. So, give me the... Oh, they caught the tree and the tiny. Goodbye, planet.
So dead. Very, very dead. That's actually huge. He was getting closer towards having that blink dagger, and they have been struggling with some of the ranges here. So the further they keep him from it, the harder it becomes for EHOME to do their proactive plays. So big deal.
No wolves on the pit. There should be 3 Aegis. With that first Aegis, they have to do a lot. And by a lot, I mean get literally power, other than the base towers.
It's gonna take
doesn't.
For Puck.
It's gotta be Shiro probably. Or you give it to Pac?
No, it needs to be Visage.
No,
So Shiro grabbed it, and they might be able to pick up the Innocence kill as well on the Jakiro. Already they are porting to the top lane with Planet, so you can start this push in action, and they can all congregate onto the tier 2 tower. Make sure they get as much of the map as Black is saying here. They're also going to get a Blink Dagger fairly soon for Planet. Although Shin-Q buying time here with the Nature's Grasp, making sure that this is going to take a little bit longer.
Oh my god, I hate Trian,
and because he knows that they don't have Dream Coil anymore, because they killed Jakiro with it, he knows he's 100% safe to do this. And he's out, man. Everything's fine.
Dude, Trian Protector is such a bully here. Oh, he cuts the whole wave too. Oh my god,
There's another one
everything so much.
Yeah. But even this one, yeah. Okay, he did well. Got the full wave out of them.
30 seconds delay, massive. And now Mars might just be able to spear it.
Remember, they have all...
active 3 and armor already.
They have all ultis now. Like, there's Chrono, there's DP ulti again, plus BKB on DP. They can take this fight. Puck?
I'm gonna take this fight. They're looking forward. Oof, if Puck had gotten hit by that ice path, guaranteed would have been a follow-up with the Chronosphere. Not gonna be what happens. Tiny trying to buy space and time. Chrono coming in, only gonna connect onto Shiro. This is the Aegis area, but look at the Puck! Puck! Wound up inside the Macro Pyre, almost died to that one. Does manage to stay alive. Will cost the life of the Mars though, as Faith Beyond loses his life. Ame falling a little bit low here. Needs to be careful. Planet, wonderful avalanche onto both supports. Shin-Q and Innocence
really
are
strong
just dead. Ame coming in and out, trying to make sure that Nothing to Say gets out all this ghost damage. They really cannot deal with this DP. They're trying to make sure that Shiro is enabled to escape. On the edge of the fight, will the ghost catch up? Who's gonna die first? Nothing to Say first on the go down. Shiro stays alive. Echo doing everything for his team in that fight, enabling them to kill 4. They spent so much time focusing him inside the bubble and out. But Echo, just like in last game, survives the fight. His entire team gets the turnaround. And now suddenly they're going to claim the tier 2 tower and then some. Map looking a lot better. Oh, what? I say that, but PSG.LGD, mass TP and insane.
Wait, I feel like he was...
Faith also has Serena still.
He was focusing Visage in the Chrono a lot, right? Like that...
Yeah.
He switched between Visage, and then he saw Echo, and he's like, oh snap, let me hit him twice. Then he realized there's no point, go back to Visage, but by then it was too much time being wasted.
It was a bit too late.
It felt a little bit too. I don't think LGD actually needed to force the fight there. Like they're fine, literally fine, just farming their BKBs. Once all the BKBs are up on the 3 cores, the Radiant cannot do anything. Innocence?
Innocence definitely dead here. They got the Blink Dagger out of that fight as well for Planet, so a ton of gold. They're not done just yet. They find Faith Beyond with the here. Echo is gonna try and lead in with the army coming in from Zeal. Will they have enough damage to kill him even through the arena? You bet they do, because Planet will not allow him to escape. Blink's on the edge of the arena. That is a Mars dead, 2 heroes gone, a tier 2 tower. There's no way they can defend it now without these 2 heroes. And things just, you were talking just now, Black, about how you didn't feel they should force the issue. Yet again, PSG.LGD coming in with numbers, hoping to try and mount a defense, but getting exploited by EHOME at this moment.
Yeah,
that's
I
also an AC
in general, it's the second game where he's having a pretty rough time just getting anything going for himself. Wow. I never thought I would say that the anchor of the team is actually the one struggling the most.
So Lizard, we have this build up. You mentioned that it didn't seem too bad on the Visage. Starting to seem really good now. Has the full AC at completion, just cracked 15 as well. Suddenly this right click damage is really scary, and PSG.LGD, like, they don't have any tools to deal with this just yet. Sure, they are like arounding the corner. They have a BKB already for the DP, about to get her a plate mail, but she might die here. Oh, Planet missed up the toss, didn't get nothing to save, thrown back. That could actually be huge. Does end up keeping the DP alive for now though.
They do have Chrono again, so maybe this next fight might go a little bit differently as there's no Aegis. Let's see. I'm interested. Why did he go for Voidstone instead of Mjolnir recipe?
Good question. Oh, Shiro is gonna get caught.
Gonna get bubbled up. Macropire. There's no way to save him. He's so dead. They try with this life drain, but ZZQ has to know that he's only just sacrificing his own life in the process. Will end up dying. That's 2 heroes taken down. Very expensive commitment though. Ghosts were used, Chrono used, Macropire used yet again. Feels like every time that they get these, PSG.LGD do require a massive investment of resources to try and find these kills.
Yeah, but it's well worth it.
The thing is, it's worth it, and Roshan will not respawn in the next 3 minutes. They know that. So because of it, you can commit your spells, it's fine.
Yeah, agreed. As I said, like, you just want to use everything you can to delay the game as long as possible. And you can feel that they're feeling the pressure as well. Like, instantly smoking up, despite being 2 heroes down. Nothing to still, he still has BKB. Pops it and runs.
Yep. Get you off. This is not
a lot of time wasted
level 25.
Yep. More time down the drain. And yeah, LGD is loving this. No BKB actually on the Void, he's going for Lincolns instead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in this game, he's like, BKB is gonna help him. I would also prefer BKB, but I can understand why. Speaking of, he might need a defensive item right now. Gets tossed back into Echo and Zeal, and we'll just die here. Okay,
yep.
Shiro gets the kill with these Visage Familiars, and they're not done just yet. They want to keep chasing. Planet dodges out this ice path. Will be able to ensure that he not just finds Jakiro, he tosses back Faith Beyond. Planet, please stop it. Allowing them to get 3 kills off the back of this as soon as Faith Beyond goes down. And only one of these lacks buyback right now, fortunately, so they're not going to lose too much off the back, but EHOME not allowing themselves to just lie down and die here. Lizard, you were mentioning that by 20-25 minutes, they need to be in a commanding pole position. So these next couple of minutes are extremely crucial here. What do they need to do to make sure that they can wrap up the game before LGD starts to ramp up in strength?
If they could, usually at this point, you want to bait the next set of big ultis from PSG.LGD. If you're able to do that, even by losing 1 hero, maybe 2, but managing to secure Rosh afterwards, that would be huge. Like, something like that should definitely be on their mind right now. Because if you just go for this Rosh fight, you might just as well lose it with the Chrono, with the DP ulti on. And you need the Aegis. You need the Aegis for the high ground pushes.
Why do you think he didn't go BKB, by the way, on the Faceless Void? Like, that could turn out to be a game-losing mistake. If he just went straight into BKB, he would have had it already. He wouldn't have died there. Nobody would have died.
He's switching it up right now.
And now it's BKB again. It's like, oh, crap.
I still have the Void Stone because I'm a Faceless Void, but I'll go back for the BKB, sure.
Yeah, that is it's an interesting decision making from Armor's side. They're looking for the puck. Can't find him though.
Nico's just out. He just says, peace, we're done with this. I mean, he was lucky, well, not lucky, but before they went for that smoke move from LGD, there was a Beastmaster Hawk right on their steps that they didn't scout out. So he knew it was coming, was easily prepared to be able to make his way over further afield. Shiro has now just picked up these boots of bearing with his squad, building into the BKB next. Does feel like they are going to be like, well, boys, time to group up a little bit more, ensure that we can bait out these next set of ultimates without losing anybody, hopefully. And where's the next big fight going to break out here, boys? We of course know that Roshan is going to be a huge port of call, but I don't know if EHOME wants to fight around the Roshan pit if they can't get something else off the map instead.
Oh, they'll have to. DPC is going to pop ult and then will force the fight at Roche pit. I don't think you want to give an Aegis to the Void.
DP might just be forced to pop it in this mid lane though, because they are maybe forcing in a push. Planet
he's pretty
thinking
tanky.
about it.
36 armor on him. He's very tanky with a living armor, of course.
Living armor, there's BKB at the ready, there's still Ghost to pop.
Oh,
Not an easy kill,
Innocence, careful. Innocence is really important. Like, he can't afford to die first.
Yeah, getting that macro fire, getting that liquid fire on top of Visage, if he's chronoed, it's huge.
What is Visage going for? Went for the boots of bearing. Like, it all looks good and fine. It's just like there's no scaling. Like, they don't plan to scale at all. Look at Puck's item build too. He's going for Octarine Core. Like, they want to end this game soon. They want to force them back right now, even. Treant armor is on cooldown. Uses it.
Well, they'll draw out the glyph of fortification, so they'll try this again on the next push. LGD are aware that this is going down, but at the same time, the big man is about to return and would be a very huge pickup. Planet helping to get a kill onto Innocence to start off this fight. Innocence needs to buy back immediately. Planet, nice TP away here. Oh no, he doesn't get out. He doesn't get out. There's an overgrowth as well to sport him out, as well as his Beastmaster, but Ame throws in the chrono, finds the Visage. There's the Macropire on top. Hero certainly gonna die here in between these ghosts. Try to render assistance from the Pugger, not gonna be good enough, and now that allows him to chase down and kill Zeal as well. Chronosphere dropped by Echo, but there's no follow-up. No way to deal with this, and these two core heroes that have died, neither of whom have buyback. This Roshan is gonna go down without any kind of contest. PSG.LGD, they catch out EHOME in the perfect position with Visage very far forward. What is happening, boys? Listen, you're the Visage player. Are you supposed to be that far forward on that hero?
He got chronoed. It happens. He wasn't in the best position, that's true, but still, what position is good when you're playing versus this Faceless Void who's just waiting for you to do anything? Once you show yourself, he chronos you, so...
I don't think they can do that Roche, man.
Yeah.
What's that?
They don't have Ghost anymore. Void is gonna die! Planet, stop it! Planet, please relax. This 4 position tiny. Oh my gosh. Doing his best impression of a South American support here. The Loudon's team to not just keep this fight alive. They're actually gonna get the Roshan now. Bad Boy's only at half HP. Shiro's about to come back. They just chased and killed the Jakiro now. What just happened, boys?
So what happened, and the way more important point is that Prophet used that ulti very early on. They're getting the Beastmaster, it seems like.
BM will die here. Will Faith Beyond get out? This is familiar. The stone drops are going to be there. Faith Beyond will not be allowed to walk away from this fight. The right click will be there from the Visage. At the same time, DP trying to run away with the BKB active, but the BKB will end. ZZQ runs right in front of her. That's going to allow them to kill the DP. And there's definitely no Ghost here. No BKBs available. 4 heroes down. A Roshan pit empty. All right, EHOME. Second time in this series that they find a crucial fight just before the second Roshan respawns. It looked bad for them initially, but Lizard, you were telling us about how they didn't have the Ghost. Turns out to be much more detrimental than that. Now they don't even have their heroes to help defend this.
And they didn't have they didn't have Exorcism to go into the pit after that fight. The fight took way too long. So there's a Puck, there's a Tiny, they're going to be jacking, they're going to be jumping in and out, ganking you while you're trying to take Roche. That's what they did. Void was a little bit, well, in black. Was he careful?
Perhaps not. Not too careful, no. was hitting the Roche, half health. He's like, yeah, I can or I'm dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Like he
attack.
jumped in and out. Like when is like the last time you can really say LGD was this indecisive? I still give the advantage actually to them right now, just because of the nature of the lineups. But EHOME is really making him work for it. Oh, he has no BKB yet. If he gets coiled, oof.
Could really be a problem.
All
for
right,
them.
just turn around and chrono him.
Hey, big Chronosphere going out onto this puck. Echo's just
They
gonna
didn't kill
die
him.
here. Will they have the damage? He's still alive at the very end of this. He does manage to escape a little
the
while
DP
longer,
damage though,
but unfortunately they have enough damage. DP now in the vicinity with her ghost
What a
flying
hero,
about
dude.
everywhere. They've done everything that they need to. They're melting through these targets here. Planet, somehow the last one alive, just chilling in the middle of the fight, but it's not going to be good enough. And eventually they'll be able to take out his life as well. And unfortunately, while this is happening, gentlemen, we had the worst thing that could possibly happen. A little bit of server lag afflicted the lobby. So a fight that EHOME will really hate, because who's to say that that lag that afflicted us didn't affect them as well just before the fight started? Imagine if you lost the game because of this, Lizard. How sad would you be?
I'd be crying. I'd be so crying. I thought it was me, man. I thought I was lagging. I'm like,
It
okay,
was us, non-Chinese people.
I was like, I'll let you guys take over because it's obviously I can't see what the hell is happening.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. They went all in on armor and nothing to say said. I'm pressing R, boys.
Plus the Shivas, you can't run away any longer. It helps out. I mean,
Yeah.
pairing are so good. Maybe not on a position 1 Visage, but overall they're just really nice. I love them versus 3 versus Shivas. That 1.5 seconds in which you can't be slowed when you use it. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, but I think this was pretty much the last fight they had in them. Like from now on, this game is just gonna get near impossible. They're just gonna build all defensive items because they have all the damage in the world at this point. Once the Lincolns comes out, once the BKB comes out, just got completed. Refresh on Mars
Yep, there we
too.
go.
Yeah, they had
What-
a lot of windows, to be fair. I think LGD gave them a lot more than I initially thought they would. But
Was it
as you know,
necessary for them, though, to actually go that deep into the map to try and find that fight? Because let's consider where this fight was happening. In front of the ramp, there's still tier 1 and tier 2 to collect down bottom. Yeah, they had the Aegis available, but was that fight really necessary from the side of EHOME?
it was too juicy. They saw no BKB Void. They're like, okay, I want to jump him. And then he did.
You can't really
No.
blame them for that. You see that void, you want to go for him. Plus you have the Aegis, like you mentioned, you're feeling kind of brave. And you also have a draft that's just naturally forcing you into engagements. You know that you're on a timer.
You want some
wait.
engagement? Seal,
fine,
will he get away with this? No way. He actually gets away with it. All right, nicely done. This must be a bit of a stinging issue. Shinkyu's like, oh man, I'm the one that escapes by the skin of my teeth. But
They're
he cannot catch
still
out the
searching for
G7.
And
say it again,
Korean
Lisa?
is about to get the GG talent. He's about to give whoever he casts living armor on 20 bonus armor. It's actually ridiculous, his talent.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's double plate mail from a single spell.
Feels like there's a lot of ridiculous things about this Death Prophet or this Tree and Protector hero, honestly. Right now in this game, he is just presenting
It is.
so many issues. Like,
Dude, if he gives living armor to DP now, please do it. She's gonna be sitting at, what, 47 armor, dude.
I don't see. You're talking like there's an issue here. I don't see the problem, bro.
Even Mars is sitting at 38 armor now with no armor items.
Oh no.
Dude,
Yo.
double plate mail, dude.
Right. It's gonna help though if even EHOME can find this fight, because Tree and Protector is not there, so there's no overgrowth to break up some of these combos. The question is though, they have to find it before Tree can close the gap.
Innocent?
No viable target. We found Innocent, but it's whatever. Losing the Kiro, 45 seconds without buyback. But EHOME, that's not who they wanted. Like, it's decent enough, but is it enough to gain on the map right now, Lizard?
It's not game winning, but it's a nice hero to kill as the fight starts. Like all the fights they won would be the ones in which Jakiro isn't able to use his spells in the chrono. Is it game breaking at this point? No, for sure it isn't, but it's something.
What could be game breaking though is the refresher orb on the tree and the one of the Mars coming out like almost at the same time.
He basically has this item. What the hell is happening? Shin Q. Where does he find all this gold?
Okay,
it's the second game in a row.
He's been creep skipping constantly, right?
Yeah. I mean, you say it. Look at Planet, man. He's even richer.
But to be fair, Planet's been involved in like some instrumental kills and has taken down at least 2 core heroes by himself, so I can understand where a lot of his juice is coming from. Makes sense.
He's also been farming on the side of Planet. He's been out pushing as well. Like when you look at the CS from both of these heroes, they're around 100. But definitely that's true. Planet has been involved in way more kills than the tree.
Wait, just to confirm, they first toured the tree end, right?
No, they went. Oh, they did. Did they?
DP tree end, right?
DPC, yeah, they did first to it. Yeah, they did first to it. Innocence is gonna die again, but Faith Beyond looking for some revenge here, getting the BKB off with the arena. They've caught our Planet. Should be a dead Tiny here. Buyback immediately coming in from the Jakiro. ZZQ leading the squad away from the rest of his team, trying to force them to use some of their spells. Will die, does have buyback. Tiny does not, but the Roshan about to respawn. Unfortunately, NTS yet again has committed the ghost fairly early in the fight, so they will not have this available to bring the big man down with. EHOME might have yet again bought themselves just a little ticket to stay in this game even further.
Lizard, we've reached a point though where DP, like, she's no longer just reliant on her ult, right? Like, it's just her running into the fight with Shivas and Spirit Siphon. It's a lot of damage.
All they need. Yeah.
They still have Chrono anyways. They have another 2 overgrowths. They have Refresher still available on the Mars. I don't think they lack anything in any team fight from now on. Well, and I think this is what we spoke about previously, you know? Where also, they kind of know the game is over, but of course they don't want to leave.
Yeah. Also, this build now on Visage. So far, yeah, sure. All the spells that he, all the items that he's bought. Maybe a BKB has been, well, it's been useless. Literally, he hasn't used it once. If he's in a fight and he dies, it's because of the chrono.
Yeah.
At this point, like when you buy it early and you're hunting across the map, you're getting those ganks. It feels so good. Agna.
Agna's just gonna die here inside the arena. Echo looking at the very least to zone them back here. They might actually jump back in for this. Innocence dropping down the ice path to cover the retreat. It should be good enough. PSG.LGD, even without some of these larger spells, very scary to fight into. And EHOME will not try to take that chance, at least not right now.
My question is, wouldn't Shiro be better off buying just the Hex instantly now?
Yeah, I think so. The X doesn't do much. How much do you think the 25 the game?
The rapid fire, right?
Speaking of Puck,
Cliff
finds himself right next to a Cliff, the faceless Void. Void with the Chronosphere, they're still going to be able to take down the Beastmaster. Echo dropping the Dream Coil on the back of the fight. Puck also dying, buys back both of them. NTS just got the ultimate back up. Will trigger out the Ghost right now. Planet trying to come in on the edge of the fight. Jump back, coming in. Beautiful roll from Zeal. Will enable them to kill Faith Beyond. At the same time, Echo helping to eliminate Innocence. Now we see Nothing to S running forward with these goals, trying to force a dieback out of ZZQ. Not going to be able to do so. Held in position. The life drain's going to be there. He's all alone.
What?
Nothing to say is dead. 100 seconds in the grave. Oh my goodness.
And
look who's up. The big man is up. EHOME have a date inside the Roshan pit. They're going to get an Aegis Cheese and an Aghanim Scepter.
Suddenly this Visage doesn't have to buy the axe anymore. But
Dude,
this
I
is
thought
it, right?
the game was literally over. How did they lose a team fight with all these ults?
Is it the first time that they don't chrono the Visage?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he did get chrono.
I mean,
he was on the edge of the chrono.
He didn't chrono anything. He chronoed nothing.
He was like, Visage was here at the very edge of the chrono, but the Void was on the other side of the cliff, so he couldn't get close to hit him.
He cliffed himself and chronoed nothing. I think now I found my answer why. Dude, the base is gonna fall real fast again. There's 3 birds now.
That's a BKB.
BKB from Ame. Yeah, he's already used this one right now. Echo is in a decent position. Faith Beyond gets off the arena here, but they have the primal roar from Zeal. They have the damage to kill Faith Beyond. That's a dieback on the Mars. It's still going to be a 5v4 fight right now. Ame has no more access to BKBs. He's losing his life. He's forced back to the fountain. That's going to buy space for EHOME to claim this mid lane of Rax. Echo just trying to keep everybody else at bay. Nothing to say coming out of the fray right now. Trying to force back Shiro, using the Spirit Siphon and the Fear. But he's so tanky now on this Visage. Pugna, is he going to be a victim here? No. Yosef keeps him alive. Visage Familiar drops, forcing back Ame. PSG.LGD doing what they can here to try to get anything out of this. Shiro, will he die? Still on his first life with this Aegis. Ame very far outside of the base right now. He's jumped out. Will he be able to survive through this? If he dies, the game might just end and he goes down. Does have buyback though. He's back.
Shiro though, if he dies.
Inside of the Macropire, but he gets off his BKB, surviving in this first life. Suddenly it's nothing to say. Who's come too far forward? He gets chronoed. He's inside of it though, but Shiro will only lose his first life. Unfortunately, thanks to Echo, it cost the life of Nothing to Say as well. And now Ame needs to find a way to keep this going, because if he dies here, it's a dieback at the end of the game. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Zeal happens to bring him down. They jump forward to find Innocent and kill him too. And with all these heroes dropping, LGD know they can't do it, so they throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. EHOME
that is insane.
Pull off the upset. They get the 2-1 victory. They still have a chance for TI. LGD, it turns out they are actually mortal, and EHOME make the gods bleed today.
That is absolute insanity, especially in a game like this with a lineup like this. Like, they have no business winning this game. Literally zero. Like, after losing 2 or 3 team fights, LG should have had the game in the bag. I can't even speak anymore.
The game was definitely in the bag. The bag, but no one was in the chronos, sadly, in that last fight. Second to last.
But there was such a massive blunder, definitely. He cliffed himself and chronoed nothing. But EHOME makes him pay for it, man.
It's okay, you won, man. You won. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's like, hey, wake up, dude. Wake up. Punch him.
We did it.
Clap him.
Hit him. Did it. Oh, I can't.
I'm sure he's like, that game was really stressful. Please don't make me do that again. That was a difficult game, y'all.
He's shell-shocked. Look at that, man. He's shell-shocked. He's like, oh, man, what happened?
Wow. The happy faces from EHOME. They're the ones that eke out the victory. I legitimately cannot believe it. Before that last fight, when PSG.LGD, 2 games in a row, Black, where the same thing happens. Bad fight inside of Radiant Triangle. Bad usage of ultimates, Ame getting caught out of position, dying, giving away Aegis with some extra goodies, and then suddenly EHOME's on the other side of the map taking your base.
It's very uncharacteristic from LGD for sure. Like, I don't even know, like, what can I say about that? Like, it was just individual mistakes that they don't usually make, and EHOME made short work of them whenever they committed those.
That last fight
kind of surprising here.
Yeah. Insane. What about the buybacks?
Lizard, we expected this game to be a bit different, just given the fact that, like, the way they wanted to play this game for EHOME required them to play a little bit faster, much more further ahead, and not necessarily wait for a later timing in this game. LGD, they had all the tools they needed. They had the items necessary to take these fights. They had vision on the map necessary to take these fights. And yeah, sure, that last fight was a massive blunder that they ended up making, but why did that blunder even happen? Like, they were in such a good position. They didn't need to force the play in that way. What happened inside the team mentality here for LGD?
I don't think it was that bad of a fight. I think just like Black thought, I thought that they're strong enough for the fight. They used that chrono perhaps in not the best way. The heroes that they do kill buyback, and then they underestimate the amount of damage that Visage can actually dish out. Like, every single fight so far, before that, Visage gets caught, he dies instantly in the chrono. Every fight that they won. This time around, they didn't catch him. Suddenly, he can actually do stuff. Keep in mind, there's Helm of Overlord, there's AC, there's Boots of Bearing. Those birds do hit hard. And afterwards, after those buybacks happen, Rosh respawns instantly after. Like,
it was like made in heaven for them to make this comeback. For sure. But the last team fight, like, a lot of things went wrong. Like, Treant also died without using his second ult. Mars died without using his second ult. And we already spoke about the chrono. Now, what can you say? Honestly, this comeback should not happen. Like, if they replay this 100 times, This is the only time they'll win. I'm 100% sure of it.
This is the time, Thanos.
Yeah, he did all the calculations. We need to give them the confidence. We need to let them farm refreshers. This is the only way.
Did you notice that Void had like 3.5, 3.6k gold in that fight as well?
Yeah.
A lot of gold unused completely.
And he also had no damage, cause Lincoln's BKB again. I hate to see it. Stop doing that. Like, it's actually bad.
He did come back for that BKB, or the Lincoln Sphere rather. Initially, he had it queued up, realized he needed BKB way too much, but by the time it comes back, it's a little bit too late. And a lot of these fights, the ones that also seem successful for EHOME, do follow this exact character. If Shiro's alive, dragging heroes this way and that, trying to kill him, suddenly they've just run out of life on their pursuit of doing so. But so many of these fights, for so long, it did really feel like this game was going to be possible. It must really be frustrating for LGD as well, right? Because even if you lose that fight and Roshan doesn't respawn, you probably don't immediately lose the game. But because he does, and you can't predict that, there's nothing you can do to stop the big man from coming back at these critical moments, especially when it must be so frustrating. So many of these chronos were so good, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. I mean, one bad chrono is all it takes, right?
Yeah, just because these big ultis, they're really strong. But at the same time, if you miss them, it can backfire. On the cliff?
Yeah. This is the fight. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, this is a blunder that's not allowed to happen. 100%. Like, if anything, like, they're not going to be mad about the Roche respawn. They're going to be mad about losing this fight. This fight is literally almost impossible to lose with the tools they have. Double ult Treant, double ult Mars, DP ult, and Void ult. You cannot lose this fight. As I said, 99 out of 100 times they win this fight. This was the only possible future where it doesn't happen, or the only possible occurrence, you know, if you want to go Thanos style.
Probably doesn't help either that in that fight. How often is it the case that Beastmaster actually gets a primal round to one target with two other core heroes being pushed away at the same time? Very rare that Zeal gets that lucky, but indeed he does. Gets as lucky as PSG.LGD get unlucky. And this last fight, they don't have this Aegis available. They definitely don't have the confidence to do it like this, but here they are. And unfortunately, Lizard, when you are out of tools on PSG.LGD, it really is. You can just feel that this team is not the same when they don't have all the ultimates, the refreshers and the like at the ready for these fights.
Yeah, pretty much can be said the same for any single team, right? Like, if you don't have the tools, it's kind of hard to play. But unfortunately for PSG.LGD, and very, very fortunately for every single other team in the Chinese region, as they're as PSG.LGD, they're the main villain of this storyline, this whatever story in the Chinese DPC, as they're all hoping that PSG.LGD lose as much as possible. They need those points, and they get them if PSG.LGD doesn't.
Now, this also like means EHOME actually has a very, very good shot at getting top 4. Like, they literally beat the top contender, or at least in our eyes, the top contender.
That being said, Black, it is a bit contextual, right? Because the top contender in this instance, we're not 100% sure that they're giving the 100% of their effort, because they don't need to, right? And it would be very difficult to expect them to have to do so in this instance. So on the bright side, though, EHOME has taken down the best team. So for them, their future looks pretty good going forward. What do we rate their chances are against some of these other squads based on the Dota we've seen? Let's imagine it was not LGD, it's just any given team, but they played exactly like this. Given what we saw, for example, earlier today with Team Asta, where would you rank right now EHOME, given that Asta usually is second best? So EHOME, are they in that conversation just yet, or do you still want to see a bit more from them to prove it?
Was it for me? Or for
It was for Black, but you're going now. Yeah.
Oh, it was for me? Right, sorry. You can take it. I'll take it after.
No, please, you go. You go first.
Okay, I'll go. Okay. I am not super convinced. I actually think LGD did play quite poorly in those last 2 games. It's not a look that I know of them, for sure. And EHOME did commit a lot of mistakes in their pushing strat. I don't think they're going to get away with this against Team Asta or XG or RNG for that matter. Maybe against VG. So with that victory, I can definitely see them like sneak into the top 4. Possibly.
I mean, I was all in for realistic position 5 rank 5 for EHOME. But after them winning versus PSG.LGD, the sky's the limit. Who am I, mere mortal, to question them?
Who
any
knows?
longer?
Yeah, who knows? They could be first, you know? I mean, nobody wants Aster and LGD to win, actually, because Aster is somewhat confirmed. They want them to be like third, you know, and then EHOME first, and then XG second or something like that. And everyone's like, yeah, 5 Chinese teams at TI, let's go.
PSG.LGD going to the Division 2, you know.
That would be so funny, dude.
That would be so funny. A Div 2 team at TI. That would be hilarious if that happened. But speaking of LGD, though, Lizard, Black mentioned it now. Definitely not their absolute highest level that we've seen from them in the past. The fact that they've lost this game, what does this bode for the rest of the games they have to play? Because EHOME certainly didn't come into this one as a top contender. But LGD, if they play an RNG, an Aster, an Extreme Gaming, or even a Vici Gaming with Yang from the jump, would they also lose those matchups? Because I think we'd all agree that EHOME probably are weaker against those teams. So does LGD have a rough road ahead of them? Do they need to have some internal reconfiguration before those games?
Well, they need to perform much better than they have today. That's 100% sure. But will they be able to perform better than today? I believe so. I don't want to make excuses for a team, but keep in mind that they, first and foremost, like you said, they don't need the DPC points anymore. Second thing that's happening is there's a patch tomorrow. And the third thing is EHOME is a sort of a team that they can probably expect to win against even when they're not practicing that hard, right? So maybe the last week or few weeks weren't as serious for them as they were for some other teams, such as EHOME. So did EHOME come super prepared? Definitely. Did PSG.LGD drop the ball? Yeah. Can they pick it up and win versus every other team in the region? I believe they can. But they definitely need to pick it up.
If they can pick it up, obviously we've seen what PSG.LGD can do under those conditions. But as Black mentioned earlier, the rest of the Chinese scene is hoping that they keep the ball on the ground, lose track of where it is, so that everybody else can also qualify to the showcase of the Immortals. With that, the most surprising start to the DPC has now concluded. PSG.LGD eating an opening loss. Don't think that's actually ever happened with them in this last couple of tours, but EHOME, they, of course, go off with a very, very helpful victory for them. We'll be seeing, of course, if this is going to be a harbinger of things to come for either of these teams. Will EHOME keep climbing? Will LGD keep slipping? Let us hope that these two things happen so that we have as many Chinese teams at the major as possible. So before we close this one out, good sir Lizard. No, wait, we'll start with Black. Lizard, you'll end us off with the wholesome words. So Black, a final thought on the nature of the games that we've seen. What will LGD need to do to adapt, and what does EHOME have to do to stay at this level?
EHOME will just have to... Honestly, what they did, I'm very happy with what they did. Just a little bit more consistency would be nice. Because, again, like one moment they're brilliant, the next moment they look completely lost with some of the movements. But, like, again, if they play to the high, I'm definitely giving them a top 4, especially now after they beat LGD. And I'm very happy, actually, for them. Because, again, I have like a hate-love relationship with them. Season 1, I loved them. Season 2, someone hated them. Now, it's the opposite again. I have to love them again after beating LGD. Like, please don't disappoint me, you know? Like, my heart is broken too many times before. Please don't do it to me anymore. But good job to you. Good job to you guys. Well done.
Shout out for EHOME and Lizard. Final thoughts for the day of Dota that we've seen, not just with LGD and EHOME, but the game that we saw previously with Aster and Aster Aries. What do you make of where Division 1 Dota is in China in general, and what do you expect to see over the next few weeks?
Only wholesome, or can I go ham?
Black was actually more wholesome than usual, so you're allowed to go ham.
Yeah, I won't go that ham, but I believe that the quality of Dota is a little bit lower than in the last season. Like, for sure, coming from these two series, like some mistakes even from Aster and PSG.LGD are happening that you don't usually expect from them, but I believe it's also because of the patch coming tomorrow. Like, we all get the same thing. You get this pre-patch blues. You don't really feel like playing. You're like, okay, everything is changing tomorrow. Can I just chill, you know, and see what hero is going to be broken that I can actually spam out afterwards and have a lot of fun with? So I expect this season to be just like the first two, and that's packed with high-quality Dota, but it only starts from tomorrow. The real one from the patch that's coming up.
Well, with that, we are going to be closing this one out until we start again with a new patch, some new refreshed Dota, and hopefully teams invigorated to give their all in this third and final decisive tour in the run-up to TI. I've been Snare, joined by Black and Lizard. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your efforts today. Make sure you go online, give them some love in the socials, and of course, be following the Perfect World channel here on Twitch and over on Twitter as well to be aware of all the future games that will kick off as soon as that new patch ends up dropping. From us here at Perfect World Esports, we are done for the day. Until the next round of games, the next round of Dota, it's going to be, I believe, 2 days before we start up again. But like I said, just follow the channels and you'll know exactly when everything goes live. Until the next time, go outside, get a big gulp of fresh air, drink some water, call someone you love, let them know you love them, and we'll see you very shortly for some more incredible Dota 2 action.
I love you.